Western Indian Ocean from land-based sources and activities will be brought in later because right now, as you can see, members are walking in for the plenary, and they're expected to continue discussing the finance bill that saw members of parliament yesterday, led by the Speaker of the National Assembly, deliberate and discuss considering the bill until late into the night at 12:45 p.m. That is 45 minutes into today, Wednesday, meaning the order of business yesterday spilled over to the order of today. Also remember that in the morning, the leader of majority party, Kimani Ichung'wah, mentioned to members that they will also be seeking, being the committee of the whole house, consideration of the bill 2023, the finance bill 2023, and the sitting of the house shall also be extended until the day of conclusion of the finance bill and related matters. As you can see, members of parliament are already walking into this afternoon session. The members are expected to debate and prioritize on matters budgets. The House in the morning had requested the chairpersons for budget and appropriation, together with the finance chair, in provision of Standing Order 120, that the reduction of publication period of appropriation bill, that is the National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2027 and to 2023, from 7 days to 4 days. Also on the statute law, miscellaneous amendment bill, the National Assembly Bill number 60 of 2022, which is at second reading, would be brought by the leader of majority of the party, that is Kimani Ichung'wah. Can see the Sergeant at Arms of the House just in checking to ensure that the House is ready for the much-awaited debate on the Finance Bill 2023 that commenced yesterday and saw members of Parliament discussing, among other things, the budget that is going to help in the budget of 2022-2023 and the running of businesses. And already I can see the Sergeant at Arms and just mentioning to members and alerting members that the Speaker is already in the House, just in for the 2:30 session. Remember, this is the second session of the afternoon, and the Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula, is walking into the plenary. And I now hand over this session to the House.
Waheshimiwa, na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, takusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umesikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Honorable members, we have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Take the nearest seat, Honorable Kenyan. Honorable members, 2 short communications acknowledging visitors in the gallery, the Speaker's gallery. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of staff from the Parliament of Uganda who are seated in the Speaker's gallery. The delegation comprises Simon Peter Waiswa, Legal Counsel, John Frederick Puteraba, Legal Counsel, Benedict Arenaitwe, Legal Counsel, Gloria Achayo, Legal Counsel, Ivy Kemigisha, Legal Counsel, Rachel Ambirwe, Legal Counsel, Caroline Nakiranda, Legal Counsel, Dennis Okuno, Legal Clerk, and Tom Inyalio, Legal Clerk. The delegation is drawn from the Department of Litigation and Compliance of the Parliament of Uganda and is in the country on a benchmarking study to visit our Parliament specifically to share best practices. Honourable members, on my own behalf and on behalf of the House, I wish to welcome the team to the National Assembly and wish them fruitful engagements. Thank you. The second is to welcome a visiting delegation from Zimbabwe, the Joint Command Staff College. Honourable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from Zimbabwe Joint Command Staff College who are seated in the Speaker's gallery. The delegation comprises Brigadier General Dr. Joe Musidiwa, Commandant and Head of Delegation, Colonel Waluza Alipole, Director of Study, Lieutenant Colonel Chance Mkwanazi, Directing Staff, Term 2, Lieutenant Colonel Titus Wallace, Directing Staff, Term 2, Major Tommy Midzi, General Staff Officer, Coordinator, Lieutenant Colonel Kenneth Malaka, Student, Squadron Leader, Ackroyd Moyo, Student, Major Simbarashe Japungu, Student, Squadron Leader Mufaro Mosi, Student, Major Smart Mutorera, Student, Major Puleng Macheli, Student, Major Albert Mukinda, Student, Major Godnose Mawela, Major Stein Kusizani, Squadron Leader Munyarazi Madombwe, Student, Major Brighton Shana, Student, Major Washington Barwa, Student, Squadron Leader Nigel Dube, Student, and Major Kenias Mugia, Student. The delegation is accompanied by the following persons from Kenya: Lieutenant Colonel Kieva Munyao, Senior Escorting Officer, Major Ndwiga, Assistant Escorting Officer, Warrant Officer 1, Nelson Mukolwe, Defense Relations Officer. Honorable members, the delegation, which is drawn from various countries, among them Republic of Zimbabwe, Republic of South Africa, Republic of Zambia, and the Kingdom of Lesotho, is in the country on a geopolitical study tour to various ministries and state departments, specifically to share best practices. On my behalf and on that of the House, I wish to welcome them to the National Assembly and wish them fruitful engagements during the stay in the country. Thank you. I think there are also some students in the public gallery, but I've not been given the list. We'll acknowledge them when you bring the list. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations. If he is absent, Chairperson, Public Debt and Privatization Committee. Is there anybody from Public Debt? Yes, Makalimulu. Can you lay your paper? As Makalimulu organizes himself, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining. Chairman.
Honourable Speaker, thank you. Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 21st June 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Speaker, sorry.
Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 21st June 2023. Report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management National Peace Support Operations Fund Regulations 2023, legal notice number 58 of 2023. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we've just concluded the report. Kindly indulge me for a short while. They are binding from today's sitting.
I don't want you to disrupt business when we start. Do you want to lay tomorrow morning? So you have to do it?
So I have to do it today.
How much time do you require?
Another 20 minutes or so.
20 minutes.
As we finish the procedural motions, possibly I will come over to you, sir.
Okay. Chairperson, Public Debt and Privatization Committee. Makalimulu, you appear to have two papers to lay.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we are in the same situation with the chair with the JLAC, that we've just been sitting up to one. The clerks are sorting out the matter.
Okay, organize yourselves, have your documents in the next 10 minutes. We go back to the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. Wapi Nelson Koech. Are you ready to lay your paper? Give him the microphone. Give him the mic.
Apologies, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 21st June 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its participation at the 36th Ordinary Session of the African Union held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, from 14th to 20th of February 2023.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
John Kiarie. Honorable John Kiarie, member for Dagoretti South. The Honorable Abdul Haro, Mandera South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, any member, any chairman or chairperson who has documents to lay on the table or a notice of motion to place before the House. We will not, as a chair, entertain requests that give me 10 minutes, I'm stuck in traffic. Every member here came through traffic. And you must know that the House starts at 2:30. If you are laying any documents, it's always among the first orders. If you have notices of motion, it's always among the first orders. So if you miss the train, you miss the opportunity as well.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That aware that the Constitution recognizes the people's respect for the environment as the country's heritage and the commitment to sustaining the environment for future generations. Further aware that the cyclic drought in the country has caused devastating effects and serious disruption to the economy, recognizing that climate change is a global problem with developing countries being the most affected, as these regions are dependent on climate-sensitive sectors such as agriculture and forestry. Further recognizing that the severe effects of climate change are already being experienced in the form of frequent droughts, flooding, and other extreme weather occurrences. Concerned that the current climate change monitoring mechanisms in the country are based on traditional methods which rely on ground observations and climate models which have limitations in terms of accuracy, timeliness, and spatial coverage. Noting that the country recently launched its first operational satellite to collect and transmit high-quality data. Further noting that this technology can help in accurately monitoring and forecasting climatic and weather patterns, cognizant of the fact that other jurisdictions have made use of this technology to monitor climate change with marked positive impacts, appreciating that the use of technology, especially satellite technology, would allow enhanced monitoring that can have significant impact on sustainable environmental management. Further, appreciating that this technology would be useful in monitoring difficult to reach, expansive, and unsafe areas. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry develops a policy on it that deploys for the use of satellites in the monitoring and forecasting of climatic conditions, with the objective of ensuring timely and accurate data collection to enhance the country's capacity to respond to weather-related risks and vulnerabilities, including climate change. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Not yet. Departmental Committee on Environment and Forestry.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 21st June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8, Subsection 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, approves the ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation. Documents, it's always among the first orders. If you have notices of motion, it's always among the first orders. So if you miss the train, you miss the opportunity as well.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That aware that the Constitution recognizes the people's respect for the environment as the country's heritage and the commitment to sustaining the environment for future generations, further aware that the cyclic drought in the country has caused devastating effects and serious disruption to the economy, recognizing that climate change is a global problem with developing countries being the most affected, as these regions are dependent on climate-sensitive sectors such as agriculture and forestry, further recognizing that the severe effects of climate change are already being experienced in the form of frequent droughts, flooding, and other extreme weather occurrences, concerned that the current climate change monitoring mechanisms in the country are based on traditional methods which rely on ground observations and climate models which have limitations in terms of accuracy, timeliness, and spatial coverage, noting that the country recently launched its first operational satellite to collect and transmit high-quality data, further noting that this technology can help in accurately monitoring and forecasting climatic and weather patterns, cognizant of the fact that other jurisdictions have made use of this technology to monitor climate change with marked positive impacts, appreciating that the use of technology, especially satellite technology, would allow enhanced monitoring that can have significant impact on sustainable environmental management, further appreciating that this technology would be useful in monitoring
It's indeed true, because it is today and tomorrow. Honorable Speaker, I beg that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33, this House orders that the time appointed for adjournment of the House today, 21st of June 2023, Wednesday, be reached before conclusion of the business appearing under order number, is it 11?
Number 10.
Order number 10 of today's order paper, being Committee of the Whole House on the Finance Bill 2023, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. Honorable Speaker, just as we did yesterday, because of the constraints of time, and members will appreciate that the bill that has close to 80 plus clauses, including the new clauses, we may not be able to finish before the time appointed for the House to rise at 9 p.m. But Honorable Speaker, I do hope that we should be able to push very hard, but in case we are not able to, then we extend the House until probably around midnight. And Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to take this opportunity to thank in a very special manner the 176 members from the Kenya Kwanza Coalition and the 65 members from the Azimio Coalition who sat through the sittings until close to 1 a.m. when the House rose, Honorable Speaker. It is indeed a demonstration of the commitment that all these close to 242 members, 242 members have to their work, and that commitment was demonstrated early this morning when the House rose at some minutes to 1 a.m. And the same members, Honorable Speaker, were very early this morning by 9:30. Quite a number of the same group were here So as I invite, and I see the Honorable John Buddy CPA, because he was among the last members to leave, and he was also among the first members to be here this morning, concurring. Honorable Speaker, I just want to beg that we be patient. We are doing this for our good country and for the benefits of the people, for the welfare of society and the just government of the people of Kenya. As I invite all of you to bear with us and be with us until whatever time we shall finish. But, Honorable Speaker, allow me to ask the Honorable Member and Chair of the Water, Irrigation and Sanitation Committee, the Honorable Kangogo Bowen, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to second the little majority. Honorable Speaker, the business before us is very important, especially the finance bill. Honorable Speaker, which is the whole country is looking into this house to pass this bill so that we are able to develop the country. So, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say a lot, and again, like the little majority said, I want to appreciate all my colleagues who sat long hours last evening. And, Honorable Speaker, even as we engage today, I want to thank all the colleagues who are able to conduct themselves in a very decorum, because this is a house of debate, and where the proposers and opposers of a bill, we can always agree to vote in either way, and without necessarily creating a conflict here and there. Honorable Speaker, I want to second.
Order, honorable members. Shakil, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I beg to propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House today, Tuesday, 20th June 2023, be reached before conclusion of the business appearing under Order number 10 of today's order paper, being Committee of the Whole House of the Finance Bill 2023, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. Honorable members, I'll now put the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House today, Tuesday, 20th June 2023, be reached before conclusion of the business appearing under Order number 10 of today's order paper, being Committee of the Whole House on the Finance Bill 2023, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. If those of the contrary opinion say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, procedural motion, resolution to hold a sitting on Thursday morning.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Again, Honorable Speaker, this is the one I had gone to earlier. That I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33B, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 22nd June 2023, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering the Finance Bill 2023 and other priority budget-related businesses, should we not be able to conclude the business of Finance Bill today. Honorable Speaker, this, as I mentioned, will accord the House time to conclude with all the stages of the following bills: the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 16 of 2023, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2023, and 3, the Supplementary 2 Appropriations Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker, those who are here in the morning will appreciate that the Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the Budget Committee did table their report, and we have been able to go through all these 3 motions this morning, and they have been approved by the House. Honorable Speaker, it is important that we go to the next stages tomorrow, as we indicated yesterday and as agreed in the House Business Committee, these being finance-related bills have timelines which we need to, which have deadlines that we need to beat, Honourable Speaker. And with those few remarks, Honourable Speaker, this again being a procedural motion, I want to ask the Honourable Member for Samburu County, the indomitable woman representative Samburu County, Pauline Languris, to second.
Pauline, the mic is next to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
Order, honourable members. I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33B, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, June 22nd, 2023, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering the Finance Bill 2023 and other priority budget-related businesses. We'll now put the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33B, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, June 22nd, 2023, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering the Finance Bill 2023 and other priority budget-related businesses. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Members, I'll go back to order number 5 and allow the chair of JLAC to lay your paper on the table.
And also move the notice.
That's a different order.
Oh,
lay the paper first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 21st June 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on the vetting of Ms. Salome Wairimu Muhiambianco for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Correctional Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Makali Mulu, are you ready now? So we go now to order number 6, member for Dagoretti South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your magnanimity. And it is not my habit to be late. I was out on a Speaker's sanctioned mission for a caucus that belongs to this House. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. And this is about the establishment of a science museum in Kenya. That aware that Article 11(2)(b) of the Constitution provides that the government shall recognize the role of science and indigenous technologies in the development of the nation, further aware that the Vision 2030 provides for the integration of information, communication and technology in the country's transformation agenda, and concerned that there exists no science museum for consolidation of indigenous scientific and technological innovations, training, research purposes in the whole East African region, appreciating that integration of science technology would greatly enhance Kenya's economic and societal success, noting that there is potential for growth in the technology sector by establishing a science museum, further noting that the informal science education plays a key role in the progression of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, commonly known as STEM, acknowledging that science museums operate as the nexus between science practitioners, policymakers, and the public, cognizant of the fact that a science museum in the country would greatly impact on the economy of the country in the quest to become an industrialized nation. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the national government, through the relevant ministry, establishes and operationalizes a science museum in this country. Mr. Speaker, I signed this on the 8th of June 2023, and I'd also like to note that there is a delegation from Dagoretti South constituency. Ndurarwa Secondary School is in the house, a school that was built out of the CDF, the NGCDF of Dagoretti South constituency. I appreciate, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kiaria. Honorable Makali Mulu, your matter will be stayed to tomorrow. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the following schools: Moi Amalo High School, Kuresoi South, Nakuru; GSU Primary School, Juja, Kiambu; Malewa High School, Kipipiri, Nyandarua; Ndiuni Primary School, Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi; Public researchers from Moiben, Moiben Uasin Gishu. On your behalf and on my own behalf, I welcome them to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Majority Leader and Minority Leader, can you approach the chair? Majority Leader, Minority Leader, can you approach the chair? Yeah? Oh, so I'll give you.
Thank you.
Yes. Order, honorable members. Honorable Murugara at order number 6.
Order number 6. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to move this motion that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Correctional Services, laid on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 21st June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution and Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, approves the appointment of Ms. Salome Wairimu Mohia Biako as the Principal Secretary, State Department for Correctional Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Murugara. Honorable members, we're going to order number 10. Order. Order, honorable members, we're going to order number 10. Allow me to salute the House for your tremendous industry and great conduct yesterday, where you went through many clauses of the finance bill. And as we did say yesterday, we are moving into the committee now. You have resolved as a House that you will sit up to the end of the day. The end of the day means midnight. And if close to midnight you call for a division, you will sit as long as the division subsists and finish only when you finish with it. So we'll... Yes, Ndombi? Where is Honorable Makali Mulu before we go into the committee for him to lay his document? Or a member of the Public Debt Committee? The matter is supposed to come up tomorrow, so we don't want to lock them out. A member of the Public Debt Committee? Can you pass the document to Omboko Milemba to lay the document and give notice of motion? And do it in the shortest time possible. Has come.
Okay.
Yes. You can pass on to him if you wish.
He's a leader, so let me pass it over to him. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Sergeant, can you pass those documents to Honorable Makali Mulu? Makali Mulu, you are always known to be more organized than you are displaying today. So go to order number 5 and lay your papers.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I really want to apologize for this mix-up because we had to get the document signed. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 21st June, 2023. Report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Consolidated Fund Service expenditures under the financial year 2023-2024 budget estimates. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
No, it's much more than that.
That's what I have.
It's much more than that. You are supposed to lay what you have said, then Public Finance Management Amendment Bill.
That has not yet come.
Then you have another report on the Public Debt and Privatization Committee. Do you have that?
Okay, Honorable Speaker, number 2, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 21st June, 2023. Report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Makali Mulu. Now go to order number 6 and give your notices of motion.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and the Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Consolidated Fund Services expenditures under the financial year 2023-2024 budget estimates laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 21st June 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Public Finance Management in brackets Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makali Mulu. Next order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, will you be upstanding? We'll now go into the continuation of the business that we stopped this morning on the Committee of the Whole.
Order, members. Order, members. We are now continuing with the Committee of the Whole House. We reached clause 24 yesterday. Today we are doing from clause 25. Some ground rules. We did the debate in second reading. I will indulge some debate on some clauses, a maximum of 2 minutes per member, and we will keep it at the minimum. Order, members. We are starting with clause 25. Order, members. Clause 25.
Clause 25.
We did 24.
Yeah, we did 24. You're not going back there.
Order, members. Honorable Jared, we exhausted clause 24 yesterday. We are not going back to clause 24. We are going to clause 25.
Clause 25.
Order, members. I propose the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
There's an amendment
by the chair. Order, members. I propose the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. Mover. It's a committee, yeah?
Just before we went into another meeting. Not only affecting you, it's affecting like 16 other members.
Okay, I'm informed clause 26 has no amendments. So I propose the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
Clause 27 has no amendment. I propose the question that Clause 27 be part of the bill. I now put the question that Clause 27 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We'll now move to new clauses, clerk.
New clauses 17A and new clauses 21A.
Chair Finance, approach the chair.
But that means we skipped a lot of new clauses yesterday. We did not add in a new clause 17. That's where we are. So we add clause 17
and 21.
Okay. So I say I move that we add a new clause 17.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 17A be read a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 17A be now read a second time. Order, members. If you're willing to speak to a certain clause, you put the intervention for order of the House. I will allow a few members. If you're not willing to speak on this clause, kindly withdraw your card.
Allow the chair to reach the...
Mover.
Thank you, Chair. This new clause 17A is just adding a new word before manufacturing, refining, so that we incentivize not just manufacturers, but specifically manufacturers that are involved in those activities that include refining. So it's more of making sure that every manufacturer involved in this particular sector, in pharmaceutical, especially refining, is actually incentivized to enjoy this tax incentive being proposed by this new clause 17A. And that I move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Minority Leader, do you intend to speak on this one? If not, Honorable Beatrice Elachi, do you intend to speak on this one? All right. I now put the question that the new clause 17A be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that new clause 17A be part of the bill.
further debate because it is being read as a
Member for Yatta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to know what is wrong with the current, the way the clause is stated currently. What has prompted the Chair for Finance to introduce a new clause? Can you provide clarity to that before we move to other new clauses? Thanks. Before we make it part of the bill.
Order, members. If you listen to the mover, he had actually given that background on that clause. So I will now put the question that the new clause 17A be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. 21. New clause.
New clause 21A.
Mover.
21A, right? Honorable Chair, I beg to move that a new clause 21A be read a second time. I beg to move. Oh, yeah. So I explain at this stage. Okay. Honorable Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, just when you move, for good order and for everyone to follow, explain briefly what the clause is about.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, Section 113 of the Income Tax Act is being amended by providing an extension of capital expenditure to extend the period which was given to capital expenditure for the construction of bulk grain handling facilities supporting the standard gauge railway in the Business Laws Amendment Act of 2020. Honorable Chair, these are some of the amendments that we keep doing to particular clauses that end up affecting particular sectors, and when during public participation we tried to accommodate as many of those views so that we make our business environment predictable, so that an incentive that was forwarded to a particular business 2 years ago does not get to be taken away from them a few months later when they have made a huge investment in that particular sector.
Thank you. I will propose a question that the new clause 21A be now read a second time. Member for Seme.
Chair, I think what the chair has done is still not adequate. This is a new clause. It should actually be read. The chair should explain the import of it and what it means. So I think a new clause is different from just another amendment. This is a completely new thing, and members need to know the rationale behind it and what it means, so that we can actually contribute effectively. Yeah, and we read the current one as well.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, I am hearing the same question. Just read or expound, just briefly, in 2 minutes, what this clause is about.
I actually thought I did, but let me try again, Honorable Chair. So let me read the new clause, that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 21A, that the Income Tax Act is amended in section 133(6) by deleting the expression that refers to December 2023 and substituting therefore the expression that refers of December 2024. And I've said this particular clause is a capital expenditure incentive that is provided for construction of bulk grain handling facilities supporting the SGR. So this particular incentive was incentivized for this particular sector, but expiring in 31st of December 2023. Such huge investments would need to be given a longer duration of time, so that those capital incentives actually do make sense to this particular businesses, because they involve a very huge cash flow. That is why the proposal is to extend the expiry date of this particular incentive from 31st of December 2023 to the 31st of December 2024. And with that, I hope that's now clear, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I think the chair has explained the issue on the clause. I will now put the question that the new clause 21A be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that new clause 21A be part of the bill. At this point, this clause, members, and Honorable Nyikal, I know you know this process. We still have a point where you can come in at this point because we have a debate during second reading of the clause and at this point. So if you have something to say, these are your opportunity to do it.
Chair, for my explanation, it means now we have had it is a new clause. What we have done is first reading. We're going to have a second reading of this clause.
This is a second reading.
So, yeah.
If you listen clearly, member for Seme, the clause was read a second time. That is how far we have gone. Yes. Now
we can debate it, and that's what we want to do.
Yes. Is that clear?
It's clear, and now I'm continuing to debate.
Maximum of 2 minutes.
Yes, Chair. This sounds a good thing that if you give this or this facility, then it will have to give it again and again. But as far as we know, with the standard gauge railways, we really need to know what is the plan. If you're now going to give a longer exemption for standard gauge railways, then you really have to tell us what the plan for standard gauge railways is, because as we know now, it is actually not progressing. So why are we extending? Chair.
Thank you, member for Seme. Member for Kathiani.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my concern is that the committee, through the Chair, is providing incentives, Madam Chair. And this incentive is being given, in his own words, to those that have very big businesses. Madam Speaker, and I'm concerned because he continuously also increases taxes on those that are not doing well. On one hand, you are raising those big business people. On the other hand, you want to kill the hustlers. Madam Speaker, I think this is something we need to oppose, so that if you want to give incentives to the hustlers.
Thank you, member for Kathiani. We will get to the vote. Chairman, please put this to rest. Same issues.
Honorable Chair, and perhaps the way I did explain may have been misinterpreted. So what the committee endeavored to do is, and you'll find this in the next amendments that you're going to propose. If, for example, a particular product was tax exempt last year, and we're now taking it to zero rating this particular year, we made sure that they remained exempt, they remained zero rated, for example. If, for example, we're saying that this particular incentive are provided to this particular sector, where we even had agreements being done between a particular between government of Kenya and a particular sector, then we actually just extended that particular duration. So this particular amendment is just extending the duration of expiry of that. And you actually find that, and it's good that my good friend, the Honorable MP for Kathiani, actually did mention, is that the same thing we'll be doing to the amnesty that we are doing to fines and penalties to taxpayers. We actually found that the incentives that were being provided were expiring last year, so and you'll find me moving that proposal later to continue extending that amnesty to another year. So this is nothing unprocedural. This is just to make sure that we have as much a predictable tax environment in our country as it is equitably possible.
What is your point of order, Honorable Jared?
I thank you, Madam Chair. I think it is an issue of conundrum from the Chair, because I'm perplexed that this did not emanate from the Treasury or from the Ministry itself, and it has come as a proposal by the committee. So whose interest is the committee serving, Madam Chair? Unless we are lobbyists in this House, that there are people out there telling us what to do, then we infuse them into such a serious bill from Treasury. I mean, we need an explanation. If the Ministry did not have it as a proposal, where did it come from, Madam Chair?
Order, members. I still insist that we are not at the second reading, but I'll give the Chair to clarify on the question raised by Honorable Jared.
Thank you, Chair. And every amendment that you find in this particular clause, and I did explain this yesterday, that we have had concurrence with the National Treasury, including discussions we had even this morning, because every amendment that you see in this particular bill, they being proposals, it being a money bill, have a financial implication. And therefore, I cannot come here and move an amendment or additional clause to something that has a critical financial implication without full consultation with Treasury. So I want to assure the honourable member that this has been widely consulted.
Well said, Chairman. I now put the question that the new clause 21A be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
The Value Added Tax Act, Clause 28.
All right. I am told Clause 28 has no amendments, but no, I hear you. I propose the question that Clause 28 be part of the bill. I now put the question that Clause 28...
It is not one of those. It was under 114.
So if you are... Okay, members, order members, I know there is special interest on Clause 28, but we are actually not having any amendment that is on record. So, order members, order members, order members. This was not the one of the ones that were allowed by the Speaker, but we have consulted and we will allow a small window for debate on Clause 28. Before I put the question, I'll give a few people, and I will start with member for Mathare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Even though this was one of the exempt, the non-exempt ones, Madam Speaker, this touches on the fuel levy, and it is a 100% increment on fuel levy and petroleum products. Madam Speaker, this will have an effect on the manufacturing industry, the cost of transport, cost of electricity, and generally place the Kenyans who are already suffering in very precarious situation in terms of their daily life. Madam Speaker, this clause should be dropped.
Order members, I want to note this is an exemption. I'm going to give 3 more members, and I will start with member for Embakasi West.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as elected leaders and in politics, there's a principle of reciprocity, that the people trust us with leadership, and in return, Honorable Chair, we must represent their interests. Honorable Chair, when we don't do that as leaders, the people suffer. In this case, Honorable Chair, we've allowed the increase. The Kenya Kwanza government is proposing an increase in fuel that will amount to almost 13 shillings or even more in fuel. That increases the cost of living. The one thing that they always promised that would come down.
Order member, 2 minutes is up. Please.
Honorable Chair, I don't think even a minute is over, surely.
It is.
I surely it can't.
Order members, I know there are members who had proposed some amendments and they were dropped because of Article 114. So I will give Honorable Makali Mulu. Honorable Makali Mulu, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I'd propose that we delete this clause. And basically, why I was saying that, Madam Chair, is because my intention was to retain VAT on fuel where it is now at 8% instead of pushing it to 16%. The reason for this, or the justification for this, Honorable Chairperson, was basically because anytime you increase VAT on fuel, Honorable Chair, you will affect issues of transportation, issues of manufacturing, issues of production, more so in the area of even agricultural productivity, and will even affect electricity, which is source of energy, Honorable Chair. So my feeling is that this is not the right time to increase this tax. So with those remarks, Honorable Chair, my wish is that we retain VAT on fuel at 8% as it is now. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Member for Likoni. The microphone, please. Honorable Mishi, songa kidogo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I want to say it is good we retain the 8% rather than increasing it to 16%. Madam Chair, the cost of living is very high. And if you increase the 16%, it means the cost of production is going to be very high. And if the cost of production is going to be high, also it is going to affect agriculture, because agriculture depends on machinery, and the machinery depends on petrol and diesel power, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, also the cost of transportation is going to be high. Right now, Kenyans cannot even afford to pay the fares from where they are to the working place and even to schools. So when you increase to 16%, it means the cost of living is going to be very high, because unga is going to be high, rice is going to be high, cooking fat is going to be high, and everything is going to be high. We are tired as Kenyans, and Kenyans are angry. They don't have money. Madam Chair, I beg my colleagues to be objective leaders and reject this amendment and return it to 8%. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
I would like to, first of all, give the Chair of Budget 2 minutes. Member for Kiharu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I, of course, rise to agree with the Honorable Chair for Finance. Honorable Chair, in the year 2023-2024, we have allocated Kenya shillings 25 billion that is going to the fuel subsidy that was promised but was never paid. Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated Kenya shillings 250 billion that will be going into our roads. Honorable Speaker, I would request the other honorable members that may not agree with the amendment from the chair that they give us other revenue measures. Because, Honorable Speaker, you cannot have your cake and eat it. If you want development, and especially in terms of roads, this money has to come from somewhere, and that is the reason, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Junet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, please. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, this is the most offensive clause in this bill, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when you increase VAT on fuel to 16% from 8%, that is one thing that is going to make life very expensive for Kenyans. Madam Chair, I remember very well when we were campaigning last election, Kenya Kwanza told us when they were launching their plan that the problem with fuel is taxation. We are going to look into taxation and we are going to reduce taxes on fuel. Now today, this afternoon, in a broad daylight, on the 22nd of June, they are telling us to increase taxes on fuel. What a paradox it is, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, let us agree on this one. We must remove this VAT on the fuel. Otherwise, I promise you there will be a revolution in this country if this one passes. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. There will be a revolution in this country.
Order, members. Order. Just sit down. Just sit down. Order, members. Order, members. Is that microphone better? Thank you. Order, members. If we agree to take 2 minutes, so many of you will speak. Just have your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. Member for Kisii.
Hold on. It's my turn. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for this time. When we talk of fuel to cost double what it is now, that means even the agenda for Kenya Kwanza will not thrive. The country is already poor. It can't thrive. Let me tell you, the more you get, the more you shout, the more you open your mouth, the fact remains Kenya is poor. Order. But the borders are going to suffer.
Order. Order, Honorable Toto. Lead. Order.
Hold on.
Leader majority.
You people. Chair.
Order.
Out. Continue shout. Madam Chair.
Majority leader. Majority leader. Order, members. Honorable Muridania, order.
On a point of order. I'm helping you.
Majority leader.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
The leader of majority is on a point of order.
Honorable
Sit
Speaker,
down,
I am on a point of order, and I am sorry to interrupt.
Take your seats.
The member for Kisii County. But as Honorable Junet has said, this is one of the most important clauses in this bill. As CPM Badi says, it is the backbone of this bill. And we're in this house as a debating chamber, Honorable Speaker. And we all have our rights to speak and be heard by our constituents. I just want to beg from Honorable Speaker, I know it may not be practical for every one of us to speak to this clause, but it is only fair to ourselves as honorable members of the National Assembly to be seen by our constituents to be debating on facts and not shouting at each other. I want to plead, I want to beg both sides of the divide, please let us allow each other to be heard. Allow the member for Kisii to be heard. Even if you don't agree with what the member for Kisii is saying, wait for your opportunity to say yours, please.
Order, members. Order, members. If you shout, nobody will be heard. Honorable Toto, you had your 2 minutes. I am going to give the member for Homa Bay 2 minutes maximum. This one is Homa Bay County.
Yes.
Honorable Bensouda mwenyewe. Honorable Kaluma, please hold on.
I hold on.
No, go on. Go on, Honorable Bensouda.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I would like all of us to adhere to silence so that we are heard. And I support on this. The only thing I've ever supported, and I'm supporting on a statement that is positive from the majority leader, that we must keep quiet so that the Kenyans can listen to us, so that we debate objectively. On to the point. Kenya, in the first place, is a developing nation. We are not yet developed. I'm hearing noise.
Honorable Bensouda, I know you're a teacher, but for now, be the member for Homa Bay.
Yes, I'm given 2 minutes. I want to be very fast. Now, honorable members, we know that, hold on with your point of order. We know that the country is a developing nation. And when we are developing, we must be progressive. in any issue that we do. I also agree that we cannot run this country without making strategies on approach. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, after we have taxed nearly everything, there is no need of pretending of executing and implementing a 16% taxation. Honorable Speaker, I want to tell you that this government talked about creation of employment to our youths. It is a very clear statement that most of us do not have employment opportunities, and the industry that must be supported, one which has been proposed by the Kisii woman representative, is the border border. And border border sector requires fuel. That is just one. Even the honorable members who are...
We have had you, honorable member for Githongori.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to give my humble opinion on the issue of tax levy added on fuel, especially the VAT. Madam Speaker, we were in this House in 2018. No, it's okay. Those that are privileged to be here, you know from 2018 when we added tax on fuel, what happened to this economy. We are reaping from what we did. Madam Speaker, life is unbearable as we speak to our citizens of this republic. We cannot afford to add more levy on fuel because fuel is a catalyst of everything from production to marketing and to the welfare of the people. Madam Speaker, I want to be on record that right now our people are suffering and production, especially in our rural areas, is going to go to zero if we add tax on fuel. I therefore would want to say it very clearly here that if we want to revamp the economy of this country, adding tax on fuel is not the solution. The solution is empowering our farmers, our producers who normally produce crops that bring dollars into this country. We bring more dollars by selling more of our produce so that we can be able to subsidize on the government expenditure. And on that point, Madam Chair, I stand to refuse the addition of fuel levy tax on the...
Thank you. Thank you. Member for Igamba-Ng'ombe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand here today. Kagombe, this is the big Ng'ombe, you are the small Ng'ombe still.
You are out of order. Honorable Patrick, you are out of order. You have 2 minutes maximum.
Madam Speaker, I stand here to support this amendment, this clause, Madam Speaker, because, Madam Speaker, listening at the hypocrisy that is in this House today. Because, Madam Speaker, we debated the budget in this House, Madam Speaker, I didn't hear the other side of the divide reject even a single clause of the budget. They supported how we'll have electricity, they supported how we'll have water, they supported how we'll do loans for this country, but when it comes to looking at ways of raising money for the same, Mr. Speaker, now we are opposed. Madam Speaker, I've heard our friends shout to the Speaker every day here that no CDF, no Parliament. Every day they come here to shout no CDF, no Parliament. There is no gain without pain. If we want CDF, then we must pay for it. If we want loans, like in my constituency, Madam Speaker, I have a number of loans that are stoned today, Madam Speaker, that I wish to continue. So, Madam Speaker, I support, and this is progressive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, you will note we cannot all speak on this matter. But before I put the question, I will give Mbunge wa Kilifi, then I will give Honorable Kalasinga, then I will give Honorable Bowen, and we will close. Member for Kilifi, Honorable Mbeyu.
Asante mwenyekiti wa mkao. Bi mwenyekiti, nataka kuzungumzia kipengee hichi cha kuongezwa ushuru wa mafuta Bi mwenyekiti, tusidanganyane. Roma haikujengwa mara moja. Naona Kenya Kwanza mwataka kujenga Roma kwa wakati mmoja. Hamwezi kuongeza ushuru wa mafuta 100% kutoka 8% mpaka 16%. Ulisikia wapi? Nyinyi ndio mliosema Kenya haina pesa, Kenya iko broke. Nyinyi mwenda kuongeza mafuta, bei ya mafuta mara 100%. Hawa mama mboga ambao wanaenda sokoni wataenda na mafuta ya gari gani waweze kujikimu? Hawa boda boda mlikuwa mnawazungumzia wataweza kufanya kazi zao vipi? Serikali msituchezee. Hii mafuta ushuru ubaki 8% au urudi 5 na si 16%. Tutawaramba na mtajua sisi ni kina nani. Hamuwezi kufanya Wakenya namna hii. Sio mliowaambia Wakenya mama mboga wanaenda sokoni kubeba mboga vipi na 16% ya mafuta.
Mheshimiwa Mbeyu, juma hili lina mdahalo na ni kuongea sio kutupiana maneno. Tujaribu sana kufuata kanuni zetu. Nampatia Mheshimiwa Kalasinga.
Oh, thank you very much. Madam Chair, this is the time now. This is the time now. Kenyans have gone on televisions watching us. This is the time now, Madam Chair, that this House here, Honorable, must make a decision that serves Kenyans outside there. Madam Chair, as I talk now, me as a person who comes from Western, we cannot grind and eat ugali grade 3 without oil in our portion meals. If we increase this, Madam Speaker, we shall paralyze our stomachs in Western Province. Madam Speaker, as I talk now, we have farmers in Rift Valley who uses tractors to plow their farms. If we increase the fuel, they are watching us now on television. To give a warning to this House now, I can even plead and kneel down that Kenyans must be given a freedom, and the freedom comes from here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to support the amendment, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and I want to say, Madam Chair, this clause, Madam Chair, I want to support the bill, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, the agreement, the reason as to why we have a fuel subsidy, Madam Chair. This is not the first time this increment to 16% is before this House for the first time, Madam Chair. It's been there before. Madam Chair, this is the fuel subsidy. Was used by the Handshake brothers when they were giving out a fuel subsidy and they misused. Madam Chair, the government paid over 50 billion in terms of fuel subsidy. But this is the time we are saying, Madam Chair, if we have to achieve all the development we need, which is in the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, Madam Chair, we need to have the 16% and to stop the fuel subsidy which has been misused by the last
Majority Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I agree with several members that it is indeed true that this is a very emotive topic, especially when you talk about the increase of VAT on fuel. But again, to be fair, even as we bash the proposal to raise the 8% to 16%, we also need to be honest enough and inform the public that this thing was passed in the previous parliament and then deferred to this session. But be that as it may, Madam Chair, be that as it may, Chair, it is important for also the House to know that the government has taken measures, several measures to mitigate the challenge of the increase of the 8%. The escalating dollar has been mitigated through the G2G.
Honorable members.
The issues
Honorable Amboka, you will not shout.
Zero
What is your
in
point
terms
of
of the
order?
farm inputs have been reviewed. So there are so many things that have been done. So you can't
majority whip. Order. It will be one person at a time. Please take your seats. Honorable Amboka, what is out of order?
Honorable Chair, we are the 13th Parliament, and we are here to look at issues as they come to us, as fresh as they are. Is the Honorable Member in order to mislead the House that we are looking at a bill of the past Parliament when they have just presented this bill that is retrogressive, that the bill that is going to hurt Mwananchi, the bill that is going to hurt Boda Boda.
Honorable Amboka, that is a point of debate. Majority whip, finalize.
So let me finalize by saying this. For clarity purposes, I'm talking about deferring. This issue was deferred from 2018 to this season. But be that as it may, Honorable Chair, hold on, Honorable Mbadi, be that as it may, the government has taken other mitigation measures to curb the challenge of the escalating. I mean, there are so many things. You guys want us to operate on subsidy. You guys want us to operate
members, if you're on your feet, I am not giving you. Member for nominated member, Badi, what is out of order?
Madam Chair, we all know that this house is a house of records, and it is a house where we must be factual and truthful. When the majority whip misleads the whole country, and the whole country is watching, that the last Parliament passed VAT on petroleum products at 16% and it was deferred, that is not correct. The last Parliament, if he has forgotten, rejected the 16%. We only allowed 8% after the President's memorandum. There is no deferment, and Madam Speaker, Madam Chair.
Order, member. Honorable Mbadi, you're debating. Member for Finance Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I know this issue has been extremely emotive. But I would like not to dwell in the politics, but look at this proposal from a finance perspective as we did. We have three types of VAT in this country. A product is either zero-rated, tax exempted, or vatable. So for the vatable supplies, whether goods or services, all of them are at 16%, apart from fuel, which is at 8%. So what does that do for that particular sector? There's something we call input VAT and output VAT. So for all the players in this particular fuel sector, they pay input tax at 16%. But once they sell that fuel to the market, they sell it at 8%. So when they go to claim their VAT, they are always on a credit position. Let me finish. What therefore means, what it means to be on credit position, what it means, we heard you. Give me a minute to finish my argument. What it means to be on a credit position is that it is taxpayers' money that has been paying the remaining 8%, and that is a fact. So this 8% that you have been subsidizing by charging VAT on fuel at 8%, on for all the other supplies 16%, it means it is taxpayers' money that was paying this 8%. And this is what this proposal is curing. Members of the public told us, look at the other taxes that are composed this on fuel. And Honorable Chair, we looked at them. Honorable members of Parliament who are here will know that the distributed equitably among all the 290 constituencies in this country to repair our maram roads. That is a fact. So we looked at what are the other taxes in fuel that we can reduce. And Honorable Chair, We looked at import declaration fee, what you call IDF. We have reduced that from 3.5% to 2.5%. We looked at railway development levy, and we have reduced that from 2% to 1.5%. And those
wind
are
up,
facts.
Wind up, Chair. Minority Leader.
Madam Chair, let me add my voice to this debate. And clearly, if by any chance this clause becomes part of the bill and the VAT on fuel is increased 16%, this will be the saddest day in the history of this country. Madam Chair, if there is one thing that is going to affect the common person, if there is one thing that is going to increase the cost of living in all aspects, it is this proposed increment on the VAT on fuel, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we all know for sure that fuel is a driver of our economy on all facets, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if there is one thing that this government should have done to the so-called hustler, was to caution the hustler from an increment in the cost of fuel. Madam Chair, there is nowhere in the law where we are compelled to have a uniform rate of VAT on all products and services. VAT rates can vary, and they have varied before. Madam Chair, if there is a demonstration of the lack of interest in the welfare of the border, if there's a demonstration of the lack of interest in the welfare of the Mamamboga, it is this decision or attempt by the Kenya Kwanza government to increase VAT on fuel, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I can tell you, if by any chance, then God forbid, that this finance bill is passed and it becomes an act of parliament, that will mark the beginning of the fall of this regime. I can tell you. It will not take more.
Finally, Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, we should not be worried when others prophesy the beginning of the end of a regime, because we have seen many other prophecies before, including those from Shakahola. But Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true, as Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the member for Kilifi. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the member for Kilifi.
Leader of Majority, wind up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker was saying it is indeed true that a rise in VAT by 8% will occasion a rise in fuel prices, Honorable Speaker. But it must not be lost on us that without the G2G intervention on fuel prices, today, with the dollar trading at 140 shillings plus, the cost of fuel today without the necessary interventions done by this regime would be at a figure of about 210 plus shillings without the interventions that have been taken by government. Two, Honorable Speaker, my second point. VAT, it is true what the Leader of Minority says. You can have varying rates of VAT, but it becomes problematic. Members are aware all marketers in this country have taken advantage of the varying interest rates. The problem that we have with claims, VAT claims on input tax, is because of these varying interest rates, and that is a fact that you cannot dispute. Three, Honorable Speaker, our VAT rate at 16% in the region where our country is a market leader and the strongest economy in this region. VAT in Kenya, even at 16%, is still the lowest. Uganda being at 18% on fuel. Our friends in Tanzania, Rwanda, also at 18%, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we did promise in the campaign that we will reduce taxes and reduction of taxes on fuel, Honorable Speaker.
Members.
It is true that there have been reductions on taxes on fuel,
The chair has enumerated the railway development levy that has gone down. IDF has gone down. And those are taxes and levies on fuel, just as President William Ruto promised during the
Majority Leader.
Presidential debate, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Junet, what is out of order?
Madam Chair, is it in order that this is a House of Records and procedure and everything? Is it in order for the Majority Leader to mislead the House that fuel, the rate of VAT, by far, Madam Chair?
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, you know I have tremendous respect for my friend and my brother, Honorable Junet. And that is why I endeavor to protect him, for people not to shout at him when he's speaking, because he has very good points. And indeed it is true. Fuel could be cheaper in Uganda and Tanzania. But look at the interventions there that include subsidies, the same subsidies that this government did away with at the beginning of this regime. Those subsidies, Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from John Buddy. Honorable Speaker, and I don't know, Honorable Speaker, protect me from John Buddy, who is up on his feet.
Order, members. Majority Leader.
Thank you for your protection, Madam Speaker. I was saying, Honorable Speaker, the subsidies, and this is a truth that we must speak to our people. The subsidies that were in fuel before this regime came to power were costing taxpayers a whopping 16 billion shillings in a month. The level of debt we are talking about today is because of these subsidies, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, if we speak about what we have saved the people of Kenya, count the 16 billion shillings that we have saved hustlers from paying every month. Count the railway development levy.
Majority Leader, your time is up. I now put the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. Yes. We have ascertained we have the numbers for a division raised by the minority side. We will ring the bell for 10 minutes.
What am I distinct from saying? You're just going to say what clause they are.
The members of Parliament this afternoon are ready for voting on division on the finance bill on the clause on amending the value-added tax on the fuel levy by amending a clause that seeks to harmonize the VAT Act, the VAT on the fuel, which will double to 16%, should it be passed. Where VAT on fuel was reduced to 8% to give a reprieve for Kenyans in 2018. The bill that was brought by the Finance National Planning Committee seeks to reverse a decision made in 2018 where the VAT on fuel was reduced to 8% to give reprieve to Kenyans. Petroleum products are one of the most taxed commodities in the country, with 9 levies, including road maintenance levy, the excise duty, petroleum development levy, petroleum regulatory, railway development rates, anti-adulteration levy, the merchant shipping levy, and the contested VAT. The members of Parliament this afternoon, while amending the clauses, debated with the majority of members of Parliament supporting and some disputing the bill. Most of the members of Parliament raising reasons as to why the bill should pass or not should pass, with the leaders led by the majority leader of the National Assembly, Kenyans, supporting the bill, saying it was time Kenyans embrace the 16% VAT on the fuel. And those of the Azimio la Umoja saying that the bill would increase the cost of living in the country. The bill says that Section 5 of the Value Added Tax 2018 is amended in subsection 2 by deleting paragraph A and by deleting paragraph 2AB. The Section 8 of the Value Added Tax Act 2013 is amended in subsection 2 by deleting the words "not a registered person" and substituting therefore the words "a registered or unregistered persons." So currently the members of Parliament are preparing to vote, with the chairperson having given them 10 minutes ahead of the voting. Members of Parliament, led by those of the majority and minority parties, supported their bills, and some opposing the bill, saying that the bill would cost Kenyans high cost of living. Some, led by the Member of Parliament for Likoni, saying that the bill would let cost of transportation for the border riders, the mama mbogas, and Kenyans at large, as they experience high cost of living, with the majority leader, Kimani Ichung'wah, saying that the bill as currently needs 16% to be added, since other countries of East Africa, led by Uganda and Tanzania, had already seen the bill getting to 18%. By amending a clause that this seeks to harmonize the VAT Act, the VAT on fuel will have to double to 16%, meaning that the price of fuel in the country will go up by more than 13 shillings a litre based on the current prices. And one of the reasons, according to them, is that the reasons the government is moving to remove the 8% could also mean to harmonize the VAT Act, which has 2 clusters, the 0 rates and the 16%. Fuel is the only commodity, as per now, that is charged at 8%. This is the bill that had been brought to the House through the Finance National Planning Committee, seeking to reverse the decision that was made in 2018 with the former regime, where the VAT on fuel was reduced to 8% to give a reprieve to Kenyans. This means by amending a clause, this seeks to harmonize the VAT Act, the VAT on fuel, which is going to increase to 16%. Petroleum products are one of the most taxed commodities in country, with a total of 9 levies, including those of road maintenance levy, excise tax, petroleum development levy, petroleum regulatory levy, the railway development levy rates, anti-adulteration levy, merchant shipping levy and the contested VAT. On the screens, you can see members of parliament from across the political divide consulting and with Sergeant at Arms are ready for the voting, which is expected to take place in maybe less than 4 minutes, as the chairpersons had already given 10 minutes for the members to prepare ahead of the vote. Remember, today members of parliament, through the leader of majority, was seeking for more time to sit and to discuss the Finance Bill 2022-2023, with sittings extended from today this afternoon to 12:45.
Honorable Oudo, take your seat. Caleb Amisi, take your seat. Honorable Tindi Mwale, take your seat. Member Honorable Benziba, take your seat. Other members, Honorable Manduku, take your seat. Honorable Gashagwa, take your seat. Honorable Amboka, take your seat. Other members, Ward Chief, take your seat. Member for Game, take your seat. Other members, honorable members, I wish to remind you about decorum during division. Standing orders number 76, part 4. During division, members shall maintain order in the House and shall be in their designated seats and must remain seated until the result is announced. Now, can the Sergeant at Arms close the door, draw the bars? The two sides, majority side and minority side, have nominated their tellers. I will also seek that they maintain order. No talking, no shouting from the tellers, only identify that a certain member has spoken. When you stand is when we are able to tell who you are. Every time your name is called, it will be called by alphabetical order following the constituency. Honorable Masara, take your seat. Order members. Teller. Clerk.
Chepkonga Kiprono Samuel. Lagat Benjamin Kipkurui. Ketanyi Mariane Jebet. Atandi Samuel Onunga.
Maintain order in the House. Honorable Marmuni, order.
Atandi Samuel Onunga.
Get him the microphone.
Owino John Walter.
Honorable members. Member, Honorable Atandi, I can hear you from here. Take your vote.
Owino John Walter. Mrembo Irene Joki. Shurie Abdi Omar. Sergon Florence Jamatia.
Honorable Didmas, order. Take your seat.
Sergon Florence Jamatia. Kandie Joshua Chepiegon. Kipkoros Joseph Makilap. Cameron Charles. Koyesh Nelson.
Vote yes.
Innocent Obiri. Barongo Obadia. Momanyi Innocent Obiri.
Kuna barua nataka kusign urgently.
Barongo Obadia.
Nyuma inaweza patiano was. Inapeano ni moja tu.
Momanyi Innocent Obiri.
No.
Barongo Obadia.
I'm voting no.
Alpha Miruka Ondieki. Lynette Chepkoril. Kilel Richard Cheriot. Yegon Richard Kipkemoy. Mamwacha Onchoke Charles.
Wakupangia.
Onchoke Charles.
No.
Ogola Gideon Ochanda.
Microphone. Me I vote yes.
Order members.
Osero Patrick Kibageni.
Member for Sirisia, order. Member for Budalangi, order.
Osero Patrick Kibageni.
I vote no.
Wanjala Rafael Sauti Vita.
We want the names of those voting for no or yes to appear tomorrow in the newspapers. I vote no.
Wamboka Nelson Wamboka.
To lower the cost of living, I, Wanami Wamboka, vote no.
Wambilianga Catherine Nanjala. Yakub Ado Kuno. Komingoi Kibet Kirui. Komingoi Kibet Kirui. Omanyo Catherine Nahabi. Mwale Nicholas Tindi. Oyula Joseph Maero.
I vote no. No. Yeah.
Oyula Joseph Maero.
I vote no.
Mwiridhania Lindikiri Mugambi. Kerema Moses Nguchine. Chibwa Omar Munyi.
Dei mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa mwenyekiti wa kikao hichi, I want to shame the devil. I'm voting no. I'm voting no for the benefit of doubt of those who did hear me. And I'm urging everybody.
Koech Victor Kimingetich. Koech Victor Kimingetich.
For better roads in my constituency, Chepalungu, I vote yes.
Barasa Patrick Simiu.
I vote no.
Biengo Paul Kibichi. Ntwiga Patrick Munene. Maalim Farah. Elachi Beatrice.
I vote no.
Waweru John Kiari.
Madam Chair, noting that as a country we cannot continue postponing problems, noting that these are decisions that had been made many years back, noting that we can no longer kick this country. Madam Speaker, I vote an affirmative yes.
Sirima Musa.
Order members, the standing orders are very clear. You rise in your place and you either vote yes, no, or abstain. Please do not give speeches, do not give justification. Just take your vote.
Sirma Musa. Welie Adan, Kenyan. Caroline Jepto, Gelechei. Gadiru Benjamin. Ongili Babu Owino.
Thank you very much to save Kenyans from wallowing in the miasma of mediocrity, confusion, ignorance, and the larger shakahola. I vote no.
Gakuya James Mwangi.
I vote yes.
Mawade Julius Musili.
Kwa huu msaada ambao unaongeza bei ya mafuta na petroli double, napiga la.
Mwenje Mark Samuel.
For the sake of hustlers, I vote no.
Double N Pamela Njokin Jeru. Lelmegit Joseph Kipto. Omboko Milemba. Kipiegon Joanna. Pukose Robert. Yakub Farasala. Oundo Wilberforce.
For the unflinching love of the people of Kenya, I vote no.
Haribaye Said Buya.
I vote no.
Tungule Charo Kenneth. Siad Amina Odgud. Baro Deko Mohammed. Guyo Ali Wario. Muriu Wakili Edward. Karuria Elijah Njore. Karuria Elijah Njore. Njoroge. Kagombe Gabriel. Odhiambo Elisha Ochieng.
I vote yes.
Gedenji Kishimu. Wanjera Mada Wangare. Wamushomba Gadoni.
I vote no.
Gimose Charles Gumini. Gimose Charles Gumini. Osogo Bensuda Joyce.
I don't need this one. I vote no.
Kaluma
No.
George Peter.
I vote no.
Kadido Kili Daniel.
Wandai umesikia?
Ntoinaiba Julius Ntaituma. Mwiriki John Paul. Abdi Ali. Shinali Bernard Masaka.
No.
Bonaya Mumina Golo. Lomwa Joseph Samal.
Yes.
Lomwa Joseph Samal. Tubi Bidu Mohammed.
I vote no.
Badi Twalib. Badi Twalib. Dongo George Koimburi.
I vote yes.
Wamashukuru James Gidhua. Obara Eve Akinyi.
I vote no.
Kalasinga Joseph Simiu Wekesa Majimbo.
For the sake of Mukuyuni, Chwele Nalondo and Luya, I vote no.
Titus Lote.
I vote yes.
Kimilu Joshua Kivinda. Sankaire Lea Sopiato. Kanchori Elijah
Honorable
Mebusi.
Emmanuel Wangwe, take your seat. It's division, take your seat.
I vote no.
Amisi Kakuta Maimai.
For my great people of Kajiado East constituency, I vote no.
Nguro Onesimus Ngogoyo. Sakimba Parashina. Risa Sunkuya.
I vote yes.
Mohanda Elsie.
On behalf of the people of Kakamega, I vote no.
Katana Paul Kahindi.
Haraka. Kwa niaba
Mheshimiwa, tunakusikia.
Kwa niaba ya bodaboda na mama mboga kuongezewa ushuru wa mafuta, nasema la.
Hassan Abdi Yusuf. Hassan Abdi Yusuf.
Yes.
Jogona Chege. Makali John Okwisia. Kihungi Peter. Muli Fabian. Shumel Samuel Moroto. Sudi Oscar. Okwome Andrew Adipo.
I vote no.
Karauli Ronald Kamuiko. Were Charles Ongondo.
I vote no.
Mbui Robert. Korir Adams Kipsaina. Kipkoech Gideon Kimayu. Kemei Beatrice. Ruto Julius Kipleting. Wangaya Aseka.
I vote no.
Wanjiko John Jogona. Waidaka John Machua. Murade Ann Wanjiko. Murada Ann Wanjiko. Orero Peter Ochieng. Mbalu Jessica.
I vote no.
Mutuse Mwengi. Wanaina Njoroge. Munyororo Joseph. Nyoro Samson Dindi. Ichungwa Kimani. Sunkuli Julius.
I vote no. I vote no.
Mwanyanje Gertrude.
Mbeyu Mwanyanje kwa mswada wa kuongeza ushuru wa mafuta kutoka 8 mpaka 16 kwa watu wa Kilifi, mama mboga, bodaboda. I vote no. I vote no. Chair, I vote no.
Order members. Order members.
Baya Owen. Kitty Chonga. Ken Chonga. Zambia Kidua.
Of course, no.
Mutua Didmas Baraza. Bisau Kakai.
I vote no.
Rai Samuel. I vote no. Kwenya Dhuku. I vote yes.
I vote yes.
I vote yes.
Order members. Clerk, call out Kinango again.
Rai Samuel Gonzi. I vote yes. Muhia Wanjiko. Chororot Joseph Kimtai. Kosgei Hillary.
To save the country from the deaths of Uhuru and Raila, I vote yes.
Maina Jane Jerry.
Let's wait for that hour.
Maina Jane Jerry. Gitari Joseph Gashoki. Bedzimba Rashid Juma.
On behalf of Kisauni constituency, I vote no.
Aburi Donya Doris. Busia Ruth Odinga.
On behalf of the people of Kisumu and the suffering masses of Kenya, I say a big no.
Oron Joshua.
On behalf of Mama Mboga na Boda Boda, I vote no.
Ahmed Shakil Ahmed Shabir. Ahmed Shakir. Buyu Rosa Akin. Kasalu Irene Mudoni.
Tell me.
On behalf of people of Kitui, I vote no.
Mulu Makali.
Yeah, Kitui Central votes no.
Bai Nimrod Mbiduka.
So on social,
Boni David Mwalika.
Yes. Yes.
On behalf of Kitui rural people, I vote no.
Nyamai Rachel. Nyenze Edith.
On behalf of people of Kitui West and the suffering Kenyans, I vote no.
Mokaya Nyakundi.
Yes.
Kibagendi Anthony.
On behalf of the people of Kitutu Chache South, I vote no. Osoro umesikia?
Gizairo Cliff. Gizairo Clive. Yegon Brighton. Brighton Yegon. Kiprono Mutai Alfred. Kiprono Mutai Alfred. Tonui Joseph Kipkoskei.
I vote yes.
Kemero Maisori Kitayama. Robbie Madias Nyamabe.
I vote yes.
Masito Fatuma.
Allah.
On behalf of the people of Kwale, I vote no. Thank you.
Wanyonyi Ferdinand. Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdi. Mohammed Abdikadir Hussein. Kagiri Jane Wangesh. Kiunjuri Festus Mwangi. Korere Sara Paulata.
Kwa niaba ya Wakenya milioni 10 na kitu ambayo walitoka wakasema wanataka bottom up, I vote yes. Yani ndio.
Karani Stephen Washira.
I vote yes.
Lekuton Joseph.
Order members. Maintain silence in your seat.
Lekuton Joseph.
I vote yes. I vote yes. Amesikia, ameona.
Marubu Monica Mudoni. Obo Rueda Mohammed. Mairuri Mudama Stanley.
I vote yes.
Jose Felix Odiwor. Kahangara Joseph Mboro. Mboko Mishi Juma.
To save Kenyans from high cost of living, the boda, the mamantilie, the mamamboga. I vote no!
Mugabe Innocent Maino. Chege John Kiragu.
I vote yes.
Akuja Protas. Oyugi Dick Maungu. Nabi Nabuera.
I vote no.
La! Chiforomondo Mangale. Mukhwana Titus Hamala. Mbiuki Kareke. Kamene Joyce.
On behalf of the citizens of Kenya who cannot make ends meet, those that are suffering and those that are oppressed, I vote no.
Mule Caleb Mutiso.
I vote yes.
Kombe Harrison Garama.
Yeah.
Honorable Kamele, you're out of order.
Hello. I vote. Yeah. I vote no for the masses.
Omwera George Aladwa.
I vote no.
Kiamba Susan Ndunge. Mumo Rose Museo.
Asante. Hii ni mimba tunaweka wa Kenya tukitumia style mbaya. Makueni wamesema no, I vote no.
Injendi Moses Malulu. Injendi Moses Malulu, Nyazi Amina Laura.
Kwa niaba ya watu wa Malindi nasema la, na la yangu ni ya sasa mpaka kesho kwa Mungu tunakwenda kwa shtaki.
Abdullahi Bashir Sheikh.
Order, members. Maintain decorum until the end of the division. Order.
Abdullahi Bashir Sheikh. Sheikh Umul Kher Kasim. Abdurrahman Hussein Wetan Mohammed.
I vote no.
Haro Abdul Ibrahim. Yusuf Adan Haji.
Umesikika? Yes.
Mukunji George Gitonga. Njoroge Mere wa Maua. Bowen David Kangogo. Toroitich Timothy Kipchumba. Wago Naomi Jilo. Mwalio Joshua Mbivi. Odanga Godfrey Makoha. Oluoch Anthony.
Woe unto you, you who step and stumble on the graves and suffering of the people of Kenya. Ole wenyu nyinyi tangatanga.
Order, member.
Ole wenyu serikali ya Kenya kwanza. Na kwa niaba ya watu wa
Order. Member for Madare, I will rule your vote invalid. Take your vote.
Aye. Anthony Tom Oluoch, mjumbe wa Madare, ninasema la!
Order, members. Order, members.
Gichuki Edwin Mugo. Kahungu Eric Mwangi. Tandaza Kasim Sawa. Nabulindo Peter.
Honorable Katana, Honorable Abdi, you are all out of order.
Mule Stephen Mutinda. Kingola Patrick Macau. Geoffrey Karioki Roko. Nebat Bernard Murioki. Zioka Erastus Kivasu.
Ingine haina sauti kama hii. On behalf of my great people of Boni constituency and the Kenyan hustlers, I say no.
Kailemia Elizabeth Karambu. Mohamed Fatuma Sinab. Oh, sorry. Kipngor Ruben Kiborek. Barto Phyllis. Kimani Francis Kuria. Chimba Samsam Mohammed.
On behalf of the people of Mombasa County, on this punitive bill, I vote no.
Kirwa Abraham. Jaldesa Guyo.
Jaldesa, no.
Bader Salim Faisal.
Order. Go back to Honorable Kirwa Kipsang.
Kirwa Abraham. Chesebe Fred Kapundi.
Retake Honorable Faisal.
James Onyango Koyo. Gichoi Gagushia. Salasa Peter.
Nataka kunitusi hapa ati nimepandisha mafuta. I vote no Kenya mnione nimevote no.
Naika Johnson Manya. Naika Johnson.
Honorable Naika is in the house. Order, members.
Fuel tax from 8 to 16, Mumias West and the entire Wangaland. I say no. Endovile adage.
Order. We got your vote.
Nimesema no.
Machele Mohammed.
I vote no.
Musau Vincent Musioka.
Jilo.
Musau Vincent Musioka.
Yes.
Shake Peter Mbogo. Maingi Mary. Muliungi Gideon Mutemi.
So that I do not take my people Mwingi to hell, I vote no.
Zengu Paul Musimi.
Haya basi, kwa niaba ya watu wa Mwingi North napiga la.
Nguna Charles Ngusia. Pasaris Esther Mudoni.
There comes a time. There comes a time that the nation becomes more important than any one of us. For the dignity, peace, stability, and prosperity of the country of Kenya, I vote yes.
Order, members. Order, members. Majority side, order. Majority side, order. Majority side, order. Member for Belgut, take your seat. Honorable from Keses, take your seat.
Kiara Jane Wanjiro.
Hatuwezi endelea kuchimba ya madeni na piga ndio.
Shelule Lisa.
If you're not taking your vote, take your seat. Honorable Emathe and Emase, take your seat.
Gekaria David. Arama Samuel. Mulanya Geoffrey Ekesa. Munge Cynthia. Kitur Bernard. Kitur Bernard. Tonkei Rebecca. Aramat Lemanken. Parejo Agnes. Kitilai Olentutu. Tongoyo Gabriel. Tongoyo Gabriel. Wangwe Emmanuel.
Honorable Kiplagat, take your seat.
I vote no.
Gashagwa George.
I vote yes.
Owino Martin.
On behalf of the great constituency of Ndewa, I, Martin Peters Owino Woodchief, votes no.
GK George Masharia. Chepkon Charity Gadambi.
Hadi Sheki walituachia shida kubwa nchi yetu. Kuokoa nchi yetu, napiga yes ya nguvu zaidi.
Guyo Wario. Abdul Rahim Daud. Nyamoko Josh Nyamachi. Owor Joshua Aduma.
For the good of the great people of Nyakachi and Kisumu, I, Aduma J. Owor, the Black Beauty of Kisumu, votes no.
Mohamed Ali. Mogina Jerosha Momanyi. Gitao Faith Wairimo. Odoyo Okelo Jared.
Jared Okello, in defense of abandoned hustlers, I vote no.
Janda Sahir. Manduku Daniel Ogwoka.
I vote yes.
Odege Tom Boya.
On behalf of the poor workers of this country and the great people of Nyateke, I vote no.
Washira Rahab Mukami. Madenge Duncan. Mushira Michael.
I vote yes.
Kiaraho David.
Vote yes.
Wanaina Michael Wambogo. Kosing David.
I vote no.
Mupe Anthony Kenga. Gogo Lilian Acheng. Amolo Paul Otiende.
To increasing the cost of fuel and the cost of gas, and on behalf of the great people of Rarieda, I vote no.
Chebor Paul Kibet. Paul Abur. Paul Abur. Mwafrika Agustin. Francis Kajuang Tom Joseph. Kingara Simon. Karemba Eric. Lugova Sloya.
Yes.
Luyai Caleb.
I vote no.
Raso Dido. Lenguris Paul. Pauline. Lentoi Johnny Jackson. Letipla Dominic. Lesuda Josephine.
I vote no.
Nikal James.
On behalf of the people of Seme and for the people of Kenya, I vote no.
Ikana Frederick. Oduor Christine.
Okay. I, Christine Ombaka, woman rep for Siaya, and on behalf of Siaya people, the women, the men, the boys and the girls, people living with disability, and the vulnerable, I vote no.
Locha Kapong Peter. Yes. Kemei Justice. Koi John Waluke.
I vote yes, yes, yes.
Sigei Francis. Ivinja Shadrach Mwiti. Onyengo Silvanas. Kiplagat David.
I vote yes.
Maina Amos.
I, Mwago Amos Maina, a patriotic economist, I vote no.
Omili. Omondi Karoli. Gashobe Samuel. Mohamed Junet Sheikh.
Chair, I vote no, but I want to share with the House that in my constituency now, a restaurant has been opened called Wamushomba restaurant.
Masara Peter. Masara Peter.
I, Peter Francis Masara, on behalf of the people of Suna West and the great people of Kenya, I vote no.
Mzigi Lydia Haika, Abdullahi Amina Dika, Bare Hussein Abdi,
jukumu la kuwapatia maji na maendeleo yote kwa wananchi wa Kenya inahitaji watu kujitoa mhanga.
Take your vote,
kwa hivyo
honorable
nasema
member.
yes.
Bwire John Okano,
Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, kwa niaba ya bodaboda wa Taveta, mama soko na jamii pana ya Taveta, ninapinga mswada wa kuongeza tax kwa mafuta. Nasema no.
Kaunya, Otucho Mary, Mwangi Geoffrey Wandeto, Murugara George, Nduyo Susan Ngugi, Ng'ang'a Alice Wamboi.
Ndio tujenge nchi yetu tukufu ya Kenya, nasema ndio.
Kasait William Kamket, Aburi Lawrence Mboro, Mutunga John Kanyuithia, Kipbiwot Julius Meli, Shikati John Murumba, Shikati John Murumba, Siyoi Lilian Chebet,
Kwa niaba ya Wakenya ambao wanalipa taxes ya pesa zile ambazo ziliporwa, ninapiga ndio ili tuweze kujitegemea kama nchi.
Sitienei Janet Kemboi,
I vote yes.
Getit Cecilia, Emathe Joseph, Gikolong Nicholas, Gikolong Nicholas, Nabuin Paul, Namoit John.
On behalf of the great people of Turkana South, I vote no.
Nanok Daniel Epuyo, Gladys Bos, Ochieng David, Wandai James Opio,
Yeah, I vote no.
Nyamita Mark Ogola,
I vote yes.
Kagesi Kivai, Adagala Beatrice, Abdi Hamis Chome.
I vote no.
Jeho Fatuma Abdi, Mohammed Aden Daudi, Sane Ibrahim Abdi, Sane Ibrahim Abdi, Ado Mohammed Aden. Farah Yusuf Mohammed. Sigei Francis.
Order members. We are at Webuye.
Wanyonyi Martin Pepela. Sitati Daniel Wanyama. Mogaka Stephen. Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi. Mogaka Stephen.
Order members, clerk, repeat for West Mugirango.
Mogaka Stephen.
Mogaka.
Yes. Uziweke tatu hizo.
Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi. Wetangula Timothy Wanyonyi.
On behalf of the people of Westlands and the people of Nairobi and the suffering Kenyans, I vote no.
Mwakuona Danson.
Mimi Danson Mwashako, mjumbe wa Undanyi, kwa niaba ya watu wangu na Wakenya wanaotaabika, napiga no.
Basil Robert Ngui.
I, Robert Basil, Member of Parliament for Yatta, on behalf of Yatta people and people who are suffering, I vote no to increment of petroleum.
Ali Abdisirat Khalif.
I vote yes.
Shege Sabina. Dina Joseph Hamisi. Harun Suleka Hulbali. Ikera Dorothy. Iraya Joseph. Kosgei Jackson.
I vote yes.
Mayaka Irene. Mohamed Umulkher Harun. Mwangi Teresia Wanjiro.
I vote yes.
Ngongo John Bandi.
Yes, on behalf of the Suba community.
Order member. Say yes.
I have not voted.
Okay.
On behalf of the Suba community, both Suba North, whose MP is suspended, and Suba South, whose MP has disappeared and abandoned the constituents, I vote no.
Talib Abubakar Ahmed. Talib Abubakar Ahmed.
I vote yes.
Tongoyo Gabriel. Farah Malim.
Are you hearing me?
Order members, let me explain. There are some members who are in the washroom. Honorable Farah, Honorable Tongoyo, and Honorable Wainaina from Udaya. The three will take their votes.
I vote yes. I vote yes.
Order members, now request, you have taken your vote. Honorable Farah has taken his vote. Honorable Wainaina.
Wainaina Michael.
Order, members. Order, members. We have the results on the division that clause 28 be part of the bill. A total of 272 members took their votes. The ayes 184, the nays 88. Therefore, the ayes have it. Order, members. I order that the bar be drawn and the doors be opened.
Just say we proceed.
Order, members, we continue with the committee of the whole house.
Clause 29, clauses 29, 30, 31, and 32.
I propose that the following clauses 29, 30, 31, and 32 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 29, 30, 31, and 32 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Aye. The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. Mover.
How about
the Chair of Finance Committee?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This clause 33, 33A is a cleanup. The proposed amendment is a cleanup of the tariff code. And then on 2, we are extending exemption status to taxable supplies that are used for construction of tourism facilities. And then part 3, again, last year we did an investment deduction for construction of hospital beds of 50. Now the bill was proposing to increase again from 50 to 100. No, from 100 back to 50. We're retaining it at 50. We are taking exempt the construction of plastic recycling plants. We are taking that. We are restoring the construction of plastic manufacturing plants into exemption status. And Part 7, most importantly, Honorable Speaker, is we are taking back items from Schedule 1 to Schedule 2, those items that were tax exempt to zero rated, and those include manufacturing of fertilizer, manufacturing of pharmaceuticals, manufacturing of human vaccines, and that's why you will see now deletion of 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 150, and 44. All these deletions are taking back these particular items from tax exempt back to zero rate, so that we can have cost of manufacturing fertilizer reduced, cost of manufacturing pharmaceuticals reduced, manufacturing of human vaccines, manufacturing of medicine, all back to zero rated. With that, I move on, Honorable Chair.
Order, members. Member Honorable Mbadi. No, wait. I will propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. Yes, Honorable Mbadi.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this amendment makes me very excited. I'm excited because I'm happy that the committee actually listened to me and listened to Azimio on this. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, we were being told that a lot of commodities are being exempted, but they were being removed from zero rating to exempt. I am happy that now pharmaceutical raw materials for pharmaceuticals will now be zero rated, that is 147, pest control for 148, raw materials for pest control 148, pest control products 149, sugarcane transportation from farms to milling factories 150, fertilizers 151, raw materials for manufacture of fertilizer 152, liquefied petroleum gas 153, all tea sold for value addition. Now it will not just be tea, but it will be tea and coffee. I'm very excited that these amendments have been carried by the committee, and I support fully that now when we go to 34, we are going to zero rate them. I want to thank the committee for listening, particularly to me. When I was explaining zero rating and exempt, many of you listened and understood what I actually meant. This is going to make life the way it is if this is implemented. How I wish the same happened to the petroleum.
Members, we will keep this at 2 minutes maximum. I know there are other members that have amendments. Unless you're rising to withdraw your amendment, you will have your chance after we deal with the amendment by the chair. Member Honorable Amisi, Honorable Naisula, Honorable Basil, Honorable Atandi, Honorable Oluoch, Honorable Mbui, all of you will be heard at the point of your amendment. But for this one, we first deal and exhaust the amendment by the Chair, Finance Committee. So I would hope that the people who have shown interest are interested in speaking to the amendment by the Chair. So I will give member for Dagoretti. Are you speaking to this? No. Member for Madare, what is out of order?
Madam Chair, there was a precedent set yesterday by your chair, co-chair, that where there are other amendments, that you would allow the members who have proposed the amendments to ventilate theirs first, and then later we allow the chair to ventilate theirs, so that if these ones collapse, as they might or might not, then the chairs of the finance then comes last. And I can see the chair of finance is agreeing with me. Because, Madam Chair, once we carry these amendments, there might be no need to listen to the other members. So please guide us.
Other members, we will continue as we have stated, because even under the clause that we have voted, ordinarily there will be no debate. But we opened it and let members ventilate even when the amendments were not on the order paper. So on this one, we will continue with the amendment by the Finance Committee Chair. Some of the amendments thereof will be affected depending on how this goes, but we will give priority to this one as listed in the order paper. So I will give it to Honorable Member for Dagoretti North.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I also want to thank the committee and to thank the Chair. I know most of our people who looked at exempt versus zero-rated, especially those who are running industries, were very, very worried. And today, on behalf of the women who have industries, I want to say thank you to the Chair. But also, Chair, even as we say that, we also need to look at, I don't want to talk about the issue of fuel. I think we have exhausted that, but I want us to look now at the excise duties and how we deal, and I keep on reminding Chair, Finance, we must deal with customs so that even as we deal with all these things, customs will help us also to see the betterment of what we are doing in this House, and our citizens will benefit from this. Thank you, Chair.
Member for Tinderet.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank the mover or the Chair of Budget and Finance, especially on the issue of transporting of agricultural produce like sugar, tea, coffee, and all this. This amendment will actually promote the farming, the activities of farmers across the country, and it will actually make farming to be, the profits will be higher, and therefore the business will go on well. I support, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Atandi.
Chair, I also would like to support the amendments by the Chair of Finance Committee, especially those ones that are deleting VAT on corn products and basically cassava and foodstuffs. This is something that is very, very important for us, and our people are going to afford basic commodities. And I thank the Chair. Thank you.
Leader of Majority. Okay.
Thank you, sorry, Honorable Speaker. We were consulting with members here. Honorable Speaker, let me support this amendment. And it's true what the Honorable John Buddy says, that the Committee of Finance, even as we were thanking them during the second reading, took a lot of time to listen to Kenyans. And some of these proposals are what came out of the public participation exercise, Honorable Speaker. And it's sad that many of our media houses were trying to incite, not many, it's actually one media station I saw trying to incite Kenyans that the public participation exercise was an exercise in futility. But it's testament from what members are saying here that the Finance Committee did listen to Kenyans and to their views, Honorable Speaker, and therefore I support, and this also buttresses the point that we are indeed intent on bringing down the cost of living. Zero rating farm inputs, zero rating fertilizer products, zero rating transportation of sugarcane from farms to their factories, Honorable Speaker. These are things that we trickle down to the farmer and consequently ensure that we are able to produce farm produce at a cheaper cost, and therefore the Kenyan people will enjoy, in the long run, will enjoy a lower cost of living. And that is what the people of Kenya have been asking for. And Honorable Chair, I must say, as I said before, that this was one of the bills that was most vilified. But I'm glad today in this debate, Honorable Speaker, members are truly telling the truth. What is good, they are calling it good. What they have a problem with, they are saying, I have a problem with this. And that is the way we should be engaging in the country, not vilifying and demonizing everything.
Let us cap this to a maximum of 2 minutes. Honorable Masara, as we...
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want, for the first time, appreciate what the Chair of Finance, my friend, whom we were with in PAC Committee for 5 years. Madam Chair, what they have done, they have appreciated the work of public participation. How I wish they could do this throughout in all the clauses, because the people are really crying. If you can hear their views and accommodate them in a clause and make the changes, it won't change your status in the society, but you'll be appreciated now and forever.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, on the issue of transportation of sugarcane, I come from where the sugarcane growing is a major area where it helps so many people. Were it not for the changes, it would have really affected farmers who are growing sugar. So thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
And I hope the remaining clauses, we are going to get similar response. Thank you.
I see there is concurrence on this clause. I'll give on Bogeshimo, then the Chair Finance. We will close it.
Thank you, Chair. I'm equally excited, just like Honorable Badi, because people of Geshogo who do a lot of coffee and tea will be saving a lot in terms of operational costs. So I support, Chair, and I believe, I agree with the Leader of Majority that actually this committee did public participation. And that is why even Honorable Badi's views found it found their way into this bill. I support, Chair.
Member, Chair, Finance Committee.
And I really welcome the good remarks by my colleagues. And I just wanted to inform this House that there were two fundamental changes that we made on this particular clause, and important that I realized I did not mention when I was moving, that introducing to exemption taxable food supplies for school feeding program be moved to exempt supplies. So this, we saw, I think it's Governor for Nairobi yesterday launching a very successful food feeding program. You've seen this school feeding program being done by the Honorable KJ at Dagoretti South constituency, and want to encourage, therefore, any business in this country that can invest in their CSR in our school feeding program. We have, by listening to members of the public, we have introduced a new clause that makes those food supplies exempt from the tax exempt. Lastly, we found a very interesting clause that was exempting transfer of businesses as a going concern from VAT. And the financial implication of this was 100 billion shillings we are losing. So by actually deleting that clause 7, making transfer of business as a going concern a vatable service, we are going to raise through this particular amendment 100 billion shillings. And that, I think, is one of the greatest successes we had because of our public participation with members of the public.
Member for Nyando, what is Sobani?
Madam Speaker, out of presentations by Azimio One Kenya Coalition, appeals and lamentations that we expressed on behalf of the Kenyan people, the committee has ceded some ground. But again, certain times it becomes very difficult for us to know what is exempt and what is zero-rated, Honorable Speaker. Why we are pursuing the zero-rated angle is because somebody has the right to claim for vatable taxes on raw materials, Honorable Speaker. But when it is only exempt, then you can only claim VAT simply on the final product itself, Madam Speaker. So therefore, if it is exempt, at the end of the day, production costs become much higher, costs which are then transferred to the Kenyan people or the end user to shoulder, Madam Speaker. So that is why we have been pursuing this angle vigorously on behalf of the Kenyan people. Madam Speaker, was very disturbed when we were going to apply taxes on pharmaceuticals and medicaments, Honorable Speaker. There are people with conditions who use insulin, for example, on a daily basis, and making and putting more taxes on insulin was going to be unbearable on those who consume this product, and then by the end of the day, shortening their lifespan on this earth, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I support this amendment, and I hope that we can reach consensus on most of these divisive clauses, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the Finance Committee Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I will now call Honorable Amisi. This is dropped when the mover is not in the House. That amendment is dropped. Member, the amendment by Honorable Naisula will fall because the committee's amendment has been carried. The amendment by Honorable Basil is in the House. Move your amendment.
Chair, I stand to move the amendment on clause 33A to be amended by deleting subparagraph 14. The country is struggling to raise taxes, particularly on high assets. So we need to reintroduce taxations on high assets like choppers, aeroplanes of high value, so that we raise more revenue for the government as opposed to taxing already overtaxed Kenyans. Thank you.
So I've moved by Basile. Order, members. I will now propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by Honorable Basil. Order, members. I will give you. We still maintain 2 minutes maximum. I will start with Honorable Naisula. Then I will go to Honorable Naisula. Honorable Atandi, take your seat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm rising to ask for your indulgence that later, if there's a member of parliament who has an amendment and it's similar to what the finance committee has, and it will be dropped, probably you give that member, because they took time to work on that amendment, to say something about it. And I know that we have passed it, but I just wanted to thank the Chair of Finance for the exemption on materials for tourism. Some of us come from counties that rely, zero rating, because we rely on tourism. We're just from COVID. Many counties and the country is trying to revamp its tourism, and we know that it is one of it earns us foreign exchange, and I really thank you for that. And I just wanted to comment on what the majority leader said, that there was a lot of misinformation. I think also it is the people from your side who were going to the same media houses and could not explain what is zero rating, what is exempt. So of course then the media and Kenyans take what is there. So I think in future it is important to get expertise, and sometimes you can borrow from us, like Mbadi. He can explain very well on those issues, and Kenyans will be convinced. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Samburu West. Member for Kiharu, Chair Budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I rise to vehemently oppose the amendment by Honorable Basil. Honorable Speaker, when many times when we read about helicopters and aircraft, we think we are dealing with the Bajois or the people who have them, or the owners. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chair, the reason actually for whatever was proposed by the committee is because currently Wilson Airport is one of the busiest hubs in terms of the airports in Africa. And Honorable Chair, aircraft are not licensed basically for the domiciled country because they move from this country to the other. Now what we have done in the past is that we have been able to shift all the jobs of servicing aircraft and helicopters to other regions, Honorable Speaker, and especially our neighbors, to protect quality jobs of servicing helicopters and aircraft. Honorable Chair, I vehemently oppose that amendment.
Minority Leader.
Madam Chair, I want to support the proposed amendment by the Honorable Basil. And for the simple reason that really we can't continue to be this insensitive. How come we are so quick to come in to offload the burden on those who have, as opposed to removing the burden on those who don't have? I know for sure, Madam Chair, that as we speak, people are competing in this house, and especially that side of the house. People are competing as to who will become the first dollar millionaire in this time of parliament. And a number of our colleagues here have actually ordered helicopters and other forms of aircraft. Madam Chair, this is a very serious matter. As you know, Madam Chair, I'm one of the few people who are privileged to have a lot of information. Madam Chair, I have got privileged information that a number of our colleagues here have actually placed orders for these choppers.
Thank you. Thank you, Minority Leader. Your time is up. Your time is up. Honorable Brahim.
Chair, I oppose this amendment. Chair, there is misinformation in this house because whatever is being waived is not for the rich people. It is for simulators, training purposes, and Madam Speaker, this thing is spare parts where our people will get jobs, and it's nothing to do with the rich who own helicopters. So let us not lie to the country and to the people. And let's be frank about what is being said. So I oppose.
Finally, Honorable Tiende.
Madam Chair, very briefly, I support this amendment. It is not true that what's being waived is for training and such purposes. And you'd ask, Madam Chair, if it was in the interest of the people, why would we not encourage such things for motorcycles, for ships, for vehicles? Why choppers? It is because there's a private interest in this. There are those who have even a private hangar in Wilson, and they are the ones who want to benefit. This is unfriendly to the ordinary Kenyans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right. Member for Kimilili.
Madam Chair, I want to oppose these amendments by Honorable Basil because we want to bring back the aircraft maintenance at Wilson Airport so that the young people of this country can continue to benefit. Supporting these amendments would be tantamount to say that we want the Kenyans who are jobless to continue being jobless. We want to bring back the business of servicing and the repairing of planes back at Wilson Airport. I vehemently oppose these amendments.
Honorable Owen Baya.
Honorable Speaker, you know, there's a lot of misinformation on this, and it is very important we correct. We want to create jobs, high-end jobs, good engineers at Wilson. Honorable Speaker, I want to tell you this, that I oppose this amendment because today, the country called Dubai today is a big beneficiary of aircraft maintenance. And very many Kenyans and many other people from other parts of the world go there to do these jobs, and they earn a lot of money. We are not being fair to this country to oppose this amendment. This amendment will ensure we make quality jobs, we bring more aircrafts from other countries to come and be repaired in this country, and it also gives us an opportunity to open up even an airport in your constituency to repair aircrafts. We have a whole industry that we need to explore, Honorable, and I oppose that amendment. You are my friend, but on this one, you are wrong.
Honorable Emase.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I oppose the amendment. Chair, we've promised Kenyans jobs. This is one of the ways to create opportunities. As it stands now, we're losing these opportunities to other countries, our neighboring countries. So we must we must oppose this amendment so that for us to be able to create opportunities for our young people. Thank you.
Honorable Atandi.
Madam Chair, well, keep quiet. Madam Chair, I have a lot of respect for my chairman, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, and also Honorable Owen Baya, but I want to disagree with them that you did not promise to give white-collar jobs. You wanted hustlers to get jobs. Secondly, I'm aware that my brother, Honorable Soro and Honorable Kimani Chungwa, your choppers are coming, and you want to avoid paying tax. You must pay tax. You must pay VAT on your choppers that you have already ordered. So the intention of this amendment, Madam Chair, is for Kenya Kwanza billionaires to own choppers. And this is something which we must refuse. We must refuse these people from not paying taxes. Yeah. So we must support, I support this amendment, and we must adopt it.
What is out of order, Majority Whip?
Honorable Chair, I am aware that Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, who has been mentioned by Honorable Atandi, of course got a chopper about 4 years ago. But for me, Honorable Chair, I am not, unless he's speaking of a different Osoro, I don't know whether there is a chopper, unless you're paying it for me on my behalf or something. But
Order members. We will now hear member for Dagoretti South, then I will put the question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And the point I want to make, Madam Chair, is that this is not a topic that we should be splitting hairs on. The intention by the Honorable Robert Basil might be well intentioned. However, the details that he has are extremely wrong. The intent of this proposal, Madam Chair, is to support a dwindling aviation industry. Aviation is two things. It is the vessels and it is the humans. In Kenya, we are suffering because we do not manufacture vessels. However, we manufacture pilots, we manufacture engineers, we manufacture technicians. However, our technicians are no longer getting jobs, Madam Speaker, because the jobs are going to neighboring countries where the terms are favorable, the conditions are favorable, the taxes on this particular issue are favorable. That is the first thing, Madam Speaker. Secondly, training, Madam Speaker. There are simulators. So what happens, Madam Speaker? Kenya ends up being a training ground, Madam Speaker, ends up being a training ground for these people. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to vehemently oppose this amendment by my very...
Order members, order members, order members, order members, order members. I will now put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by Honorable Basil. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Member Honorable Atandi, prosecute your amendment. Order members, Honorable Atandi's amendment falls. If Honorable Atandi.
Madam Chair, I was alerting you that my amendment and the one from Honorable Basil was similar, and that's the reason I wanted you to allow me to make a contribution on his amendment, and you are not listening to me. Thank you.
Honorable Atandi, when we were doing the ground rules, we said if you want to wish to speak to drop the amendment, you are allowed, and this is also okay. So we will now go to member for Mathare. No. Member for Mathare, your amendment falls if the committee is carried.
Allow me to speak, Madam Chair, at a point of order before.
What is out of order, Honorable Tom?
Madam Chair, you remember that I had indicated that for point of neatness, because we had several amendments, I had anticipated this, that you allow all other members. Remember, this is one of the clauses the Speaker had directed, that members be allowed to debate notwithstanding. And because there was a precedent yesterday, I had beseeched you, Madam Speaker, that you allow the rest of us to move our amendments before you can get to the Chair of Finance. I have tried to intervene before Basil so that I can speak, fully aware that if his was shot down, then mine would also be shot down. But Madam Speaker, you are not seeing this. Madam Speaker, you should allow people to debate and to ventilate and to say the things they need to say. We are here to make law, not to run through as voting machines. So, Madam Chair, I would like to be allowed to prosecute my amendment, notwithstanding that of Basil. Allow me to prosecute.
I will allow some ventilation on this, but on what Honorable Tom Oluoch is talking about, the Speaker was clear that they will be listed here as amendments, but with clear way of how it goes. Like your amendment, Honorable Tom Oluoch, if the committee is taken and carried, yours automatically falls. You are not able to prosecute the amendment, but you can be able to ventilate on it. So I will give this chance to the majority leader. Majority leader, we will come to you. We will come decide.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to oppose that amendment. Honorable Speaker, you know, we lose a lot of truth when we view everything from the prism of our politics. Honorable Speaker, we also tend to distort a lot of information on what is actually in the bill. Honorable Speaker, for instance, on the VAT, purported VAT on choppers.
Majority leader, let us get some guidance.
Yes.
Because we have dispensed with Honorable Basil's amendment. Please speak to what Honorable Tom Oluoch has raised. What Honorable Tom Oluoch has raised is what is on the floor.
Is it on the same thing of choppers?
Honorable Tom Oluot, I'll give you the microphone. Please, but do not take us back, but retake it.
Okay, will you allow me to ventilate the point of order or my amendment?
Actually, I've already given the direction on your question. Because if your amendment has fallen, you cannot prosecute it. You cannot prosecute the same amendment that by operation of passing of the committee has taken and has gone through.
For going forward, Madam Chair, this is not...
Order members, order members, I would like to give Honorable Member for Dagoretti North. Hold on. Honorable Elachi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think for purposes of procedure, it is very important when we have finished voting, we move on to the next. It is not right in terms of procedure that we go back and we've already voted. It is wrong, Madam Speaker. Let's move on to the next. The thing has passed.
Order members. Order members. Honorable Bandi, please take your seat. Order members, we have prosecuted all the amendments. By the fact that we have prosecuted the chair's amendment and it has gone through, others have fallen. We have prosecuted for Honorable Basil, it has fallen. And now we are going to take a vote on the global question on the amendment by the chair of the Finance Committee. Order members, I want to give direction. Please do not reopen the already prosecuted matters. Majority Leader, do not reopen the debate on Honorable Basil's debate or Honorable Basil's amendment because we've already taken a vote on it. Honorable Mbadi, what is burning?
Let me just, Chair, we will be into this unless we get the procedure right. And Madam Chair, you need to help members. If members have similar amendments to the committee's amendments take priority.
Certainly.
Members need to understand that. They have not understood that. That is why they are demanding that you allow them first. The moment we carry amendment of the committee, then all the amendments which are similar to the committee falls. And that is the way we should proceed, and there should be no any other argument about it, so that we go forward.
Order members, I now put the question. I now put the question that clause 33 as amended be part of the bill. As amended by the Chair Finance. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. Mover, Chair Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I move that clause 34 be amended as per the supplementary order paper. And I have an additional amendment to that, Honorable Chair, that also clause 34 be further amended in subparagraph 10 by inserting the following new item immediately after item 30, and that is now will be 34A, the supply of electric bicycles. So, Honorable Chair, again, this particular clause is speaking to taking items from exempt to zero rate. And not just that, last year we passed a an amendment here in the last finance bill that provided exempt zero rating of exportation of taxable services, but added another word saying export of taxable services for business process services. As a result of just that, including that business processing, BPOs, it meant that particular clause has not been possible to implement, and therefore this amendment is deleting that business process operation so that we are zero rating exportation of taxable services. We have a rule in this country that all goods made for export are zero rated, and therefore we're giving the similar treatment to export of services so that they are also zero rated. Secondly, we are looking at something on green energy, and by us incentivizing our manufacturers to go green, we are proposing that supply of lithium-ion batteries that are going to be used on electronic motor vehicles and electronic motorcycles to be zero rated. The supply of electric buses be zero rated. And this is very crucial, that input of raw materials or imported for the manufacture of animal feeds also be zero rated, and this is therefore going to bring down the cost of animal feeds. And in addition, liquefied petroleum gas, again, this is another clause that has been taken to exempt. We are now taking back to zero rate. Lastly, bioethanol vapor stoves, we are taking them to zero rated. And this, Honorable Chair, we were able to have a demonstration to us during public participation of Kenyans who have provided technology that is allowing use of bioethanol fuel that is going to reduce the cost of cooking to 10 shillings per meal. And those stoves are going to be available to the market, and here they are even available to the market at only 1,520. These are some of the measures the committee took in place to make sure that we carry on our tax incentives to going green and perhaps mitigating the impact the increase on VAT might have on the cost of fuel in this particular country. And with that, I beg to move on, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed. Chair Finance? No, not Chair Finance. Sorry. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I rise to support those amendments by the committee. Honorable Speaker, as the Chair has said, it's not just bioethanol fuel that you make the cost of living more affordable for Kenyans in terms of cooking, but also the reduction of VAT on cooking gas, or rather the removal of on LPG gas. Honorable Speaker, it is also true that when you zero rate batteries, electric vehicles, and electric motorcycles, Honorable Speaker, we reduce the numbers of motorcycles that are using the fossil fuel. The fuel that we are all complaining about is getting expensive, and that reduction in demand, either from our border riders or other courier service providers who use motorcycles, encouraging even the use of more green energy with the electric motorcycles, electric buses, electric motor cars, Honorable Speaker, will not only safeguard our environment in this era of climate change, Honorable Speaker, but also assure us that we will reduce our demand on fuel, save on our foreign exchange reserves, and consequently bring down the cost of living for millions. The hustlers who are here who are being told they have been abandoned, we are now telling them it is time to move from the fossil fuel powered engines to the electric powered motorcycles that will make more money available to you in your pockets. Finally, Honorable Speaker, and that's what I say, if we look at everything from the prism of politics, Honorable Speaker, we get it wrong and we misinform Kenyans. Even on issues that we have canvassed here on helicopters, VAT on helicopters is still payable. It is there. What is being removed is VAT on spare parts to helicopters. And that is what is guaranteeing not just the hangars in Wilson.
Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the move to move certain products from excess tax or to zero rating, from tax exempt to zero rating, is a good move, Honorable Chair, because it makes the commodities more cheaper than they are. And I think this is the way to go, and more so when we target the hustlers. But Madam Chair, it only becomes tricky when you do the same, but for commodities and goods that target the rich. So for me, so long as the goods be targeted for the ones which are mostly used by the people at the low section of the pyramid, I do support. Thank you.
Order members, I will give Dr. Mutunga 2 minutes maximum.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. From duty exemption to zero rating, Honorable Chair, makes things cheaper. It also creates the possibility for us to diversify. And this introduction of electric vehicles and electric motorbikes gives us an opportunity to move away from the fossil fuel, which has been running the motorbikes as we have right now. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I believe this is the best way to go, and Kenya is diversifying and growing the rest of the world. So it's a response in the right direction. So it is really important for us to consider it in that manner. Thank you.
Honorable Mbadi, 1 minute, then I'll give the chair and put the question.
Chair, I want to agree that this zero rating is good, and that is what we were talking about, because we are removing the commodities from zero rating. But then, Chair, allow me to ask the chair of the committee, because he has sanitized and brought back all the commodities that were being removed from zero rating to exempt, except, and a very important one he has left out, that is maize flour or corn flour, cassava flour, wheat. So I would want to know what is the rationale of leaving this out of many, many others that we complained about. It's only that one, and that one is very critical. So could I get to hear, Madam Chair, with your permission, could the chair of the committee explain to us why he left out the maize flour, cassava flour, and wheat flour?
Honorable Chair, 1 minute. Summarize and I'll put the question.
I will be very brief. Thank you very much, CP Bandi, for that question. The issue of maize flour. If you check the VAT Act, it appears on the first schedule as exempt. That is, you check on page 35-108. It appears again on the second schedule for zero rate, in fact, another 2 times. Clause 20 and again 22. So what you've done is deleting where it is appearing as exempt, and where it is appearing twice on clause both 20 and 22, deleting 22, so that you only have one clause that puts now supply of maize flour, cassava flour, and wheat flour as zero rated. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now put the question that clause 34 as amended by I now put the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Oluoch had an amendment because the committee's amendment is dropped. Honorable Kaluma had an amendment, but he's not in the House, so it is dropped. I now put the global question that clause 34, as amended by the Chair Finance Committee, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses. New clause 29A.
Chair, mover to move the amendment, to move the new clause, second reading.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that we introduce a new clause 29A as per the order paper. So okay, let me try again. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that we introduce a new clause 29A as per the order paper.
I propose the question that the new clause 29A be now read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I have a point of order and I need to be reset.
I put the question that the new clause 29A be now read a second time, as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 29A be part of the bill. I will give 2 people. Is that the mood of the House? I put the question that the new clause 29A be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 30A.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that a new clause 30A be introduced to the bill as per the order paper. And just a quick explanation that this amendment is to deal with the challenges of bad debts and VAT refunds.
Mover, you need to move that the clause be read a second time.
Okay. Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 30A be read a second time as per on the order paper. And just a brief explanation, we have a tax that we cannot collect around 390 billion. Some of them are bad debts and VAT on funds, and this particular clause is supposed to do a cleanup and make sure that those bad debts are not collectible, because those companies have gone into statutory management, actually written off. Thank you.
I propose the question that the new clause 30A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 30A be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 30A be part of the bill. I put the question that new clause 30A be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Tax Appeals Tribunal Act, Clause 35.
I propose the question that Clause 35 be part of the bill. I now put the question that Clause 35 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
I propose the question that Clause 36 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that Clause 36 be deleted as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this was one of the very much debated cases from public participation. This was where there was a requirement for members to deposit, for taxpayers to deposit 20%. So this has been deleted by the committee. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Order members, I propose the question that Clause 36 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. I now put the question. Order members. Order members. Order members, I know there are some members who had proposed amendments, but we cannot all speak to this matter. Honorable Oluoch, Honorable Makali, Honorable Oundo, Honorable Kaluma, Honorable Mbui, and Honorable Didmas. So I will give Honorable Oluoch and Honorable Didmas, and then I will put the question.
Madam Chair, I actually want to thank the Chair of Finance and support the clause be deleted. This clause, if it would have remained the way it is, it would have been punitive. Madam Chair, this would go against rules of natural justice, where all that KRA would need to do is to claim a certain amount of tax, which would be arbitrary. And one of the rules of natural justice is to prevent public authority or agency from arbitrariness. So, Madam Chair, I rise to support this proposed amendment by the committee chair and say that we are now, so I can see the chair is nodding in agreement, and allow us to contribute.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Didmas.
Madam Chair, I just want to support the position by the Chair Finance, and I want to congratulate him and ask honorable members, those who may have other amendments also, on other areas to read the mood of the House and even drop them. So I support these amendments by the Honorable Chair.
Honorable Oundo, 1 minute.
Honestly speaking, even whoever drafted this amendment must be somebody who does not live in this country. It offends Article 48 of the Constitution of Kenya, and that's why, among others, we had proposed that amendment, and it's good the committee has carried the amendment. At least for once, I can thank them for a job well done. Thank you.
Honorable Makali, 1 minute. Those who had amendments.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable.
Which would be arbitrary. And one of the rules of natural justice is to prevent public authority or agency from arbitrariness. So, Madam Chair, I rise to support this proposed amendment by the committee chair and say that we are now, so I can see the chair is nodding in agreement, and allow us to contribute.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Didmas.
Madam Chair, I just want to support the position by the Chair, Finance, and I want to congratulate him and ask honorable members, those who may have other amendments also on other areas, to read the mood of the House and even drop them. So I support these amendments by the honorable Chair.
Honorable Oundo, 1 minute.
Honestly speaking, even whoever drafted this amendment must be somebody who does not live in this country. It offends Article 48 of the Constitution of Kenya, and that's why, among others, we had proposed that amendment, and it's good the committee has carried the amendment. At least for once, I can thank them for a job well done. Thank you.
Honorable Makali, 1 minute. Those who had amendments.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I also want to join my colleagues in thanking the Chair of Finance and Planning Committee for listening to the voices of reason. He listened to the voices of reason, Honorable Chair. It is important that this thing is deleted, and that's why I was proposing we delete it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I see the members who had amendments have gotten a chance to speak, so I will now put the question that clause 36 be deleted as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question, and this one. It's been deleted, yes. All right.
The Excise Duty Act, clauses 37, 38, and 39.
I propose the question that clauses 37, 38, and 39 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 37, 38, and 39 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 40.
I propose the question that clause 40 be part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I propose that clause 40 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, this is where there was proposed punishment and fines for when you deal with excise stamps. So what you've done, we've cleaned it up to only allow that those offenses relating to accessible stamps, that only those that will attract criminal liability is when those people actually have a criminal mind, something my legal friends told me it's called mens rea. So that in the normal dealing of excise stamps, if you just destroy it unknowingly without having a criminal mind, then you're not going to get any offenses. With that, I thank you, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 40 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. I now put the question that clause 40 be amended as proposed by the Chair Finance Committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 40 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as that have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 41 and 42.
I propose the question that clauses 41 and 42 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 41 and 42 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 43.
I propose the question that clause 43 be part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable. We are on clause 43, right? Honorable Chair, clause 43 has an array of amendments. So, first of all, I put that, I move that clause 43 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chairperson, this is dealing with the excise, these are amendments into the Excise Duty Act, where we are proposing a number of things. For example, imposition of excise duty on imported pasta, and deleting the proposed imposition of excise duty on locally manufactured sugar confectionaries. We are also proposing a deletion of excise duty that is charged on electric motorcycles and electric motor vehicles. Again, this is in line with what you're going green. This is also proposing to increase excise duty on imported glass bottles from 25% to 35%. This is to protect the local manufacturing of plastic bottles. We're proposing an increase in imported duty of alkyd from 10% to 20%. We are proposing an increase in excise duty on unsaturated polyester from 10 to 20, on emulsion VAM from 10 to 20. Again, all those things are related to paint. So what we're doing, we are incentivizing where we were able to establish that we have capacity to produce and to manufacture our own goods. Then we incentivize our local manufacturers by making importation of what is made locally more expensive. And again, the same amendment has a proposed excise duty of 10% on imported fish. So this is to make sure that we actually get to harness the economy. We have also exempted locally manufactured sugar. We have also deleted the clause that was introducing excess duty on human hair. Because, Honorable Chair, although and this was one of the beautiful stories we got from public participation, because we have had many, especially women, who have suffered from cancer. I don't know what cancer does when you go for that chemotherapy, they lose their hair. So you might find them wearing a wig and thinking they're wearing a wig because it's a luxury, but it's actually because of medical conditions. So we have removed that excess duty on human hair. And of course, lastly, Honorable Chair, this is also the excess duty that was proposed on gaming at 20%. We have proposed a reduction of that from 20% to 12.5%. With that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Members, I note that this clause has so many amendments, but as directed, once we carry the chair's amendment, there will be consequences to it. So I then propose the question that clause 43 be amended as proposed by the chair. Like I said, I recognize that this clause has a number of amendments. And I have directed that if the chair's amendments go through, then there are a number of amendments, for example, the ones by the Honorable Luoch, the Honorable Kelo, the Honorable Didymus, which is being dropped, will then fall in limine. But I'll allow you a minute each on those who are amendments on this, a minute each, then we dispense. The Honorable Luoch, 1 minute each.
Thank you, Chair. And again, on this one, I want to thank the Chair of Finance for moving this amendment. This particular levy or duty would have affected young people, especially hustlers, people in our informal settlements who hack a living out of beauty and the industry, for example, people who own salons. And therefore, this is a big plus for the people of Kenya, for bipartisanship, and the people who came during public participation and demanded that they be not taxed for people at the bracket that this government said they would support. Therefore, I thank the chair and I support.
Okay. Honorable Kello, 1 minute.
Chair, whereas I acknowledge that the import of this amendment, as proposed by the chair, was to curtail issues of importation of fish into the country, Honorable Chair, the statistics that we have indicates that the consumption of fish in this country is at 400 metric tons in a year, whereas we can only produce locally 163 metric tons, thereby leaving a huge gap that can only be covered by way of importation of fish, Honorable Speaker. It is true that those who also import fish into the country pay taxes amounting to 1.5 billion every year, and they also have employees that they have engaged to undertake various activities within those industries, Honorable Speaker. And again, Honorable Speaker, we have never had a glut of fish by saying that we have more into the country that will expose us to lots of problems, Honorable Speaker. We have scarcity in the country because even the importation of fish into the country is just...
Thank you. The Honorable Batandi, if he's in the House. The Honorable Mbui. The Honorable Mbui. The Honorable Didmas Baraza.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I had proposed actually amendments to increase the duty on human hair by 10%, and in the same breath that the chair has explained as the reason why we should actually zero rate these products so that our very many men, young ladies and women can continue to use them and also do their business. I wish to drop these amendments, that I don't wish to further proceed with them. I'm dropping them, and I support the position taken by the chair, Finance. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mwenje, 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to also thank the committee for, especially on the excise duty on gaming tax, which was at 20%, I think has been reduced to 12.5%. We had hoped for more, but Honorable Chair, it's important that we protect the betting industry to ensure it doesn't go to the black market, and that way we'll start even losing more money that should be going to our government. So we want to thank the chair, and for that I support.
Thank you. Honorable Mbadi, 1 minute, please. And this is the last one on this.
I actually just wanted to talk on the imported fish. Mr. Chair, even though this amendment is making it better than what was in the original bill, it is 10% as opposed to 20, and 100,000. But, Mr. Chair, I would have loved, I wish we could have an amendment where we remove this duty completely.
Okay.
We want to eat fish. As people who eat fish, we lack, the fish in this country is very expensive. The problem we have of fishermen is not the market where we take our fish. The market is there. There is no fish in this country. As we give capacity to local fishermen or local farming of fish, we should still allow fish to be brought to the country cheaply. You are going to kill our people. Our people love fish. We need to eat fish.
Thank you. So, okay, the Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, you know there is also a misnomer that is only those along the coastline and around the lakes that have fish. But Honorable Speaker, it is true, fish is expensive in this country, and so are all other meats, Honorable Speaker. But the solution is to encourage farming of fish. We need to encourage our own people to grow fish, and this levy is only speaking to that encouragement so that we dissuade people from importing fish from China. Today, Honorable Speaker, fish is expensive, but it is expensive fish that is being imported. We are getting salmon, I hear, from Sweden and Norway. Why can't we grow our own salmon from here? Tilapia and some other species, I can't remember the name, I'm told, that are coming from Makarela or something, that are coming from China, Honorable Speaker. We need to encourage even farmers in Kikuyu
I know farmers in Kikuyu in Ondire who are growing fish and selling in the market in Nairobi. The solution, Honorable Speaker, is not to say that we don't punish those who are importing by levying a levy on them. The solution is to encourage local production. That is how we'll save on our foreign exchange reserves.
Thank you. Just give him money.
The importation of fish, especially if you come from a fishing zone along the coastline, along Lake Victoria, you should be encouraging our fishermen to be able to grow more fish and encourage the Ministry of Fisheries, Honorable Speaker, to be able to train our farmers, our fishermen, on how to protect the stock we have around the lake. And I am really shocked that we could have...
No, the last person who will have the last bite on the fish is Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, this 10% on fish is going to cause a lot of scarcity of fish, Mr. Chair. Chair, you don't start by creating scarcity. You start by developing it first, then you go to scarcity. For example, you know why we don't have enough fish in this country is because there is a deliberate application of policy by regimes, by governments since independence, to put money where there is fish. And instead of putting money in Lake Victoria where there is fish, or in the Indian Ocean, people are being told to put dams and small ponds in their homes, which cannot produce any fish. If we put enough resources in the lake region, I can guarantee you, Mr. Chair, there will be a lot of fish in this country. So, Mr. Chair, and the other thing I'm happy about this amendment is that the level of desperation for taxation in this finance bill is too much. They were trying to tax even fake beards, nails. Who wants fake beards in Kenya? Who's interested? Who is this man in this parliament who was interested in fake beards, Chair?
Okay.
So the level of desperation...
Thank you, Honorable Junet. Thank you. I want to put the question. I think we've had enough debate on this. I want to put the question that clause 43 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the Finance Committee. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The Honorable Sonkwia had amendment on this too.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to beg to move for an amendment. As it appears in the order paper, my amendment is to seek provide for 10% excess duty on imported soap, detergents, and sulfonic acid. There has been an increase in importation of soap, detergent, and sulfonic acid in Kenya. Has sufficient local capacity to produce these products. The amendment therefore seeks to protect our local manufacturers and address cheap import on soap and related products. I beg to move.
43 amended as proposed by the Honorable Sonkwia. I put the question that clause 43 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Sonkwia. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Chairman Buleko. Having cleared that, the amendment by the chairman of the Economic Committee went with the amendment given by the chairperson of Finance Committee, so it won't be pursued. Members, I therefore proceed to put the question that clause 43, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The next clause.
New clauses. New clause 40A.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that a new clause be introduced and be read a second time as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is where we are requiring that excise duty on alcoholic drinks be made as they pass from the stockroom. And this, Honorable Chair, is meant to get rid of the menace of the illicit brews that have exhibited in our markets by making sure that the only brews that are there in the market are those that are actually illicit. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I propose that new clause 40A be part of the bill. Be now read a second time. I now put the question that new clause 40A be now read a second time. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as without opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Chair, I propose that the question that the new clause 40A be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 40A be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 43A.
Chair.
Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 43A be introduced, be read a second time as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is where we are exempting from payment of excise duty manufacture of mobile phones manufactured in this particular country. One of the great, benefits we found from the public participation is that Kenya has the capacity to manufacture our own mobile phones. So we are zero rating all the raw materials and assembly parts that are going to be used for the manufacture of mobile phones, and now removing excise duty on the sale of those mobile phones. And we're hoping that by doing this, Kenya is going to be the first country in Africa to manufacture their own mobile phones, and are going to be able to export this to the rest of Africa. With that, I beg to move on, Honorable Chair.
I propose that the question that new clause 43A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 43A be now read a second time. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? I propose the question that the ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 43A be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 43A be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
The Tax Procedures Act, clauses 44, 45, and 46.
Move on. So how many, which clauses are these? The question that clauses 44, 45, and 46 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 44, 45, 46 part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 47.
I propose the question that clause 47 is part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 47 be amended as per the order paper. So what you're doing here, Honorable Chair, is when is exempting from what you call electronic tax invoices, tickets for air tickets. So what means when you book a flight today, you might book a flight today for December. And therefore, if we issue you with that tax receipt now, and then in December you decide to either change your flight or the fees changes, then it makes that administration of that particular tax impossible. So this is to exempt airline passenger ticketing from the requirement of issuance of electronic tax invoices.
I propose the question that clause 47 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the Finance Committee. I put the question that clause 47 be amended as proposed by the chairman of the Finance Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 47 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 48.
I propose a question that clause 48 part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 48 be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 49.
I propose a question that clause 49 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 49 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is just a renumbering of those provisions, so it's just a cleanup.
I propose a question that the clause 49 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 49 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 49 be amended as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as our that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 50.
I propose the question that clause 50 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 50 be part of the bill. Will as many as our that opinion say aye? Will as many as our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 51.
I propose the question that clause 51 part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 51 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is where we are extending the amnesty for those people that perhaps you registered a company 5 years ago, you registered for VAT, you do not know whether you registered or not, and therefore you accumulate penalties and interest. So this particular amnesty, now, if you apply now to the Commissioner General, will be able to get amnesty for those particular penalties and interests that may accumulated, as long as, again, you pay the principal amount. With that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose a question that clause 51 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Nyikal.
Thank you, Chair. This amnesty that you're bringing, has it got a time limit, or is it something that now once we start it, it will continue? What is the time limit in it?
Honorable Bombadi has the answer for you. 1 second.
Yeah, it is conditioned to June 2024 from the way I see it. My only concern with this, Honorable Chair, is we may be setting a bad precedent that any time a new regime comes into place, we'll be giving tax amnesty to people who refuse to pay taxes. And Mr. Chairman, as I allow it, but I'm really, really disturbed that this is something that may set a very bad precedent going forward.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 51 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 51 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 52.
I propose a question that clause 52 be deleted. Mover.
Honorable Chair, clause 52, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 52 be amended as per the order paper. Again, Honorable Chair, this was where, this clause 52 was giving the Commissioner General of Kenya Revenue Authority power to how do you call it, to take over, I say to take over your property if there is a tax dispute on you. So this deletion, therefore, deletes now the proposal for registration of security for unpaid taxes without the notice of the taxpayer. So now they have to notify the taxpayer that they are touching your property for your unpaid taxes. With that, I beg to move on, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 52 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 52 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of the opinion say aye? Will as many as of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question. Deleted. Great.
Clause 53.
I propose that the question that clause 53 part of the bill. I put the question that clause 53 be part of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 54.
I propose the question that clause 54 is part of the bill. Mover. 54.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 54 be amended as per the order paper. So, Honorable Chair, again, this is where the requirement that taxes will be paid within 24 hours. So we're extending from 24 hours to making those taxes payable within 5 working days.
I propose a question that the clause 54 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 54 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 54 as amended part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 55, 56, 57, and 58.
I propose that clauses 55, 56, 57, and 58 be part of the bill. I put the question now that clauses 55, 56, 57, 58 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 59.
I propose a question that clause 59 be amended as proposed. Be deleted. Chair.
So, Honorable Chair, again, I beg to move that clause 59 be deleted as per the order paper. Again, this is where, in case of a court case in the tribunal court, then they were not allowing you to introduce more evidence. So we are now proposing a deletion of this so that you are allowed to introduce new evidence to argue out your tax case. So that I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 59 be deleted as proposed. I now put the question that clause 59 be deleted as proposed by the chairperson. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 60.
I propose the question that clause 60 is part of the bill. I put the question that clause 60 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 61.
I propose the question that clause 61 be deleted. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that clause 61 be deleted as per the order paper. And again, these are these clauses that members of the public told us that they were impounding them to access justice. So it's similar to the other two that we've deleted.
I propose the question that clause 61 be deleted. I put the question that clause 61 be deleted as proposed. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 62.
I propose the question that clause 62 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, part 62, I beg to move that clause 62 be amended as per the order paper. And again here, Honorable Chair, this is where they were providing a fine of 1 million shillings, or I think 10 times the tax due. So we are proposing to reduce that to at least two times the tax due, so that we reduce the penalties that are being imposed on taxpayers when they are not able to, for example, use the ETIM system or remit their taxes on time. With that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose a question that clause 62 be amended as proposed by the Chair of Finance Committee. I now put the question that clause 62 be amended as proposed by the Chair of Finance Committee. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the clause 62 be as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 63, 64, and 65.
I propose that clauses 63, 64, and 65 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 63, 64, and 65 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion or contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 66.
I now propose that clause 66 be deleted. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 66 be amended as per the order paper, be deleted as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, this amendment is to delete the proposal to run concurrent civil and criminal proceedings relating on tax matters. Again, we listen to the members of the public. We want to give them a chance of a fair hearing when they go to court, and we're not going to allow that those two cases to continue concurrently.
Thank you. I now propose the question that clause 66 be deleted. I put the question that clause 66 be deleted. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act, clause 67.
I propose the question that clause 67 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 67 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 68.
I propose the question that clause 68 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 68 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is just a correction of a grammatical error on the bill.
I propose the question that clause 68 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 68 be amended as proposed. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 68 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 69.
I propose that the question that clause 69 part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 69 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, this particular amendment was referencing the railway development levy at 2%, which indeed is it was referencing the railway development levy as being 2.5%, whereas in the Act it is 2%. So it's more of a cleanup for an error in the reference of the railway development levy.
I propose the question that clause 69 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 69 be amended as proposed. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 69 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 70.
I propose that the question that clause 70 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 70 be amended as per the order paper. And essentially this has two particular amendments. One is to clarify the tariff numbers.
Order members, allow the mover to move.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 70 be amended as per the order paper. Again, this has two elements. One is a cleanup on the tariff numbers, and the rest, and the other one is to harmonize the export development levy not to be subject to inflation adjustment as at October 2022.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 70 be amended as proposed by the Chairman of Finance Committee. Honorable Mbadi.
Mr. Chair, I want the chair of the committee to guide me on this, because completely what the suggestion you are making here is to delete the expression of USD 0.5 and substitute with USD 0.55 per kilogram. But looking at the tariffs that we are given, if you go to page 368 of the bill, that, for example, I just want to pick on one. Tariff number 4102.21.0. Kindly, Honorable Didmas Barasa, can you allow the chair to listen to me, because I want him to clarify this point. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at that particular tariff, 4102.21.00, and on page 361, and you will find that it is at USD 0.52 per kilogram. So why are you bringing 0.55 per kilogram? I'm not seeing where you are getting all this 0.55. All along in the tariffs, I can see 0.52. So could you explain exactly what you are trying to do? That's the bit that I don't understand.
Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair. This particular amendment was later proposed by the National Treasury, because the proposal was by the National Treasury, following the fluctuations in the exchange rate. So the rate at which the Kenyan shilling was exchanging at the dollar, by the publishing of the bill, by the time we were completing the report, was different, and that necessitated that change from 0.52 to 0.55.
Very well. The Honorable Nyikal, last 1 minute.
Chair, well, we are not tax experts, but what this looks to me on the face of it is actually something is being increased from 0.52 to 0.55. For laymen like me, can it just be explained what is it that is being increased? Because if you come from 0.52 to 0.55, you have increased something.
He has just explained it. No, we cannot go back and forth with Honorable Bombadi. Okay, 30 seconds.
Actually, the difficulty that Honorable Nyikal is going through is simple. Honorable Nyikal is making it better, because it's moving from 0.55 to 0.32. So where we had a difference was 0.55 compared to 0.52. But it is falling to 0.32, which is better.
That's great. I now put the question that clause 70, the amendment as proposed by the chairperson of the committee. Will the member of the opinion say aye? Will the member of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 70 as amended be part of the bill. Will the member of that opinion say aye? Will as many as the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 71.
I propose the question that clause 71 part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 71 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this particular amendment is exempting from IDF bioethanol vapor stoves, and it's also exempting from a radio development levy those bioethanol vapor stoves. Because again, the Honorable Majority and myself really spoke onto this particular issue. We found a great way of making sure that we reduce the cost of living of Kenyans by making use of the technology of bioethanol, and that we're able to see is that it's able to reduce the cost of preparing a meal for 4 to 10 shillings per meal. That is the cost of preparing that meal. And those stoves only cost 1,520. And if we do this particular incentives, then the cost of fuel and the cost of cooking in our homes will actually go way down than even it is now. With that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 71 be amended as proposed. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just in support of what the chair is saying, the use of bioethanol stoves, Honorable Speaker, will not only secure the health of our people. Remember, Honorable Speaker, a lot of our people are still using kerosene-based stoves. Others are using charcoal, further degrading our forests, and also putting their lives in danger and their health in danger, Honorable Speaker.
and with what the chair is saying, with stoves that will go for at least a minimum of 1,500 shillings, we'll be able to afford this by ethanol-based stoves to millions of our people whose health now will be better with this. Honorable Speaker, you also see in Part D 16, the mention also of aircraft spare parts. And Honorable Speaker, that is the point I was trying to belabor, that aircraft spare parts is different from the aircraft itself. That aircrafts will still be subjected to taxation, but the spare parts, where we are employing hundreds of our youth, actually thousands of our youth, who have trained in the civil aviation engineering and aeronautical engineering. And Honorable Speaker, it is a fact of life that a number of aircrafts that are registered in this country had now migrated to Uganda and Ethiopia, where they were going for servicing. But now with this lowering of taxes on the aircraft spare parts, these jobs will be secured. Thousands of our youth will be able to maintain their jobs locally. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we also secure Honorable Junet
Order, members, order. The majority we had in silence.
Honorable Speaker, you need to protect me from these members here, where the Honorable Member for Kilifi is. That is where the noise is coming from, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker was saying, even in terms of aircraft safety, we were putting the lives of our passengers at risk when those who are operating aircrafts have
Honorable members, the point being made by the majority is a very important point that it should be heard in silence. Order, members. Order, members.
Do I say order?
Honorable DK.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you
for your protection. Honorable Speaker, I was saying, we were also not only putting the lives of ourselves and those who use aircrafts in danger when we make aircraft spare parts unaffordable to the aircraft operators, because many of them get tempted, and you have seen the number of air crashes around this country, Honorable Speaker, including the Honorable Junet, who during the campaign was fond of using choppers, and he was therefore putting his life in danger. But now, with the reduction of these taxes, Honorable Speaker, we not only secure jobs, but we secure the lives of Kenyans who will now enjoy aircraft services, Honorable Speaker, without the operators having to worry about the cost of these spare parts. And Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
Thank you. Honorable Junet.
Chair, I wish in this amendment we were discussing spares for bicycles. I wish we were discussing spares for bicycles and stoves, borders and such things. How many people in this country, Chair, work in the air industry, for example, in terms of engineers and mechanics? How many people, even the people who work in that sector, do they save any money from the cost of the spares themselves? No, it is saved by the owner of the aircraft, the big man.
Thank you.
Who own the chair.
Allow him. You need 30 seconds so that you wind up.
Chair, so I'm saying let us not dwell so much that we are going to employ youths in the helicopter. There are no youths who work in helicopter. Let's be honest to each other. Let's be honest to each other. Just say, I want to buy a helicopter and I want it to be cheap. Then we agree as a house. The ones who can afford can go and buy. And I'm told Shungo has one already.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Honorable Bodonya. Honorable Bodonya.
Thank you. Madam Chair, when Ichungwa was speaking...
I'm surely not Mrs. or Madam.
Yeah, he said that the rich will help the poor. That was his point. Now the poor want to help themselves through the helicopters. We've prioritized sanitary pads in a wrong place in the Ministry of Education instead of giving women wrong priorities placed in wrong place. Nothing is correct.
Thank you. Honorable Mawade. No, you will hear, we will hear Honorable Mawade in silence. Honorable Mawade will be heard.
Nashukuru sana Bwana Mwenyekiti.
kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia. Ni makosa sana kupunguza bei ya mahelikopta ya matajiri ndio tuweze kuafford, kupunguza taxes za helikopta ya matajiri ndio waweze kununua.
Order. Take your seat. What is out of order?
Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, sababu Mheshimiwa Mawadhe ananena kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, nasimama kwa hoja ya nidhamu, sababu ni vizuri kuwajulisha Wakenya mambo ambayo tunayajadili yaliyomo kwenye hii bill ya finance bill. Nataka Mheshimiwa Mawadhe atuonyeshe ni wapi kwenye hii bill ushuru ya ndege ya helikopta imetolewa, sababu nimeweza kukariri ya kuwa ushuru unaoshukishwa hasa jambo ambalo tunaongelea saa hii ni kitu ambacho yaitwa kwa lugha ya Kimombo miscellaneous levies, ambayo najua Mheshimiwa Mawadhe hajasoma hii bill, haelewi nini iko, anafanya siasa ambayo haina.
Asante.
Bwana mwenyekiti,
Mheshimiwa Mawadhe,
nitarekebisha.
Mheshimiwa Mawadhe, utachangia ukizingatia ukweli wa mambo.
Asante. Wacha nichangie. Na ni makosa, lakini mtu majority ile kuimply ya kwamba kuna mtu ambaye anasema mambo ya uongo. Hamna mambo ya uongo hapa. Tunapunguza bei ya spare parts za helicopter ndio matajiri waweze kuafford. Lakini tunaongeza petroli.
Thank you. The Honorable Ruto. No, let me also do this side. It can only be this side, really. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to be as...
Honorable Amboka, just hold. What's out of order?
This KK government,
what is out of order?
Is totally out of order. Chairman, just listen to me.
Go ahead.
This KK government is totally out of order by proposing to tax spare parts of helicopters and at the same time proposing to tax Mamamboga, bring the women of Chamas in tax bracket.
What is out of order?
I want to observe, Honorable
What
Chair,
is out of order?
I want to observe that KK government is totally out of order.
What is out of order?
By trying to protect the
you can proceed to your point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for according me the opportunity. I also rise to support this particular amendment to the clause, and in the sense that we are not in our own world. We are in a world that we appreciate the fact that air transport is gaining momentum within the region, and it is the responsibility of each and every administration to come up with a policy that is going to sort out problems of youth, lack of employment, and therefore reducing the tax is not meant but...
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 71 be amended as proposed. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 71 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 72.
I propose the question that clause 72 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 72 be amended as per the order paper. This particular clause, Honorable Chair, is affecting the third schedule, where we're introducing an export development levy on particular products, that is cement clinker, and proposing an increase of that to 70%.
Order members, the members behind the chairperson, the members behind the Honorable McClap, please take your seat. Allow the chair to hear himself. Allow the chair to hear himself, honorable members. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for your protection, Chair. I could hardly hear myself, so I beg to move that clause.
Allow the chair to move, then you'll have the chance. Go ahead.
I beg to move that clause 72 be amended as per the order paper. And here, Honorable Speaker, these are some of the measures that are proposed in the bill to incentivize our local manufacturers and to make sure that the consumption of goods that we consume in this particular country are manufactured in Kenya and not relying on imports. Because remember, again, these imports have had a strain on the exchange rate and they have really affected our exchange rate. So this is proposing an export levy of cement clinker at 17.5%, semi-finished products of iron and non-alloy at 17.5%, bars and steel hot-rolled iron to 17.5%, bars, rolls, and iron and non-alloy steel hot-rolled in regular wooded coils of circular cross-section to 17.5%, and that I beg to move on, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 72 be amended as proposed. The Honorable Mbui.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to oppose that proposed amendment because it is actually continuing to increase the levies on importation of these materials, Mr. Chair, that are supposed to be used in the program that they have been marketing to Kenyans of affordable housing. Because the minute you increase tax on cement clinker, on cement, on steel bars, on iron bars, then it means that the input into construction will go up. So what is the purpose of these extra levies? So, Mr. Speaker, I oppose. If they want us to do affordable housing, they must do everything they can to bring down the cost of raw materials for construction industry.
Thank you. The Honorable Shepkonga. Let him tell you. Honorable Shepkonga, you have only 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I have very important information.
Go ahead.
Very important. Mr. Speaker, I support this imposition of that tax. Mr. Speaker, you may not be aware, East African Portland Cement was a net exporter of clinker. As a result of clinker being brought out of the country, it killed many of the transporters, which included myself, Mr. Speaker. I was a serious transporter of East African Portland Cement. When they imported clinker, the small transporters like myself were wiped out. So the reason why we want this tax, Mr. Speaker, is so that East African Portland Cement can go back to where it was before. This is our own company. It used to export this to other countries, including Uganda, and we used to transport them to Uganda, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
We cannot allow clinker from India.
Thank you.
We can produce them here, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Honorable Baya.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to support the amendments. One, Kilifi County is one county that is blessed with all the materials to make clinker. It is an industry that we must grow. We must have factories and industries that produce clinker in this country. The short term might hurt, but the long term is good for the country to create jobs and actually to save on foreign exchange for this country.
Thank you.
Secondly, on the steel industry, we need to have steel industries in this country. Yeah. We must stop importing steel from other countries while we have iron ore in Taita Taveta and other parts of this country that are enough to make enough steel for the construction industry. So we are not killing the construction industry. We have ability in this country to ensure we have...
Honorable Nyamai. 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. I support this amendment, Honorable Chair, because it is going to give an opportunity to our companies to manufacture steel using iron ore from our own counties. Honorable Chair, we have iron ore in Kitui, in Kwale, and in so many other parts of this country. And also we would like this clinker to be manufactured here so that our young people can have jobs. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Batandi, lastly.
Chair, I oppose the amendment. Chair, Kenya Kwanza is good in making promises. They can promise you anything. I want to ask Honorable Owen Baya, you are talking about a factory in Kilifi. When are you opening that factory? You are just talking here.
Thank you.
We don't need empty promises.
Thank you, Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this particular amendment. Honorable Speaker, it is true, and it's good to be honest with the people of Kenya, that these levies will discourage importation of steel products for a good reason, Honorable Speaker. And it is also not true that it will hurt the housing industry, Honorable Speaker, because in the long run, when we are producing our own steel from our own raw materials, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Speaker, let me just say,
we need to understand, and those who took time to read the Kenya Kwanza manifesto will see that among the value chains that we want to rebuild our economy on is the value chain of mining and that of manufacturing and, of course, housing, Honorable Speaker. The production of steel from iron ore, the member for Wundanyi who is here will tell you Kishushe in Wundanyi in Taita Taveta, they are producing iron ore. But we could not exploit that mineral resource and use it locally, Honorable Speaker, for the benefit of the people of Wundanyi. And I would really have wanted you, Honorable Speaker, to give the member of Wundanyi an opportunity to be heard. For us and the people of Wundanyi to hear their member of parliament support the exploitation of the resource of iron ore and tell the people of Wundanyi whether...
Thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Tiende.
Thank you.
Where is the member for Wundanyi? Where is the member for Wundanyi? Is in the house.
Mr. Chairman, in terms of contribution, I'll contribute to the next, but I raised it as a point of order because I wanted the chair to listen and is not listening, because I'd like him to make a clarification.
Chair Finance Committee, you're being asked to listen.
Mr. Chairman, as you know, by law, we are allowed to get anonymous tips. And I got an anonymous tip on this particular clause, alleging that contrary to Article 210, that does not allow either an imposition of tax or a waiver of tax to benefit an individual, that the framing of this particular clause may have been framed to benefit one particular steel mill. And allegedly, and that's why it's not an allegation, I am asking, but I've not said anyone. Why is the majority leader very worried? I am asking it as a question. Why is the majority leader jittery? I am asking the chairman to assure me that this is not tailor-made to benefit or disadvantage one particular person. And I've not even mentioned the name, and the majority leader is jittery, and I'm wondering why.
Thank you, Honorable Tiende.
Thank you. I have not mentioned any...
Majority leader. Majority leader.
Chair, you know, Honorable Chair, and I have a lot of respect for Senior Counsel Otiende Omolo, or is it Atiende Omolo, or Otiende Omolo Atiende?
He is the Honorable Otiende Amolo.
Otiende Amolo.
Yes.
And he knows what he's doing, Honorable Speaker. Insinuating improper motive on the chair and members of the Finance Committee. Because unless Honorable Chair, the Honorable Otiende Amolo is able to substantiate what the chair or members of the Finance Committee, you know, you can also ask a question that is leading. And Honorable Speaker, you know the chair.
Order.
If you allow me, Senior Counsel, the chair is neither the author of this bill. The committee listened to hundreds of people, Honorable Speaker, on the question of these steel issues. And there is, unless Otiende Amolo is able to name a particular person, because he says he has a tip, it is only fair to the House and the people of Kenya, if you have information of someone you're able to name and substantiate, and of course, adduce evidence before the House without imputing improper motive either on the chair, the members of the committee, including members in Azimio who sat in that committee for long hours, or even any business people in the country. Shakahola.
No, thank you. I will give this chance to the minority leader, then the chair will finalize on this matter. The Honorable Tiende, let me just say this before you say what you want to say. I want to rule the Honorable Tiende is entitled to his opinion, and he's entitled to his opinion, and I want to rule that way. He will keep his opinion the way he said it. Minority leader.
Chair, I would want to oppose this amendment, and for the good reason. You don't put the cart before the horse. If you want to develop the steel industry in the country, develop it fast before you block the importation, or before you frustrate the importation of the raw material. That is basic common sense. But more importantly, we need. I'm not sure the committee is involved in this in any way, but I think this move will end up advantaging particular players. It might not have been the intention of the committee, but it will, if passed in the manner it is coached, we are likely to create a monopoly in the steel industry and in the cement industry. I can tell you, when I chaired the PAC in the last parliament, I had an encounter with these factories when they were failing to pay that settlement levy and so on and so forth. And this is, in my view, Chair, a perfect case of state capture. It is a perfect case of state capture. There is a player in the cement industry and steel industry based in Mombasa. Based in Mombasa. I can say for sure, Mombasa Cement, Devki, these are the people moving. I don't want to go beyond that. I told you from the word go that my position allows me to access privileged information. I have got much more information about this that you may want to benefit from, Majority Leader, if you have time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
The sentiments that have been raised on this floor, and I think the question was referred to myself and my committee by the Honorable Atendi Amolo. So when this particular matter was brought to our attention, we did ask ourselves first, this introduction of this export duty on particular products, what criteria was used to identify those particular products? And we were furnished, Honorable Chair, with information that included an advertisement made on the local dailies of public participation that was carried out by the Ministry of Trade and Industries. So the Ministry of Trade and Industries went and called all those particular players. They had a conversation about this export development levy. Of course, there were disagreements because when people want to continue importing things that can be made locally, Honorable Chair, then they do not want to have those things manufactured locally. And so we did the best interest of the committee and the best interest of this particular country and realized that actually this was the right thing to do. There is capacity, there is local capacity. As Honorable Chapukonga has rightly put, a few years ago he used to be in the business of transporting cement. We used to be an exporter of cement. But with time, we allow these cheap imports into our country that have completely crippled our manufacturers. So we are saying, if you want to import, fine, pay 17.5%, but let the local manufacturers that have capacity that is employing our people actually get to benefit from this.
All these are Kenyans. I now want to put the question that clause 72 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 72 as amended be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 66A.
Mover. 66A, mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that a new clause 66A be read for a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 66A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 66A now be read a second time. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 66A be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 66A be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Miscellaneous. Clauses 73, 74, and 75.
I propose that clauses 73, 74, and 75 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 73, 74, and 75 be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 76.
I propose the question that clause 76 be part of that of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 76 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, some of the proposed amendments to this particular clause, there was one proposal by Honorable Caleb Mule, the Member of Parliament for Machakos Town Constituency. And after consultation, we agreed
The Honorable Chair, just take your seat. Just resume your seat for direction. There's some small direction. Resume your seat. The Honorable Members, there is a proposal for amendment by the Honorable Amisi. I don't know if he's in the House. The Honorable Amisi. The Honorable Amisi. If he's not there, then his amendment is dropped. The Honorable Watch.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I rise to propose an amendment that clause 76 of the bill be dropped entirely. Mr. Chair, the reasons for this is that, number one, the entire question of housing has been a moving goalpost by this particular government. It started off as a tax, mutated into a levy. At some point, it changed into a saving. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at Honorable Chair, in terms of the hierarchy of needs of what the people of Kenya, what the hustlers of this nation, what the people in my constituency considered to be the most important needs, number one would be the question of education. It would also be in para-material or on the same platform as the cost of living. This government ought to put its resources and time in bringing down the cost of living as opposed to putting a tax on people who are already overtaxed with 16% fuel, already overtaxed with many other things, as to decrease the tax on helicopter parts and other things. So my proposal, Honorable Chair, is to have this amendment completely deleted from the clause and let the government allow the county governments, whose role it is under Schedule 4 of the Constitution, to be able to carry out the issue of affordable housing. And if the government must collect a tax, which they can do by having a 1% or 2% increase on VAT as they have done, a 1% increase on pay as they have done, and then give the county government a conditional grant to do the housing within the counties. Honorable Chair, this particular tax is punitive, it is excessive, it is unnecessary, and it is completely out of turn with the taxpayer and the hustler on whose backs this government rode on their heads. I ask that we agree to amend this clause to drop clause 76 in its entirety. Thank you.
I want to propose the... I propose the question that clause 76 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch. No, members, no. On this one, I will disagree with all of you. This is a very controversial clause. Allow members to bend themselves a bit, please. I wanted to guide the House this way. I want to guide the House on this matter this way, that we have 7 amendments with the same import. Delete. Same import. So we have to decide whether we want to vote on every amendment on its own or all of them together. The effect of this, the effect of these amendments is the same. They all seek to delete. So we need to agree on how we want to proceed on that one, so that The Honorable Tiende.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my humble suggestion is that no matter the argument, if the amendment has the same effect, they be treated together. But my suggestion is consistent with the earlier practice, with the earlier clauses. Because the chair himself has proposed amendments, I was suggesting, Chair, that you allow the chair to propose his amendments, then you allow everyone who has proposed deletion and even who has not proposed but want to speak to it before we come to the voting. With that way we save time and we are consistent and everybody gets to speak. That's my humble suggestion.
Kaluma.
I thank you, Chair. Chair, what happens when there are several similar amendments is that whichever of the similar amendments is taken collapses the others. What then happens, Chair, is that because people who are seeking to make those amendments have positions to deliberate on before the House, everybody who had those amendments are allowed to speak to the matter. So I would say if just as myself, so many of us are proposing deletion as Honorable Oluoch, then grant us the opportunity, not moving again because the effect of how we treat Oluoch will be the same, but to make our comments to persuade the House on those similar amendments.
Honorable Kaluma, proceed to have the first bite on this matter.
I thank you. I thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I support the amendment brought by Honorable Oluoch. I brought a similar amendment also seeking to delete Clause 76. And Honorable Chair, for two reasons. Number one, the national government deals with housing policy under the 4th schedule. The matter of provision of housing, the matter of provision of housing or housing as a function lies with the county government, so that it is not for the national government, whether we hide it in a finance bill or otherwise, to deal with matter housing. And I'm saying this, that these matters which the court can pick on in future, to stifle all these measures, we clear them out. Even if we pass this, honorable members, the court will pick it and say it is not a function for the national government. But secondly, Honorable Chair, I hear it is now moving from the housing levy, which was here, to something called tax. How would you make it a tax? It just does not make sense. So I would urge that we agree with Honorable Oluoch, we delete this, and we save whatever we have pulled through instead of having this thing stopped by the courts.
Thank you. The Honorable Nyikal.
Thank you, Chair.
Members, I'm going to give members who have amendments first, then when we will proceed from there.
Thank you, Chair. I also support Honorable Oluoch's amendment, which means mine then falls because they're the same. But, Chairman, Mr. Speaker, my issue with this thing is we are going to create a huge fund. As it is now, no structure has been put in place. We don't even know how that structure has been put in place. In this country, we have, wherever we have had huge funds, even with structures, these funds have not worked. Look at NHIF. Today we have NHIF, which is structured, a huge amount of money. People are not getting treated, and it is there. How can we be sure that this one, without structures even at this point, will actually work? Look at NSSF. NSSF is, in fact, I would have thought that we would improve NSSF and use that money in NSSF to actually develop housing. Which now, if you look at NSSF, that money is actually used to buy houses and even land, but not for the pensioners. All of us here, show me one old man who is actually living well because he's using the NSSF money that he has put aside. All that money has gone to cartels. Similarly, we are now putting this, and we are not quite sure, even the structure does not indicate who is going to own these houses. If you do not own the houses, what happens to the money you have put there? You cannot put a tax, which between a tax and a levy, And what happens is you do not know where that money is going.
Thank you.
It may be a good principle, but let us not implement it at this time. Put it in straight, tell us how it will work. Otherwise, this is just money for cartels. We are going to put, they are going to use it.
Thank you. The Honorable Makali.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
You got 90 seconds.
Honorable Chair had also proposed to delete this clause, and the reason is, Honorable Chair, if there is any matter which has been debated by Kenyans in this bill, it is actually the housing levy. A lot of our Kenyans are even thinking the finance bill is equal to the housing levy. And because of that, Honorable Chair, a lot of things have been said by Kenyans. I just want to single a few. There has been a general agreement, Honorable Chair, that there is demand for housing in this country, and we need to construct houses. But what Kenyans have not been very comfortable with is the approach and the strategy of implementing this important activity. The first one, Honorable Chair, what has come out is the issue of the legal framework to ensure that when I contribute, at the end of the day, I'll get money. That's the reason why it has been now changed to become a levy, so that once you pay and forget about it. The second issue, Honorable Chair, was the issue of how many Kenyans will benefit out of this levy, and those who are contributing, in case they don't benefit, how do they get their money back? That had been sorted now by the issue. So what we are saying is, this housing levy, the way it is being implemented, Kenyans are not comfortable with it. And that's why we were saying, what there is need for housing in this country, the approach is wrong. And it's on the basis of that we are saying, we delete it from this finance bill, maybe.
Thank you, the Honorable Wundo. We got members who have amendments.
Chair,
the first bite on this.
Chair, I had an amendment similarly, and Chair, mine was premised on the following, that Article 43 of the Constitution provides that the government state organs shall provide housing, adequate housing. And it goes again on 4th schedule, section 2, number 8, that's donated to the county government. So honestly speaking, what we are doing here, this is an illegality, it's unconstitutional, as far as it goes, as far as it's concerned. Secondly, Honorable Chair, from even a housing economic point of view, even from a policy prescription, this is a wrong approach, Honorable Speaker, that's not going to yield anything. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the committee to drop this for unconstitutionality and purely a flawed way of thinking that you can solve housing in this country by this kind of approach.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I oppose the amendment.
Members, I still have Honorable Mbui and Honorable Basil for amendments before I move to anybody else. The Honorable Mbui.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, first let me address the lies that have been told about this program. First lie was that they were saying that the people who will be deducted are those that work for government. Members of parliament, MCAs, I don't know, teachers. It is not the truth. The truth is they want to deduct every employee, every hustler working for any company in this country. Second lie, Mr. Speaker, is that they are saying they want to provide employment. Mr. Speaker, not all our children work in the construction industry. Not all our children are masons, plumbers, or electricians, or casual laborers. Some of our children are doctors. How will you provide employment for doctors in this industry? And finally, Mr. Speaker, they must listen. We must listen to the 93% Kenyans who said they do not want this housing program because it reduces our disposable income, because NHIF has gone up, NSSF has gone up, pay-as-you-earn has gone up. How much do you want to hurt Kenyans?
Thank you.
Let us be fair, and VAT has also gone up. Mr. Speaker, let us agree and get rid of this animal called the housing levy.
Thank you. The Honorable Basil.
Come first before you go to housing. Number two, if you want really to give affordable housing, remove tax on timber, remove tax on steel, remove tax on iron sheets, and the people will build houses the way they want, and also employment will be generated because there will be mushrooming of construction. This particular, when it comes to housing, is devolved. So this discussion should be held in Senate. And since the bill cannot go to the Senate, then the only option we have is to delete it. And that's the key reason we want it deleted and removed from the bill. Thank you, and I submit my amendment.
The Honorable Minority Whip.
Chair, no. Chair, I will start to oppose this clause. Chair, first we have just raised taxes.
Just a minute. Honorable Junet, what we are now debating is the deletion as proposed by Honorable.
I want to support them, yeah. Okay. I want to support the amendments by all the 7 members of deletion. Chair, we have just raised taxes that of salaries to 35%. People who are earning over 800,000. You are telling them to pay 3% again of housing levy. You are telling them to pay 2.5% of NSSF, your NHIF. So in the end, that person is going to pay 40% of his salary to taxes, Mr. Chair. Secondly, Chair, and the majority leader is here. This housing levy reminds me of something. That one time in this house, we passed another levy called Railway Development Levy. When it was brought here, under a finance bill like this one, we were told this is a levy that is going to be very good, and we are going to use it to pay back the loans that we have taken from China for the SGR. 3 years later, an amendment was brought here by a majority leader like Honorable Ishungwa. And he said now, we need to open up this fund for any use, for anything. You know? And we told him how. We just passed it here that this levy is for paying the loan of the SGR. How did it end up becoming now a money for everything and everywhere? Chair, we are going through the same route. You know, what goes round comes round. The way things change, the way they're the same. Chair, what is going to happen is this is money that is going to be collected in the name of housing, but it's going to be used for other things.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Tiende had an issue on this.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I support the deletion, and I want my colleagues to listen to me, because there's a point that we've made before, and Honorable Kaluma made it. You might think that you are defeating it by numbers. But if you really want the entirety of the finance bill, drop this housing levy. If you want the entirety to fail on this account, stick to it. Because it's clearly unconstitutional. And any lawyer on your side, I am not asking, I am telling you, any lawyer on your side will tell you that if you look at Schedule 4, housing is not a function of national government. You cannot raise a levy or a tax on something that is not your function. It's as simple as that. But that's just general advice.
Thank you.
Now let me come to the debate.
You got 1 minute to wind up.
First of all, there is no framework. And without a proper legal framework, this becomes a Ponzi scheme. None of you know now how the Sahasla scheme is being run. That is how this will go. Secondly, there's ultimate confusion in terms of affordable housing and affordable ownership. It uses both interchangeably. It's not the same. Affordable housing is where the house is owned by government and anybody can rent cheaply. Affordable ownership is where you own. Our very scheme of society, Osoro, does not allow you to go and own some 8th floor in Kisii town instead of your home, in your village. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, this amounts to slavery and servitude under Article 30. Slavery and servitude is where you are being told you must pay this tax, but there is no obvious way in which you will benefit. That is slavery and servitude is unconstitutional. Thank you very much.
I mean, I've just had 8 from this side. Let's hear the other side too. You've just had 8 this side. Honorable John Angeno. No, order. I've just had 8 from this side. Let's hear this side too. Go ahead. You got the mic?
Thank you, Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, I just want to assure the House and the nation that this is a very serious project, Mr. Speaker, and we need to support it 100%. Speaker, as to whether this issue is unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker, Article 43 of the Constitution demands from the government to provide housing to the citizens, Mr. Speaker. Shelter, accessible housing, and houses that they can access, even clean toilets and everything, Mr. Speaker. So that one is a constitutional provision. Number two, Speaker,
if this housing, you know, when you listen to every member in this house, Mr. Speaker, every member speaks to the fact that there are so many slums in either constituencies they come from, in areas they come from. People talk about informal houses. People talk about slums. People talk about the houses where police live. People talk about the houses where prisoners, and I mean prison warders live. Mr. Speaker, the conditions of those particular houses are deplorable. How do we sort out these problems? Speaker, these houses, the affordable houses, this particular part of the bill is speaking to, does not only go to those people who want to rent houses, it also goes to those people who want to own houses. It also goes to those people who work for this government. It also goes to those people who are also business people. Mr. Speaker, how is the implementation of this particular...
Thank you. I want you to wind up.
How is the implementation? I've heard members talking about the implementation.
1 minute to wind up.
There is no law. Speaker, there is what we call the National Housing Development Fund in place. There is also what we call the National Housing Corporation in place. The question of implementation of this particular fund, Mr. Speaker, was actually passed in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, nobody should state or claim that maybe when this money is collected, where does it go? It has a custodial authority where this money will be in the name. Mr. Speaker, we have also ensured that this money is ring-fenced so that in the event, even when the government lacks any other fund, it cannot access this particular fund.
Thank you. The Honorable Murugara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, let nobody say what we are doing is unconstitutional, that the courts are going to annul. I'm sorry, that is an argument. We will also argue for the retention of what we are doing. Number one, shelter is a fundamental right. And the government is obligated to provide shelter. When you talk about, let's start. As far as the Constitution is concerned, housing policy is under the national government. And you look at your Constitution. The housing policy is under the national government. What the county government has is, development, planning.
Honorable member, just a minute. You know, Honorable Mbadi, it's
development.
Honorable Murugara, 1 minute.
Yes.
Honorable Mbadi, it's baffling that when I gave you a chance to speak, this side was silent throughout. I never had anybody interrupting. I would request that we also hear them in silence. It's just important what happens. Go ahead.
Yes. So the housing policy is under the national government. Planning and development, including housing, is under county governments. Housing policy includes how the government is going to plan to provide houses. And one such plan is actually the levy, so that we are able to build houses in a consultation and with the planning of the county governments. So for anybody to argue that if we pass this, it's going to be annulled by the courts, that's a fallacy. It's an argument, just the way I will also go to court to argue that we have to retain whatever has been done. Therefore, there is nothing unconstitutional with what we are doing.
Thank you. Honorable Hillary.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to support the housing levy as moved by the finance chair. And Mr. Chair, and to oppose the amendments that have been raised by members over there. And Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by begging the members on the other side. 80% of Kenyans living in slums and informal settlements come from their constituencies. Mr. Chair, 20% of the others are only shared by the rest of us. There is no time, Chair.
The Honorable Minority Leader, what's out of order? Minority Whip, what's out of order?
Mr. Chair.
What is out of order?
Chair. Honorable Chair, is it in order for Honorable Member from Kipkelio to insinuate that 80% of Kenyans who live in slums are from Azimio and are from our constituency?
Yes.
From where, Chair? Chair. And Chair, Chair, and especially, and especially where the chair comes from. Honorable chair, the chair himself. Chair. Is it in order?
The member for Kipkelion.
Can I proceed, Chair?
The order members. The member for Kipkelion. I would advise that you are on the side of the truth.
Yes.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say, secondly, Chair, that this same housing...
No, maybe you didn't get me. I mean, here, when I say I mean, try to move towards the truth. Not R, but error, as it were. So go towards the truth, not double down on the lie.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
I was going to say that even the presidential candidate they supported was having this program word by word, the same way we are presenting it. And it beats logic, Chair, that they oppose programs that are coming to their area, including taxes on imported fish from China to protect their people. Have mercy on your people. Thank you, Chair.
What's the name of this guy? The Honorable Mbadi, what's out of order?
Mr. Chairman, you know, in this house, again, I want to repeat, this is a house of records, and we need to speak facts. And when you have no information about something, you don't talk. When we were debating the issue of fish, the honorable member for Kipkelion was not here. Our people eat a lot of fish, double what is being produced. We want fish even from China because we want to eat.
You.
And by the way, Kipkelion has so many...
Thank you. Honorable Mengich, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important topic that we are discussing right now, and I'm surprised by the words mentioned by the Member of Parliament, Robert Mbui, the Kathiani MP, when he mentioned that their kids are doctors, I don't know, astronauts, and they are not engineers. Yet, as a construction manager, Mr. Speaker, being involved in the construction industry, there are so many parties involved in construction, including engineers, plumbers. So the kind of job creation that will be created in this, once this project is successful, is enormous. So that is why we support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable KJ Kiarie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would, Chair, it is not in my place to request the House to at least be attentive to the debate, because this is a critical matter that we are debating. In fact, this is a core clause in the finance bill. Mr. Speaker, there are two reasons why I support this clause. Reason number one is that as much as the argument is being forwarded that it is not the function of the national government to build houses, it is also true that it is the national government that gives policy on housing. And Mr. Speaker, the issue that is at the fore here is not just about housing, Mr. Speaker. If they took time to read the proposal, they would find out that it goes beyond just housing, Mr. Speaker. There are three cases that I can mention that speak to three constituencies in this house. The Dagoretti South artisans who work along Gong Road partnered with artisans from Starehe and artisans from Kamkunji to pilot the first 1,000 houses that were constructed in Park Road. And these artisans, three groups of artisans, netted total 122 million Kenya shillings that went to the pocket of hustlers who only constructed doors and windows.
Thank you.
So
thank you. The Honorable Mutunga. Definitely.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Chair, I just want to pose two questions. The first question is, I would like to know that Kenyan who is unemployed today and looking for a job, who would get an opportunity to get a job, and we ask them to pay 10% or 15% of their salary, and they say no. I would like to have one. Secondly, on our chair, we are looking at the entire country. We are a country which has no houses. We need to build these houses so that you can bring the cost down, increase the numbers and bring the cost down.
Thank you.
These are people who can be able to be assisted in this process.
The Honorable Kalasinga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my amendment, Chair, was coming also in same, but now it was about making this scheme voluntary. But now that I've seen this one, Mr. Chair, I also want to agree that now I have a question. If this scheme has to go on as it is, then my question is here. What becomes of people who are almost getting retiring who are 55 years? How long will they pay, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, I have a question on people with very slim pay slips. Some people have as less as 500 shillings on their pay slips. Mr. Chair, when you pay 1,000 shillings per month, this will, by simple calculation, tell me you will pay for 125 years so that you attain this house.
Thank you. The Honorable Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, na mimi naweza kuunga mkono hawa ndugu zangu waheshimiwa waliosema kuwa tuipuzilie mbali na tutupilie mbali hicho kipengo cha kuweza kulipisha wafanyikazi pesa ya ujenzi wa nyumba. Mimi nataka niseme hivi Mheshimiwa, kuwa wafanyikazi wengi wa Kenya wamechukua madeni.
Just a minute. Honorable members, it's just not right to keep shouting at me when another member is on our feet. I can't hear them. Let's just keep our cool. It's our house, it's our debate. When one person is speaking, allow them to contribute. I also want to hear what she's saying. Go ahead.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa. Wafanyikazi wengi, ukiangalia walimu, hata hawa mapolisi wamechukua pesa kwa deni, wameenda kujenga nyumba. Leo unasema katika pesa zao za mshahara wanakatwa tena pesa ya kwenda kujenga nyumba. Mimi nataka niulize, yule mwalimu ambaye yuko Mombasa, nyumba za jengwa Nairobi, atahama vipi Mombasa wakati amejiestablish kule Mombasa aje akae Nairobi? Huu ni wizi wa dhahiri. Waheshimiwa, mimi nataka niwaelezee, tupanue akili zetu, tufungue akili zetu, tusiwe tunasukumwa kama mteremko, tuwe viongozi ambao sisi tunawaza. Sio kila kitu sisi tunakubali, huyu anapiga huku tax, anachukua na huku, anatolea na huku, na sisi hapa tunagonga miguu tukisema ai. Wakenya wamechoka, Wakenya wamechoka. Huu ni wizi wa dhahiri. Sisi hatutaki watu kujengewa nyumba, tunataka watu wapewe kazi.
Thank you. Now 30 seconds each. Babu Wino, 30 seconds. Honorable Babu Wino. Use that one next to you.
Chair, please. Before I proceed, I would like you to just give me 2 minutes only, because 30 seconds I will not prosecute whatever I want to say. Chairman, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to educate my fellow members of parliament on this matter. In matters economics, number one, Chair, there are 3 types of goods. Number one, we have what we call the private goods. And in private goods, Mr. Speaker, in private goods, these are goods which are consumed by one party at a time. Example is housing, and another example of the private goods is cell phone and even a dinner. Then there is public goods, Mr. Speaker. Public goods are goods like roads and air, clean environment and air. Please, let me prosecute it. I'm not violent on this because I want it to stick in your mind. Number 3, we have merit goods. The merit goods are goods which must be encouraged by the government to consume, which are education and health. Therefore, on the matters of private goods, Mr. Speaker, it is not the role of the government to provide such goods like housing to its citizens. Mr. Speaker, we are being told that the main aim of providing houses is to eradicate slums. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you the truth, that if we encourage provision of
houses in urban centers, Mr. Speaker, more slums will sprout. We will create what we call in economics the dual economy, where we have the rural economy and the urban economy. Therefore, there will be high crime rate because people will be moving from the rural areas to urban areas with the intention of getting houses. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the best way to treat this housing menace is simple, Mr. Speaker. Let the government come up with proper infrastructure. For example, construction of electric rails where we will have electric trains, where a person in Kisumu can board an electric train.
Thank you.
Working.
Thank you. The Honorable Mishimbogo.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia mimi naunga mkono viongozi ambao wamekataa ushuru kwa mambo ya kujenga ujenzi wa manyumba. Nataka niseme wafanyikazi wa umma kwa miaka mingi hawajaongezwa mishahara. Kwanza tungefikiria tatizo hilo la kuongeza mishahara kwa wafanyikazi wa umma, ndiposa tuweze kutoa ushuru katika zile pesa zao. Pesa za Wakenya zimekuwa zinatozwa ushuru tofauti tofauti, mpaka mtu akipata ile pesa yake anaona hakuna pesa ambayo amepata. Swali ni kwamba ikiwa mimi na mume wangu sote ni wafanyikazi wa umma na tunakatwa hizo pesa za mambo ya nyumba, je, sisi tunataka nyumba mbili? Je, tumeulizwa kama tutapenda nyumba moja ama tutataka nyumba mbili?
Honorable Alice Nganga. Honorable Alice Nganga.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, where I come from my constituency, I have a slum called Kiandutu, and I would want the Kiandutu people to have decent housing. Chair, once you give those people, we used to be told the three basic needs is food, clothes, and shelter. We are giving these people proper shelter. And Chair, I know the other side, they don't want us to give these slum people decent shelter, so that when the campaign period comes, they want these people all the time to keep on clapping for them when they are poor and they're in a poor state. We need to give these people the dignity they deserve. They want Kibera to remain Kibera so that they can find a place where they'll be campaigning all the time, because those people are vulnerable. It's a high time as a nation we say enough is enough and we give every Kenya a decent housing project.
Thank you.
They have to live with that.
Thank you. Honorable Nyoro.
Honorable Chair, mine is on procedure, and I request you that you rule, because, Honorable Chair, we've been listening to the several amendments in terms of deletion. My request to you, Chair, is that then you allow the Chair for Finance to put forth his amendments, and therefore, Chair, when we vote to the Chair's amendment, then automatically, as Honorable Karuma had suggested, then the rest falls, Honorable Chair. That is my request, Honorable Chair.
The honorable members, the order. The consequence of the Honorable Lord's amendment is that if it is passed, then the matter ends there. There's nothing to talk about. And that's why you have to spend it. I want that to be understood very well. And I want us to be procedural. That order, members, order. We had 8 amendments with the same effect, deleting. And we have allowed members to ventilate on this matter. I'm going to give the last 2 to the leaders, both sides, leaders, not members anymore, leaders, and then we proceed to division. The Honorable Njoki Irene.
Thank you, Chair. It is very ironical when we sit here as members of parliament, we are getting loans of 3%, yet we don't want the normal hustler to get a loan of 3%. It is shameful, very, very shameful. It is very shameful when we, as members of parliament, we have hustlers in our constituencies. We don't want them to pay mortgages of 5,000 shillings where they can afford. We want them to pay mortgages of 15,000 shillings. I tell our people, please let your people benefit. And I, from Bahati constituency, as the main beneficiary in Bahati, where I don't even own a bank in Bahati, I will support this because my people will get jobs, we shall be able to get businesses, and we shall be able to generate income, and income will revolve around my constituency and other constituencies.
Thank you. Thank you. This chance now goes Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Chair, let me just say a few things. First and foremost, Chair, as I've said before, this housing levy or tax, in my view, is the mother of all scandals in this finance bill. If you ask me, there are very many other scandals in this bill, but this is the mother of all scandals. Mr. Chair, and I also want to state this, that this housing levy is akin to a pyramid scheme. Because as we speak, without the infrastructure, without the mechanisms, without the framework for administering it, we are basically throwing good money after bad money. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, let me say this. I am sure the average age of members of parliament in this house is about 40 years or so. Let me ask you, say 50. Let me ask you, for the time you have lived on this earth, in your village, who have you ever heard that has died because of lack of house or shelter? Who has died in your village for lack of a house? I can tell you, the majority of the people who have died in the villages have died because of hunger, lack of food. I can tell you, who did this survey or research to come up with this need for houses for Kenyans? Who asked you for houses? Who asked you? Why are you addressing a problem that is not there? Why can't you deal with the problem which is there, which is lack of food, Mr. Chairman? Why? Why are you insisting? Why are you insisting on providing a house to somebody who is starving? Mr. Chair, it is unbelievable that we want to tax Kenyans. In fact, this animal has continued to mutate. It was initially a fund, it became a saving, it became a circle, it became a fine, it went and became a penalty, now it is a tax. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, this animal, this mongrel called housing...
Thank you. Add in 1 minute, I agree.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very, very much for that indulgence. Yes. And therefore, really, if we want to save Kenyans, let us not indulge in this kind of scandalous adventure. We cannot afford to get into this kind of scandalous adventure when Kenyans are dying of hunger. Deal with the immediate problem, which is to address the issue of lack of food.
Thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the Leader of Minority. We need to deal with the scandalous adventure of millions of Kenyans living in slums. We need to deal with the scandalous adventure of millions of Kenyans going without food. And he has asked us very pertinent questions. Why are we worrying about shelter and not food? We are worrying about shelter and food at the same time. The reason why we have no food, why we are food insecure in this country today, is because millions of acres of land in Kiambu County, in Nakuru, in Karachuonyo constituency, in Narok, all over the country, where people are farming, we have disintegrated all that land to build slums in this country today. That is why we are food insecure today, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will beg for your protection, as I protected the Leader of Minority, from members of the Kenya Kwanza Coalition. Honorable Speaker, we are being told by the Minority Whip that, like the Railway Development Levy, this housing levy, probably speculating that it may be opened up at some time in the near future to other uses. Minority Whip, I want to assure you the housing levy as early as tomorrow or the day we do the appropriations bill, we shall ring fence this money to go only to housing, and we shall be appropriating the 73 billion shillings coming out of this levy to go to the Ministry of Housing to deal with affordable housing in Suna East constituency, among us the 100 constituencies. Honorable Speaker, ask the Honorable Junet to hold on. The Honorable Senior Counsel Tienda Omolo. And you know, the Honorable Senior Counsel speaks good English, as much as he never went to Alliance, but he went to a good school. And in his good English, he may convince the world to believe that he's the only one who can read this Constitution. But this Constitution, Honorable Speaker, the heart and soul of this Constitution is... Honorable Speaker, can you protect me? Honorable Speaker, you know, Senior Counsel is a good lawyer.
Order, Honorable Junet, order. The majority leader will be heard in silence.
I will stone you, Junet.
The Honorable Junet, resume your seat. No. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the protection. I know Honorable Junet is averse to the truth when the truth is being laid bare. I was speaking to my good brother, Senior Counsel Tienda Omolo. The heart and soul of this Constitution that you wrote is the Bill of Rights in Chapter 4. In this Bill of Rights, other than the Schedule 4 that you are talking to on the functions of county governments and the functions of the national government, under Article 43 of the Constitution, the right of every Kenyan to accessible, adequate housing and to reasonable standards of sanitation, not in slums. Reasonable standards is a right enshrined under the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is the soul of our Constitution. If there is anything to protect in this Constitution, Honorable Speaker, is the Bill of Rights. And in pursuit
Honorable,
of the
proceed to wind up.
Honorable Speaker, just
order, members. Order, members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Order. Members, you know, I've seen those who want to speak. We have time because once, allow me, I've noticed Honorable Wanjala, I've noticed everyone else want to speak on this. Once we finish this matter, there will be another amendment which will speak to. Allow him to finish. We proceed with this process. Honorable Majority Leader, please proceed to wind up.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for your protection. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me...
Allow him to wind up. Allow him to wind up. Allow him to wind up. Proceed, please.
Honorable Speaker, I beg that you add me the 2 minutes that have been wasted with the shouting on points of order, frivolous ones. But I was saying this, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Watch, resume your seat and allow the Majority Leader to finish his contribution. Then I will be able to see what to do about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was saying the heart and soul of our Constitution is the Bill of Rights. Fittest to argue that since housing under Schedule 4 of our Constitution is a function of the county governments, that it is unconstitutional. The Bill of Rights is the heart and soul of this Constitution. Just like, Honorable Speaker, if we appropriate national government resources or resources raised by government through taxation to health care, that is outrightly a devolved function, we also can appropriate resources to housing, just like we appropriate resources to deal with health care, that is a devolved function, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also had my good friend Otiende Amolo tell my Majority Whip that in his village in Kisii, he cannot live on the 8th floor. He must build a shanty in his village. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, the future is urban. And with urbanization, that is how we shall grow our economy. With urbanization and building of these houses, Honorable Speaker, we have said it numerous times that this is beyond housing. It is about millions of our youth who are languishing in poverty, who are languishing without jobs in our slums. Millions of youth in Kathiani constituency, lawyers, engineers, who will access jobs, architects who will access jobs. It is not just about the manual jobs. It is about lawyers.
Thank you. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds, wind up.
50 seconds to finish that point.
Proceed.
And I was mentioning Kathiani for deliberately, because the Honorable Mbui told us that housing will not create architectural jobs. It will not create jobs for doctors. It will not create for engineers, for lawyers. Honorable Mbui, I want to tell you, all those jobs will be created by housing through urbanization. Even doctors, when people live together, will be able to amalgamate land and secure food security for the people of Ukambani, who for many years have had to depend on relief food.
Thank you. Thank you. No, members, allow me to guide this way. We are doing very well, members. Allow me to guide this way. Just like I've allowed order, just like I've allowed members to debate on the Honorable Watch's amendment, I will have a chance to give a couple of you again on the chair's amendments so that we make progress. Those who went to Alliance or those who went to Butler Boys like me will have a chance to say something on this bill. So I would then therefore propose that we are now going to, after this. So, honorable members, I therefore proceed to put the question. Members, remember we had amendments by the Honorable Oluoch, Honorable Nyukal, Honorable Makali Mulu, Honorable Undo, Honorable Kaluma, Honorable Mbui, Honorable Basil. Members, the upshot of our vote is that if the vote is carried, then we have carried the vote for the 7. If it fails, it also fails with it. So therefore, members, I proceed to put the question that clause 76 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch. I put the question that clause 76 be deleted. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that contrary opinion say nay? Obviously, the nays have it. The nays have it. That's bread. Thank you. Order, members. Order. Order. Little Manjala, order. Now, this is now the time for the chair to move his amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move. Please protect me from the noise from behind. I can't hear myself. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 76 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, I'll beg to move a further amendment to that clause 76. We had a deliberation with the Honorable Caleb Mule, the Member of Parliament from Machakos Town constituency, and he had this proposed amendment to clause 2A that we have agreed to carry on with the recommendations by our committee as a committee amendment, that an additional clause 2A be added to read as follows: the affordable housing levy shall not be used for any other purpose other than development of affordable housing and associated social and physical infrastructure, as well as the provision of affordable home financing to Kenyans. So beg to move that the amendment be done as per the order paper with that additional amendment as we've carried as proposed by the Honorable Caleb Mule, the MP for Machakos Town constituency. I have a few notes, a point of information on this. The question have been asked, first of all, why is it on gross pay and not on basic pay? The proposal before us, first of all, was that this be done at the rate of 3%. And after public participation, we agreed that 3% will be too high to start with. Let us shelve that by half to 1.5%. The question is, do you make it basic or do you make it gross? If we make it basic, honorable members, it defeats the whole purpose. For what reason? If someone has a salary of 100,000 shillings in the private sector, and you say that this particular levy is going to be based on their basic pay, so they're going to use what we call in accounting tax planning, and reduce their basic pay to 20,000 shillings, and the 80,000 shillings will be allowances. So that means that the objective of the 73 billion shillings, as alluded by the Leader of Majority, that is targeted to build affordable housing for Kenyans, will be defeated. Secondly, the initial bill had a proposal to have a cap of 2,500 shillings for employer and 2,500 shillings for employee. And Honorable Chair, this particular provision was, we agreed as a committee, we're going to delete. For what reason? For you members of parliament that earn an income of above 500,000 shillings, for example, if you capped this to the amount of salary that members of parliament earn is public knowledge. So, okay, for someone who earns 500,000 shillings, let me use as an example. If you cap their contribution to 2,500, then it will mean they're not contributing if they even earlier proposed 3%. For what reason? Because the 2,500 divided by 500,000 shillings is 0.005%, which would mean that that particular capping was advantageous to those people that are earning more, but punitive to those people. Because it would, however, anybody would have argued that it was discriminatory for those people who are earning less and advantageous to those people who are earning more. On the question of this affordable housing, because I want to make this last contribution, we have, as at yesterday, 42 signed memorandum of understanding between the State Department of Housing and county governments. And key to note is that the 42 county governments are across the political divide. So our governors, both Kenya Kwanza governors and Azimio governors, have actually signed MOUs with the State Department of Housing, giving land in their counties to be used for affordable housing. Everyone is agreeing that this is a noble cause, and that is why I beg that this House agrees with the amendments as proposed by the committee. And with that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I now propose the question that Clause 76 be amended as proposed by the Chair of the Finance Committee. The members, we agreed we will give, first of all, there's order members, the Honorable Mule. Honorable Mule had an amendment which was carried, so I would like him to just say a word. Okay, the Honorable Wanjala. Oh, the Honorable Mule, go ahead. 1 minute, Honorable Mule. It's okay. As we get Honorable Mule, let's get Honorable Wanjala. 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, we have institutions in this country that can build houses. And Mr. Chairman, these houses have not been started to be constructed by Kenya Kwanza government. The former Prime Minister Raila Odinga and the former President Mwai Kibaki started construction of affordable houses, and they never taxed anybody. Mr. Chairman, Uhuru has been building houses. He has never taxed anybody. And we have specific housing institutions. We have NSSF that is supposed to construct houses. We have National Housing Corporation is supposed to build houses. And then we have finance, NAP Trust, Mr. Speaker. I was in Rwanda 2 weeks ago. They are constructing houses, but they are not levying anybody, they are not taxing anybody. Mr. Chairman, this is a scandal in the offing, like the golden bag. Because even as we are talking today, NSSF coffers is empty. They have already washed it. It is, they have taken all the money, it is empty. The same way
Thank
they
you
will
so much.
deal with the issue of the house.
Thank you. The Honorable Mule, who was supposed to get, I don't know whether you can find him now.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, mine is just to thank the Finance Committee for accepting to adopt my proposed amendment. The proposed amendment as it is in clause 76, 31B3, as it is in the order paper, that the affordable housing levy not to be used for any other purpose other than the development of affordable housing. Basically, this was to ring-fence the fund not to be used in any other purposes other than to build houses, affordable houses.
Thank you.
Chair,
Thank you.
Chair, just a minute, Chair. This was necessitated by other funds that have been there in the country, like the sports fund. The sports fund was set aside to grow and develop sports, which does not do that, does not serve that purpose. So, Honorable Chair, I thank the...
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable members, I proceed to put the question that clause 76 be amended as proposed by the Chair of the Finance Committee. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now proceed to put the question. I now put the question that clause 76 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I've confirmed that we have the numbers for division. I order that the bell be rung for 5 minutes and the clerk to prepare for the division.
Very good evening to you and welcome to the Parliamentary Broadcast Unit in collaboration with KBC, where the National Assembly is currently on a 5-minute break, where the bell for division has rung for 5 minutes and political leaders from across the political divide are currently on a break to marshal numbers ahead of the voting. Remember, the National Assembly is currently considering several proposed amendments to the Finance Bill 2023 that is currently at the Committee of the Whole House stage before it's enacted into law. The members of Parliament have been considering Clause 76 of the Bill on Housing, where the Employment Act 2017 is amended by inserting the following into the new sections. That is, notwithstanding the provision of Section 3(2)(a), B, C, and D of the Act, each employee and all employers shall pay a monthly levy to be known as the Affordable House Levy. That says that the purpose of the Affordable House Levy shall be to provide for the funds for the development of affordable housing and associated social and physical infrastructure, as well as the provision of affordable home financing to Kenyans. Also, the levy to be payable by the employer and employee shall be 1.5% of the employee's gross monthly salary for the employer. This means that an employer shall pay to the National Housing Development Fund established under Section 7 of the Housing Act, in respect of each employee, the employer's contribution at 3% of the employer's monthly basic salary. Remember earlier on, the members of Parliament in the morning, the members of parliament in the morning capped at the housing contribution, which was earlier capped at a maximum of 2,500 and matched by employers, will now go directly to the government's bank's account as opposed to a fund. By making it a levy as opposed to a contribution, the money shall not be refundable to employees as in the earlier proposal. The National Treasury had initially proposed a 3% contribution that would have been matched by employers, also at 3%. Earlier on, the members of parliament voted to pass the proposed 16% VAT on fuel, with 184 members of parliament voting for the fuel to be increased, the VAT from 8% to 16%, while 88 voted against it. The employees who qualify for the affordable housing, the contribution accrued to employee and shall be used to finance and purchase of a home under the affordable house scheme, or for employees who are not eligible for affordable housing upon expiry of 7 years from the date of the start of making the contribution after the attainment of their retired age, whichever is earlier, a transfer of the contribution to a retirement benefit scheme or a pension scheme registered with the Retirement Benefits Authority, RBA, or a transfer of their contributions to any person registered and eligible for affordable housing under the National Housing Development Fund, NHDF, or a transfer of their contributions to their spouse or dependent or children. On 5, was to receive their contribution in cash, provided the contribution paid out in cash shall be included in the contributor's taxable income for the year and be subjected to tax at the prevailing rates. Remember, the employer shall remit both employee and employer's contribution to the National Housing Development Fund before the 9th day of the following month after the deduction has been made. This, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to housing, in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to finance, shall make regulations prescribing the qualifications to participate in the affordable housing scheme. And number 6, this section shall become effective on the date the regulations made. Subsequent 5 come into operations. And as you can see, members from across the political divide right now are consulting ahead of the voting, with the Speaker saying that the voting shall be happening in 5 minutes. The members from across the political divide, as you can see on your screens, are consulting with those from the opposition, saying that taxing of wananchi of 1.5% and 1.5% from the members of from the employee and that of the people will subject the taxpayers into a lot of money, especially now during financial crisis. However, those from
resume your seat. Members, resume your seats. Members, resume your seats. I now order that the bar be drawn. Order, members, resume your seats.
No, we are too many here.
Of course, okay.
Let us leave.
You have to talk to me. I'm not going to order. What's wrong with you? I'm going to order that you sit back there. They give me another unfortunate. You can't do that. Order, members. May we resume our seats? Order, members. The Honorable Memusi, resume your seat. The Honorable Luke, resume your seat. The Honorable Ben Suda, resume your seat. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. I request that the minority side to nominate two agents from minority side and 2 from the majority side, not 10 like they're on my back. 2 from each side. Members, resume your seats. Honorable DK, Honorable Ruto, resume your seats. Honorable Hillary, resume your seat. Honorable Maua, resume your seat. Order, members. Honorable Engineer Oscar Sudi, resume your seat. Honorable Dipo Kwame, resume your seat. Honorable Dipo Kwame, are you standing or sitting? Resume your seat. Honorable Kawaya, resume your seat. Honorable members, order. We shall vote as required by the laws and our standing orders, that we shall vote yes or no, and we shall vote in silence and with decorum. Honorable members, I proceed to put the question that Clause 76 as amended be part of the bill. Go ahead.
Chepkonga Kiprono, Langat Benjamin, Kitani Marian, Atandi Samuel, Owino John Walter, Mrembo Irene Joki, Churie Abdi Omar, Churie Abdi Omar, Sergon Florence, Kandie Joshua,
give him the mic.
Aya. On behalf of the people of Baringo Central, I vote yes.
Kipkoros Joseph Makilap, Kamuren Charles, Koesh Nelson, Momanyi Innocent, Momanyi Innocent,
I vote yes.
Barongo Norfason,
I vote no.
Alpha Miruka Ondieki, Lynette Chepkorir, Kilel Richard Cheriot, Diegon Richard,
Members, be loud enough. Be loud enough. Members, be loud enough so they can hear you.
Mwamacha Onchoke.
Where are you?
Ogola Gideon Ochanda.
No. Yes.
Ogola Gideon Ochanda. Osero Patrick Kibagendi.
Obara Eve. Kabondo Kasipul votes no.
Order. Order. The person voting next was Patrick Osero, not Obara. Patrick Osero.
Obara was called ahead.
You are called before.
I was called before, Osero. Can you start again, please?
Honorable Eve Obara, resume your seat. Your chance will come.
Okay.
Give up the mic.
Osero Patrick Kibagendi. Wanjala Raphael.
Media houses, make sure you print who voted yes and no and abstain. I vote no.
Wamboka Nelson. Wamboka Nelson.
On behalf of the people of Bumula and the people of Kikuyu constituency, I vote no.
Wambilianga Catherine. Wambilianga Catherine. Yakub Ado. Yakub Ado. Komingoi Kibet Kirui. Komingoi Kibet Kirui. Omanyo Catherine. Mwale Nicholas Tindi. Oyula Joseph. Mwiridhania Rindikiri. Kirema Moses Gishune. Chimbwa Omar Mwinyi.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Mr. Chairman, I'm voting no. Madam Chair, I'm voting no.
Thank you. And no speeches kindly. Let us just say yes or no so that we can proceed faster.
Koech Victor Kipngetich. Baraza Patrick Simiu. Diego Paul Kibichi. Ntwiga Patrick Munene. Mahali Mfara. Elachi Beatrice. Waweru John Kiaria.
Order. Don't Wamboka, you do that again, there'll be consequences to it. Members will vote individually. Don't Wamboka. You try to vote for another member again, there'll be consequences. Members are voting for themselves. Allow members to vote for themselves, not you voting for members.
Waweru John Kiaria. Sirma Musa. Welie Adam Kenan. Caroline Geptong Eleche. Gadiru Mejadong Benjamin. Mejadong. Ongili Babu Owino.
I, Babu Owino, Member of Parliament for Embakasi East Constituency, first-class honors holder in actuarial science, an actuary, a lawyer, 6 diploma holder. I vote no. Just trying to say that my conscience is clear as I'm voting.
Gakuya James Mwangi. Mawathe Julius Musili.
What from here?
From here, that's
Mawabe, on behalf of the people of Embakasi South, I vote no to this punitive levy.
Proceed.
Mwenje Mark Samuel Muridi.
I vote no.
Thank you.
Double N Pamela Njoki. Lelmengit Jose Kipto.
I vote yes.
Omboko Milemba. Omboko Milemba.
He's not there. He's not here. He is not in the hall.
Kipiegon Johanna Ngeno. Pukose Robert. Yakub Farasala. Oundo Wilberforce Ojiambo.
On behalf of suffering workers in this country, I vote no.
Members, if any member anymore now makes a speech, we will not use the mic going forward. It's either yes or no. Proceed.
Yakub Farasala.
Before is a yes, bro. Before is a yes, bro. Yes, thank you.
Iribae Said Buya. Tungule Sharo Kenneth.
Skip back.
Confirm again, come on, you put it.
Tungule Charo Kenneth. Ziar Amina Udgong.
Where?
Baro Deko Mohammed. Guyo Ali Wario. Guyo Ali Wario. Muriu Wakili Edward. Kururia Elijah Njora.
And 60, number 60 again.
Number 60.
Guyo Ali Wario.
The Honorable Guyo Ali Wario, are you in the house?
He's not there. He's not there. Why you keep putting
The Honorable.
Why you putting the wrong information?
I'm here, Chair.
The Honorable Guyo Ali Wario is in the house? Great, thanks. Proceed.
I'm present.
Ayuko. Let's not move on. Let's not move on. I'm going there. Chair, you are pause.
Read my name again, Chair.
Chair, there is 158.
The Amina Udogon, is she in the house? Okay.
Kururi, I vote yes.
Order. Honorable Omboko Milemba.
Absent. 51.
Okay. Kururia Elijah Njore.
I vote yes.
Who's Kururia?
Over there.
Who's Kururia?
Over there.
Kagombe Gabriel Gaduka.
Yes.
Odhiambo Elisha Ochieng. Yedenji Robert Gishimo. Wanjira Martha Wangare. Wamushomba Gadhoni. Gimose Charles Gumini.
Yes, yes.
Osogo Bensuda Joyce Atieno.
No.
Kaluma George Peter.
No, because this provision is unconstitutional, I say no.
Karido Kiili Daniel. Karido Kiili Daniel. Manaiba Julius Taitumu. Mwirigi John Paul. Abdi Ali.
I vote yes.
Shinali Bernard Masika. Shinali Bernard Masika. Bonaya Mumina Golo. Lomwa Joseph Samal. Tubi Bidu Mohammed. Badibadi Twalib. Badibadi Talib.
Badibadi Twalib, I vote no on behalf of the people of Jomvu.
Ndongo George Koimburi.
Wamashukuru James Gidhua. Obara Eve Akinyi.
I vote no.
Okay. Kalasinga Joseph Simiu.
For the sake of people Kabuchai, no.
Titus Lote. Titus Lote. Kimilu Joshua Kivinda.
I vote no.
Titus Lote, Kimilu Joshua Kivinda,
I vote no.
Sankaire Lea, Kanchori Elijah, Hamisi Kakuta, Nguro Onesimus, Sakimpa Parashina, Risa Sunkuya, Muhanda Elsie,
On behalf of the people of Kakamega, I vote no.
Katana Paul,
Kwa niaba ya wakazi wa Kaloleni nasema la.
Hassan Abdi Yusuf, Njogona Chege, Makali John, Kihungi Peter, Muli Fabian, Shumel Samuel, Sudi Oscar, Okweme Andrew,
I vote no for Karachuonyo and myself.
Karauri Ronald, Were Charles,
I vote no.
Bui Robert, Corinne Adams, Kipkoech Gideon, Kemei Beatrice, Ruto Julius, Wangaya Christopher, Wanjiko John, Waidaka John, Murada Ann, Orero Peter, Balu Jessica, Mutuse Ekomas, Wainaina Anthony, Munyoro Joseph, Ichungwa Anthony.
Yes.
Nyoro Samson, Julius Sunkuli, Mwanyanche Gatwi,
Chair, serikali ijengee nyumba polisi, wazee kule Isiolo na Marsabit. I, Gatun Beyu Manyanje, I vote no to house levy. Sema yako, tunga sentence yako, tunga yako.
Order, that's enough. Go ahead.
Baya Owen, Kitty Richard Chonga, Zambia Thaddeus, Zambia Thaddeus,
Testing.
No.
Mutua Didmas.
Order. Order members. Can we have the Honorable Mutua Barasa vote again?
Mutua Didmas. Bissau Morris. Rai Samuel Gonzi. Kenya Zuku. Muhia Wanjiko. Cherorot Joseph. Kosgei Hilary. Maina Jane. Gitari Joseph. Benziba Rashid.
Just vote.
Aburi Donya.
Proceed.
Busia Ruth Adhiambo.
Just vote from where you are. There. Just vote from where you are, the Honorable Busia.
Oron Joshua. Ahmed Shakib Ahmed Shabir. Buyu Rosa. Kasalu Aileen.
Just vote.
Mulu Makali. Mbai Nimro. Boni David. Nyamai Rachel. Nyenze Edith.
So, where are you? Just hold there. Where are we? Nyamai. I have Nyamai also. Are you at Nyamai? Okay, let's proceed with Nyamai.
Nyenze Edith. Mokaya Nyakundi. Kibagendi Anthony. Isairo Clive. Yegon Brighton. Kiprono Mutai. Tonui Joseph. Camero Kitayama. Robbie Matthias. Yes. Masito Fatuma. Wanyonyi Ferdinand. Abdurrahman Mohamed Abdi. Mohamed Abdikadir Hussein. Kagiri Jain. Kiunjuri Festus. Korere Sara. Karani Stephen. Karani Stephen. Lekuton Joseph. Marubu Monica. Obo Rueda. Mairuri Mudama. Kothe Felix Oduor. Moiruri Mudama. Kahangara Joseph. Boko Michi. Mugabe Innocent. Shege John Kiram. Akuja Protas. Oyugi Maungu. Nabi Nabwera. Chiforomondo Mangale. Mukhwana Titus. Mbiuki Kareke. Kamene Joyce.
Thank you. On behalf of the Machakos County citizens and those who have their homes, I vote no.
Mule Kale. Kombe Harrison. Omwera Aladua. Kiamba Susana. Mumo Rose Museo. Ijendi Moses. Nyazi Amina. Abdullahi Bashir Sheikh. Sheikh Umulkhair Kasim. Abdurrahman Hussein Wetan. Haro Abdul. Yusuf Adar. Mukunji John. Joroge Mary. Bowen Kangogo. I vote yes. Torotich Timothy. I vote yes. Torotich Timothy. Naomi Jilo.
Yes.
Mwalio Joshua. Odaka Geoffrey. Oluoch Anthony.
Honorable, just vote from there. We can hear you. Just vote. Just vote from where you are with your. Just vote. What number is this?
Swap. Kagushia. Who's ahead? Swap.
I, Anthony Tom Oluoch, vote no!
Gishuki Edu.
Order. Behind, excuse me, the Honorable Pukose, the Honorable Murio, the Honorable Akili. The Honorable Pukose, resume your seat. Are we now having 2-2? Okay, proceed. Michuki again.
Kahungi Eric. Kahungu Eric. Gishuki Edwin. Tandaza Kasi. Nabulido Peter. Mule Stephen. Kingola Patrick. Geoffrey Roko. Nebak Bernard Urioki. Zioka Erastus. Kailemia Elizabeth. Mohamed Fatuma. Kipngor Ruben Kiborek. Balto Phyllis. Kimani Francis. Chimba Samsa. Kirwa Abraham. Jaldesa Guyo. Bader Salim Faisal. Chesebe Fred. Oyo James. Gichohi Kagushia. Salasia Peter.
Honorable Salasia, you will vote again. Honorable Salasia, will you vote again? Will you vote again? Okay.
Naika Johnson. Maina Betty. Machele Mohammed. Musau Vincent Musyoka. Shake Peter Bogo.
Order, members. The members to my right, would you all resume your seats? Okay, proceed.
Maingi Mary.
Honorable DK, you will resume your seat.
Muliugi Gideon.
Watu wa Mwingi wamekataa ushuru wa ukora.
Zengu Paul Usimi.
On behalf of the people of Mwingi North, I vote no.
Guna Charles. Pasaris Esther.
Thank you, Chair. I have a dream of a Kenya where the Thank you, Chair. I have a dream of a Kenya where the images of slums remain in our history books and not on the motherland. For the millions of Kenyans living in the 1,400 slums, I vote yes.
Proceed. Proceed. Proceed.
Kihara Jane. Shelule Liza. Gikaria David. Arama Samuel.
Honorable Mishimboko. Honorable Mishimboko, you can't be voting so many times. Gikaria, will you take your vote again? Honorable Gikaria, will you take your vote again? Okay. I'll send you back.
Mulanya Geoffrey. Munge Cynthia. Mulanya Geoffrey. Munge Cynthia. Kitur Bernard. Tonkei Rebecca.
Just vote.
I vote yes.
Aramat Nyamanke. Pareyo Agnes. Kitilai Olentutu. Tongo Gabriel. Wangwe Emmanuel. Gashagwa George. Owino Martins. GK George Mashari. Shepkon Charity. Guyo Wario. Abdul Rahim. Nyamoko Josh. Owor Joshua.
He's voted over there.
Mohammed Ali. Mogina Jerosha. Gitao Faith. Odoyo Okelo.
Just vote. What we just vote? What number is it? But these guys.
On behalf of Nyando constituency, I vote no to these bogus.
Chanda Sahib. Manduku Daniel. Odege Paul.
Pale kwake ni wapi?
On behalf of overtaxed workers in this country, I vote no.
Washira Aha. Madenge Duncan. Madenge Duncan. Muchira Michael. Keramo David. Wainaina Michael. Kosin David. Mupe Anthony Ken. Gogo Lilia. Amolo Paul. Chebor Paul. Paul Abur. Mwafrika Agosti. Francis Kajua. Kingara Saibu. Kareba Eric. Lugova Sloya. Luyai Kaleb. Raso Dido. Lenguris Poli. Lentoijoni Jackson. Letipla Dominic, Lesuda Josephine, Nikal James, Ikana Frederick, Oduor Christine, Lochakapong Peter, Kemei Justice, Koi John Waluki, Sigei Francis, Ivinji Shadrach Mwit, Onyengo Silvanus,
Yes.
Kiplagat David, Maina Amos,
I believe we can construct houses without necessarily taxing the people. And for that reason, I vote no.
Odhiambo Billy, Omondi Karoli, Gashove Samuel, Mohammed Junet, Masara Peter, Mizigi Lydia, Abdullahi Amina Dika, Abdullahi Amina Dika, Bara Hussein Abdi, Bwire John Okana, Oku Kaunya, Otucho Mary, Mwangi Geoffrey Wandeto, Murugara George, Nduyo Susan, Nganga Alice, Kasait William, Aburi Lawrence, Mutunga John, Julius Medi, Chikati John, Julius Medi,
Okay. Chikati.
Chikati John, Siyoi Lilian, Sitienei Janet, Nitit Cecilia, Emade Joseph, Gikolon Nicholas, Nabuin Paul, Namoit John, Nanok Daniel, Boss Gladys. Ochieng David. Wandai James. Nyamita Mark. Kagesi Kivai. Adagala Beatrice. Abdi Hamis Chome.
No.
Jeho Fatuma Abdi. Mohamed Aden Daoudi. Sani Ibrahim Abdi. Ado Mohamed Aden. Farah Yusuf Mohamed. Wanyonyi Martin Pepela. Sitati Daniel Wanyama. Mogaka Stephen. Kasivai Rael. Wetangula Timothy.
I vote no.
Mwakuona Danso. Basim Robert Ngui.
On behalf of Yatta people, I vote no.
Ali Abdisirat. Shege Sabina Wanjiro. Dena Joseph Hamisi. Harun Suleha. Ikiara Donovan. Iraya Joseph. Koskei Jackson.
I vote yes.
Mayaka Irene. Mohamed Umulher Harun. Mwangi Teresia Wanjiru. Ngongo John. Ngongo John. John Bunny.
Weka microphone. I vote no.
Talib Abubakar Ahmed. Nekuton Joseph.
Ote.
Uzuri unauliza watu wamefika wapi kusema. Peke yake. Hawezi. Hiyo maneno nifikiri aje. Nasoma ndio. Nataka expensive. Expensive plan. Degree yangu ni 2 years. Sema mrembo. Kuja pande hii bwana. Kuja huku. Tunaongea tu. Ukikuja ukisema
Order, members, resume your seats. Members, voting is over. Will you resume your seats? The Honorable the Honorable Koi Waluke. Honorable members, order. The Honorable Sunkuya. Order, members, resume your seats. Resume your seats. Order, members. Order, members, these are the results. Order, members. Honorable Sunkuya, take your seat. The Honorable Sunkuya, will you take your seat? The Honorable Sunkuya. These are the results of the voting on the division that clause 76 as amended be part of the bill. Members present and voting 256. Those voting aye 184. Those voting nay 72. Therefore, the ayes have it. Let's proceed. Open the door. Clause number 77.
Clause 77.
I propose a question that clause 77 will be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 77 will be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 78.
Clause 78. I propose the question that clause 78 is part of the bill. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I would like to move that clause 78 be amended as proposed on the order paper. And Honorable Chair, I would like to move a further amendment to that clause 78, deleting 2023 and replacing that to 2013. So I beg to move that clause 78 be amended as per the order paper. I also propose that a further amendment to that, to deleting the figure 2023 and replacing it thereof with 2013. And I thank you, Honorable Chair.
I propose a question that clause 78 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 78 be amended as proposed. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 78 as amended part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 79.
The Honorable Tiani, what is the problem? Order, members. Just a minute. Those who are withdrawing from the House, withdraw peacefully. Those who are not withdrawing, to take their seats. Go ahead, Honorable Tiani.
Mr. Chairman, I guess the vote has been taken, but I had wanted to draw the members' attention. Mr. Chairman, if those withdrawing could leave.
Order, members. Order. Order, members. Order, members. Go ahead, Honorable Tiani.
As an unlawful Kamukunji with the Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Tiani, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I had wanted to point out and had conferred with the chair of the committee that actually that amendment had a mistake, and that's why it's been corrected. But it's an example, Mr. Chairman, of why we must be vigilant. Because the original amendment was actually going to take away the power of this House to review subsidiary legislation, and that's very serious.
Thank you.
Because some people, like the Honorable Ichungwa, who's not here, think that you can read laws like novels. And if you read them keenly, then you realize the mischief. So I just wanted to point that out, but it's now overtaken by events.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, members, let's proceed.
Clause 79.
I propose the question that clause 79 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 79 be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 80.
I propose the question that clause 80 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 20 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable
It's
Chair,
clause
this is-
80.
So, I thought I said 8, sorry. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 80 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this is just a cleanup where we are just including the word designated as a cleanup to the retirement benefits of deputy presidents, lieutenant officers Act of 2015.
I propose the question that clause 80 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Don Bonikal.
Chair, can we get the practical import of that amendment?
Chair.
Again, Honorable Chair, this is a cleanup, but I know what the Honorable Nyakal could be alluding to. You will get a chance to, we can debate that in clause 82, the one that's talking about the retirement benefits of deputy president and designated state officers. But this clause 80 and clause 81 are just cleanups.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 80 be amended as proposed. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 80 as amended be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 81.
I propose the question that clause 81 is part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 81 be amended as per the order paper. And again, Honorable Chair, this is just a cleanup of that particular clause.
I propose the question that clause 81 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 81 be amended as proposed. Will as many without opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 81 be as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 82.
I propose the question that clause 82 be part of the bill. Mover.
Again, clause 32, clause 82. Clause 82.
Clause 82.
Yes, again, clause 82 is more of a cleanup. So I propose that clause 82 be amended as per the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 82 be amended as proposed by the chairman of Finance Committee. I put the question that clause 82 be amended as proposed. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 82 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 83 and 84.
I propose the question that clauses 83 and 84 be part of the bill. And I put the question that clauses 83 and 84 be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as are the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses. New clause 73A.
To move. Chair Transport Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 73. 73A, Section 7 of the Kenya Roads Board Act 1999 is amended in subsection 1 by A, deleting paragraph G, and B, deleting the word 8 appearing at the beginning of the paragraph and substituting therefore the word 5. And secondly, Honorable Chair, that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 74. New clause 74A, the first schedule to the KRB Act.
Order. You'll move the 73A and we vote on it before you go to 74. So, Chair,
Okay, Chair, I beg to move.
Just do it again and say that you move that we read that new clause a second time.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that 73A be amended as read.
I propose the question that the new clause 73A be now read a second time. The Honorable Wundo, 1 minute.
For sure to be 1 minute. Can the chair actually explain to us what is happening? I mean, just talking about paragraph G, 8 and 5, exactly what's the import of the amendments? We need to know their import. What
Chair,
is
1
it that
minute.
we are querying?
That's a Chair, 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. I think that justification is about to come, so if you can give me a few seconds, I'll be able to give the justification. And the point is, we are reducing the number of directors from 12 to 9, in line with the Mwongozo Code of Administration.
Directors of what? Of which body?
That's KRB, Kenya Roads Board.
Thank you.
Yes.
I now put the question that the new clause 73A be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 73A be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 73A be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 74A.
Chair of Transport Committee.
Honorable Chair, I move that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 74. New clause 74A.
Honorable Chair, you will go with me.
Yes.
And move that the new clause be now read a second time.
All right. I move that the clause 74A be read the second time. If I got you right, Chair. The first schedule to the KRB Act 1999 is amended by A, deleting paragraph 4, deleting paragraph 5, and deleting paragraph 6. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that the new clause 74A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 74A be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Nyikal, also out of order.
Chair, whenever you have new clauses in amendments, remember, members did not have the chance of seeing those clauses. So you cannot, therefore, assume like you'd have if they were in the bill before. And then you can tell the members, you had the bill, you didn't read it. That's fine. But if the clauses are new and a second time, the member has to explain exactly this is what we are doing and this is what it means. No, in the order paper, you just say replace this, replace that. So you then cannot assume that.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nyikal. You know that you already voted on this matter, but I would indulge you. Chair, 30 seconds to explain what this is about. 30 seconds. 1 minute at most.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The purpose of these amendments is to reduce the number of directors or the board members from 12 to 9. You know, most of the agencies, government agencies, have not more than 9 board members. But KRB has 12. And in line with the Mwongozo Code of Governance, it is necessary that we abide by the same by reducing the number of directors from 12 to 9.
That was 73A, 74A?
It's the same. It's the same, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the same.
It is.
No, we already voted on this, Honorable Nyikal. We can't go back to it. Oh. The Honorable Nyikal, resume your seat. I'll give you a chance. I want to propose the question that new clause 74A be part of the bill. Now go ahead.
Chair, when you are taking a very substantive amendment, remember that actually the finance bill, in a way, is a miscellaneous amendment bill because it is touching on very many acts at the same time. And now, if you are doing a substantive thing like changing the board of directors of an institution, Chair, I think that is not the right thing to do in this. And more so, if you then say, then we would like to know in that composition what parts, which one is being removed, who is being removed, because these boards are normally representative. So the proper thing would say in the act, it is the following, and therefore we are removing this and this and this. Now that is what would be proper. And another thing, Mr. Chair, Mwongozo is not a legal entity, it is a policy. You as a lawyer will guide us whether you can actually change a whole act in a situation like this using in line with Mwongozo, which in itself is not an institution.
Thank you.
Chair, that's my concern.
The Honorable Chungwa, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, I was just consulting with the chairs, and to an extent I want to agree with what Professor Nyikal, Dr. Nyikal is saying, and request the chair of the Transport Committee to withdraw that particular amendment to save time.
Chair. No. I want to make a ruling on this matter. Okay.
I think, Chair, I think the horse has bolted. The first part of the amendment has been carried, and the global question has been. Just put the second question to Malizar and I.
1 minute. The Honorable Makali Mulu. 1 minute, Makali. Honorable Makali.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be very brief. Mr. Chairman, I think as a matter of procedure, it is important that where we have new clauses, the people who are making those proposals explain to the House the issues, and in line with what the majority leader has said, you know we have already passed 73A. Now, if you delete 74A, then you leave it hanging, because I think 74A has been informed by 73A, so that you reduce some institutions to remain with 9. So I think it's important we just either do a voting for 74.
Thank you, Honorable Makali. Honorable Wandai, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Chair, I agree with Honorable Makali Mulu and Honorable Nyikal that the neatest thing is to allow us to go the full hog and take a vote on this matter. Okay? I am one of those people who have in the past advocated for the reduction of those numbers. In that board, the Kenya Roads Board has had a very high number of directors. But without taking a position, let us go the full hog and take a vote. The idea of withdrawing doesn't arise at this late hour in the day. Thank you.
The honorable members, you know what to do on these kind of matters. You know what to do, right? So, because what you have reached, the chair cannot withdraw. So you know what to do. I put the question that the new clause 74A be part of the bill. We'll have another opinion say aye. We'll have another opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
New clause 75A. Chair for Finance.
Chair Finance Committee. Order members, order members. I'm so sure that both sides got what they wanted, so that's all right. The chairperson Committee of Finance. New clause 75A. 75A.
Thank you very much. I beg to move that the new clause 75A be read a second time. Honorable Chair, this particular clause is giving power the board of Kenya Revenue Authority to appoint deputy commissioners, something that was not there before in the Act. With that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose a question that the new clause 75A now be read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 75A be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose a question that the new clause 75A be part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Nikal.
I know I may not be very well informed. I didn't read that in detail. I have to get the other act and read it. But Chair, we have a risk of doing something that is highly questionable. Using the Finance Act to actually change the structure of an authority like this is something that may be questionable. And I know we have done that, and I see some mischief. I think people should be sober enough to actually do the correct thing. Mwongozo is in itself not a legal document. So it's not over now. Now we are on 75 and we are still doing the same thing. Yeah, but whatever it is,
thank you, Honorable Nikal.
The principle is not right.
Thank you, Honorable Nikal. I now proceed to propose to Honorable Boundo.
Chair, I also want to go on record that this is procedural. This is a substantive matter that has not been subjected to public participation, and it has found its way in this bill. Indeed, Chair, the Parliament is a house of procedure. I would kindly request the Chair to withdraw this particular amendment before you vote on it, so that it's subjected to proper legislative process, because introducing offices in an authority without following the law and public participation is unprocedural and unfair to the people of Kenya.
Thank you,
Chair.
I now put the question that the new clause 75A be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 75B.
Chair of Finance Committee.
That's what I'm telling you.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 75B be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, as you may recall, we did pass another amendment that gave the Kenya Revenue Authority
Just take it again, Chair. Just say to be read a second time, not amended. To be read a second time.
Okay. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 75B be read a second time. As you may recall, Honorable Chair, yesterday we did pass a requirement.
Order, members, order. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, we did pass. No, this will come later. There is a proposal Honorable Chair, to have Kenya Revenue Authority set the minimum required price for alcohol in this country, so that any particular alcohol that is sold below a particular price, what we are calling the minimum cost price, is regarded as being illicit. And therefore, Honorable Chair, by giving this responsibility to Kenya Revenue Authority, therefore it necessitates that we add the responsibilities of Kenya Revenue Authority, the administration of the Alcoholic Drinks Act of 2010. So with that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that the new clause 75B be now read a second time. I put the question. Honorable Tende.
Chair, I know that people are tired. I know that this matter has been prosecuted unsuccessfully by Dr. Nyikal and Dr. Undo, but I need to go on record. Chairman, all these additional new clauses need to adhere to the title of the Finance Bill, which is an act of Parliament to amend the laws relating to various taxes and duties and matters incidental thereto. Anything that does not relate to that is improper. Now, I am aware, I'm acutely aware, that those who think they know the law more than me, like Honorable Chungwa, will say that we have to pass it. But I'll remind him, there's a reason people go to law school for 10 years after leaving Alliance. And he keeps telling us he went to Alliance, but he doesn't say that it was in his village. Mr. Chairman, I beg us to take note that it is actually unprocedural. It might be convenient, but it's improper.
Honorable Tiende, are you suggesting that Alliance is a village school?
Alliance is a national school like the school I went to. But in the case of Honorable Chungwa, it is in his village. And then he comes to work in Nairobi. So he can't keep singing it to us.
The Honorable Chungwa, 1 minute, and you should not veer off the main issue.
Chair, you know, my good friend, the Honorable Tiende Amolo, knows even the national school he went to is in some village. But you know, Kikuyu village, just like Kamagut and Sugoi, are very important villages. Oh dear Lord. Kikuyu has not just produced one national school, the Alliance High School. It also has the Alliance Girls High School. It has Kikuyu campus, where many members here, including the Chair of Education, went to school. Therefore, Honorable Chair,
thank you.
Please defend.
Thank you. Chair, what do you want to debate about? Because let me have the Honorable Barasa.
Mr. Chairman, all the villages are important. Yes. Let us stick to important matters that are put us here, not discussing about village schools wherever they are. We all went to serious schools. Every school is as serious as Alliance High School.
Thank you. Honourable members, I now want to put a question that the new clause 75B be now read a second time. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 75B be part of the bill. I now put the question. The Honorable Farah. The Honorable Farah.
Chair, for the benefit of the House, anything that has got a financial implication, regardless of what that act is, whether it's the Kenya Roads Board Act or it's the KRA Act, can be raised in the financial, statement.
Thank you so much.
The finance bill itself.
Thank you. Thank you. I now put the question that the new clause 75B be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 75C.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 75C be read a second time. This particular clause, Honorable Speaker, is an amendment to the Retirement Benefits Act that removes the requirement for share capital holding for pension schemes to Kenyans to reduce the requirement for foreigners for pension scheme to have shareholding of 66% to reduce that to 33%. Honorable Chair, these are some of the issues that came from public participation. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I propose the question that the new clause 75C be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 75C be now read a second time. Will as many as are that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 75C be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 75C be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 76A.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that new clause 76A be read a second time. This clause, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, sets the minimum input cost price for alcoholic drinks in the country. So this would mean that the Kenya Revenue Authority will have the mandate to set the minimum price particular drinks should be sold. And this, Honorable Speaker, is intended to ensure that we get rid of the illicit brews that are sold to our young people in this country. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I propose the question that the new clause 76A be part of the, be now read a second time. Honorable Wundo.
Chair, I find this amendment seriously outrageous, and it offends public policy. We have an open economy, a market-driven economy. This is in a way introducing price controls that were discontinued very, very many years ago. A businessman should be allowed to trade. He produces, he sells, depending on demand. And basically, and he knows the basic principles, the interaction between demand and supply determines pricing. How would you have such minimum pricing? Honestly speaking, we have so many.
Thank you. Honorable Minority Leader.
Chair, I hear the
Minority Leader. This chance,
I hear Honorable
order. This chance is for the Minority Leader.
Yeah, I also just want to support, to agree with the Honorable Dr. Ojiambo Oundo. You must be very, very careful when you start introducing amendments to the law, which would actually imply that we are encouraging monopoly and price controls and things like that. I don't find this particular clause agreeable. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Chair, I hear what the Leader of Minority and Professor Ojiambo are saying. However, Honorable Speaker, this amendment has nothing to do with control of pricing. And that is why the wording is very particular. It is minimum input cost. And the reason is simple, Honorable Speaker. And we are all aware that hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of our young people are dying. Others are maimed by the consumption of illicit alcohol. This illicit alcohol is being manufactured using all manner of shortcuts and chemicals being mixed to an extent where, Honorable Speaker, you get people who are selling drinks that are concoction of chemicals in the pretext that it's clean and what we'd call fit for human consumption.
Thank
ethanol.
you.
Honorable Speaker, let me just finish that point because it's very dear to me. And you sell it as alcohol that has been manufactured using ethanol at a price even below industrial alcohol. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is in an effort to safeguard all those millions of young people who are suffering through the consumption of illicit brews that are basically a consumption of a concoction of chemicals. And therefore, we were very particular, and I think the committee was very particular, to make sure that they are not controlling prices, but just to safeguard that if you are producing alcohol using ethanol, that is legal ethanol, in the right standards, then there is a certain minimum cost that you would have to bear.
I will put the question, then I'll propose, then you can do what you want to do. So I put the question that the new clause 76A, then I'll read a second time. Will anyone of that opinion say aye? Many of the counter opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 76A be part of the bill. Honorable Nikal.
Yeah, I want to go on this again and again and again for the records. Look at the argument we have had. That because we want certain quality, we control the price. Now, we cannot say that if we want ethanol, and we know ethanol is expensive, we insist on the price, but that will mean that because they can't get an expensive, that one now they cannot use methanol. It doesn't work like that. If you want to look at the chemicals, look at the chemicals strictly in their way. This does not work. And Chair, let me say this. I've been saying certain things here, and probably I'm not a good politician, but I'll be proved right one day. I know you will not allow, but I'm going to say this. When we were talking about...
But I've allowed you. I've allowed you.
Chair, earlier on, when we were talking about the alcohol that is going to use for cooking, I had information that the real idea there was that people who are going to produce that and are going to produce the cooking things, because they presented to our committee. So people had to get into our acts, business people,
Point made.
and they regulate it. So I just want to say it, that we are all elected.
Thank you.
Kenyans.
Thank you, Honorable Farah. Finally.
Chair, I haven't consumed any alcohol all my life. But frankly, my little exposure to these problems tells me that there's no difference between Johnny Walker and the one that they make out there. This country, majority leader, can you listen? This country, Chair, needs a policy on the abuse of alcohol, drugs, and miraa, and all these things. We are destroying a whole nation. We are destroying, and the political class has also converted itself into an economic class that also benefits.
Thank you.
Benefits from that.
Thank you. No, thank you. I want to put the question that the new clause 76A order members, at the point you've reached, we are not debating. The Honorable Farah will have 30 seconds to finish his point.
Chair, on the overall, Chair, even the members of parliament from the miraa growing areas and Muguka will tell you that their own children are not going to school. And this thing is devastating communities all over.
Thank you, Honorable Farah. Honorable Ndikiri, what is out of order?
A sitting order for a dignified member, senior, in the speaker's panel can come and insinuate a miraa without any evidence, scientific or otherwise, that miraa is a drug. That is an abuse of your position as a member of parliament.
Thank you. I'll put the question, members, that the new clause 76A be part of the bill. Will as one other opinion say aye? Will as one other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Junior, what's out of order?
Chair, what is out of order? Chair, there are serious clauses that have been brought back to this bill. And some of these clauses, there was no public participation. And some of them have serious effects. Chair, I want to go on record on this. Like this clause we have just passed, there was no public participation. And it is going to affect businesses of people in a big way. You know, Mr. Chair, you can just, somebody who's doing his own business of producing alcohol will be branded as illicit, just because we've said here that it's illicit.
Thank you.
Chair, such a clause requires serious public participation.
Thank you. Order members, you know what to do. You know what Parliament does, and you know what to do after that if you disagree with the decision of Parliament. So we'll go on to the next clause. Members, I want you to go back to clause 75D. 75D.
New clause 75D.
Yes.
We skipped it, that's why.
Okay, 75B.
D.
Oh, yes. Yes, I propose that clause 17B be read a second time. And Honorable, yes, I gave a different explanation. This is where we are changing the ownership or the directorship of pension schemes that was requiring only they would be owned by at least 66% of Kenyans, and this, from public participation, we realized that was disadvantaging very many enterprises that were in the management of pensioners. So that is more of a cleanup to make sure that it is in line with what is in the practice. And C, which is what I had moved earlier, was to make sure that our pension schemes are Sharia compliant, because we have Sharia, we have a requirement for Sharia compliance in the banking sector, in the insurance sector, but this was missing in the pension sector. And Honorable Chair, yes, and I beg to move, on the issue of Clause 75, that was said that it was not subject to public participation. Honorable Chair, I think that is a very unfair comment, because we spent many, many hours, we listened to very, very many stakeholders, and for us to see us introducing this particular clause on this particular bill, it is because it came from the members of the public. Because the concern of illicit brews in this country is an interest to Kenyans. You will see this particular report being carried on in our report, because these are issues that were raised by the members of the public.
Thank you. I now propose the question that the new clause 75D be noted a second time. I put the question that the new clause 75D be noted a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 75D be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 75D be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 76B.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 76B be read a second time, and this is in line with clause 76A, that is setting the minimum cost price, where we're saying a person shall not sell, manufacture, pack, or distribute alcoholic drinks at a price below the minimum cost price. And that I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Let me propose, then you do your point of order. I propose the question that the new clause 76B be noted a second time. Honorable Wandai, what's out of order?
Chair, there's a problem here. Even though we seem to be in a hurry to go home. Chair, some of these new clauses were not in the order paper of yesterday. Yes. They have found their way in today's order paper, and they're establishing fundamental changes. Like the issue of alcoholism. I know there's been a campaign in central Kenya of late to deal with alcoholism, but the way to deal with alcoholism is not to bring this kind of amendments. Is to provide jobs to those youth. You promise those youth jobs. Give them the jobs, and they will not go out drinking alcohol.
Honorable Wandai, you raise a very important issue.
Yeah.
Order members. No. Order members, I want this to be responded to. The Honorable Chair, the point raised by the Honorable Wandai, that order members, that the amendments you are now prosecuting were not in the order paper yesterday. Is that the case?
Honorable Chair, I would like to confirm with the table office that actually these amendments were in the order paper.
As I confirm that, as I verify that, let me hear from the Honorable Farah.
Chair, can I get Chair? It's
order members. The Honorable Farah is on a point of order.
Chair, I salute the chair of the Finance Committee for saying that pension has got to become Sharia compliant. But how does it become Sharia compliant without introducing most Sharia compliant products into the capital markets? You see what I mean? Because interest, you cannot invest them in places where they're earning interest, because Muslims do not want to earn. Wait. Yamaza.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Tiende, what's out of order?
Chair, they're giving me problems.
Thank you.
I thought you'd finished. The Honorable Unit, will you take your seat? Will you take your seat? The Honorable Farah, finish your point.
Chair, I am happy and thank you very much because you have solved almost 25% of the population of this country who are earning pensions and who don't know whether they're getting halal or haram. But then please, let's also go and introduce the products into the Capital Markets Authority. Thank you.
Honorable Tiende.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to tell the Honorable Farah that what he's speaking to already passed and he seems to support it. So it's too late. Just as you said, he knows what to do. But on this one, Chair, as pending confirmation, and I wanted to speak to this.
No, Honorable Farah, you allow others also to... No, Honorable, you are a sinner. Order, Honorable Farah, order.
Chair, I wanted to say that in addition to the irregular introduction of these new clauses, it is standard practice that, just like with the bill, where there's any amendment, you don't just introduce what you're amending. In the bill itself, you must contain the objects of the amendment and the original provisions. So when you are introducing it in this order paper, where does the member cross-check? Because these are fundamental matters. You know, one day we will be asked, you were in chambers. So, Chair, we must take this matter, and this is not about which side you are in. This is just about good lawmaking.
Thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Chair of the committee.
You know, Honorable Chair, we are really coming to the tail end of these amendments. And our committee took hours to work on these particular documents. So I'm very disturbed when honorable members and senior members in leadership come and say that I sneaked in an amendment. The supplementary order paper, in fact, I have actually had to borrow one so that it's not on my notes. On page 609 has that particular proposal. So if you are not reading the order paper, do not come and accuse me of sneaking things into the supplementary order paper. This, in fact, this is a supplementary order paper of Tuesday, the June 20th, 2023. So it's what you had yesterday. So when you come in and tell me that I sneaked in, I am not taking that kindly, especially after the hours of work I've put on this particular task.
The Honorable Bowen. I will give the person that I should give, not the person who
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Bowen. Honorable Mbui, take your seat.
Honorable Chair, because the Chair has really substantiated, Honorable Chair, I was disappointed that we sat here up to the middle of or this morning, or about 1 a.m. this morning, and a new clauses was introduced. But now that the Chair has clarified that actually that part of the amendment is there, I want to support the...
Thank you. Okay, Honorable Mbui, then I will rule on this.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the order paper for Tuesday, and the beautiful thing with Parliament is that every page of the order paper passes and a new page comes for later. Now, page number 554 has the new clause 75, and it reaches up to C. After that, it is clause 76. On this one, we have on page 689 is where we have the new clause 75C and 75D. It is here we have the evidence. It is in the, it is, any Kenyan can access it. It is on the website. So the thing is, Mr. Speaker, the fact is this. The order paper did not have 75D.
Thank you so much. I will. Order, members, order. The Honorable Majority, take your seat. What I'm holding now is the supplementary order of Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 at the Honorable Majority Leader, your order of order. 2023 at 2:30 p.m. And if you have it, go with me to page 606. Go to your order paper, page 606. 606, read with me, new clauses 75A, B, and C. Then just turn to 607. We have 75C. Let's just stand there. If anybody has that order paper to go with me, in page 607, 75C, 75, order members. So what I'm holding now is page 607, 75C, and 75D. If you go to page 608, it has new clauses, 76A and B. If you go on like that, you get all this. This is the order paper for yesterday, the 20th of June 2023 at 2:30 p.m. So all these that are being discussed this evening were in yesterday's order paper. Nothing, and I want to repeat so that it's very clear, none of the clauses we're discussing today were not in yesterday's order paper. All of them were in yesterday's order paper, and I've confirmed that. Where were we? Which clause were we at? I now put the question that the new clause 76B, part of the bill, will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Majority Leader.
You know, Chair, just on a matter of our own procedures and rules, because it's rather unfair, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, let me begin by thanking you for your guidance. Because when the Honorable Robert Mbui tells untruths with a straight face and misleads the country, and Honorable Speaker, you know, we have been here before. We can tell when people are speaking to the gallery, we can tell when people are attempting to speak to the courts, but I want to encourage you, if you want to speak to the courts, Honorable Mbui, I know you are Mwalimu, and I had senior counsel say you take about 10 years at law school. Maybe you take another 10 years and go speak to the courts from the courts, but don't attempt to speak to the courts from this floor. And Honorable Speaker, it is rather unfortunate because I said even during second reading, this is the most vilified bill in the history of lawmaking in this country, using lies and truths, propaganda, misinformation and disinformation, and Mbui cannot lie to the people of Kathiani and continue lying
Majority
here.
Leader, now, members, I have made a ruling on this matter and it shall not be prosecuted further. We will move. Order, members.
New clause 82A.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 82A be read a second time. Honorable Chair, this is a clause that is extending the benefits that are given to deputy presidents and designated state officers, including those of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Chair. And that I beg to move.
I propose the question that clause, the new clause 82A, be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 82A be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 82A be now be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 82A be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 82B.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 82B be read a second time, and then clause 82B and C and D and E are similar to clause 81A. So I beg to move that clause 82B be read a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 82B be read a second time. I put the question that new clause 82B be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 82B be part of the bill. Honorable Wundo.
Chair, I find the drafting very curious, Honorable Chair, and it's discriminatory in the sense if you look at the last sentence, it says, but if it's a female child that is not married or is cohabiting with any person. Honorable Chair, why do you have to discriminate between the boy child and the boy girl?
Thank you.
I mean the girl child, sorry.
Thank you.
Why do you have to discriminate?
Thank you. I put the question that the new clause 82B be part of the bill. Order, members. Order. I now put the question that the new clause 82B be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 82C.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 82C be read a second time, and again this is similar to A and B. So I beg to move.
Thank you. I propose the question that the new clause 82C be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 82C be now read a second time. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 82C be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 82C be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 82D.
Honorable Chair, I stand to move that clause 82D be read a second time, and again this is similar to the rest of the clauses, so I beg to move.
I propose the question that the new clause 82D be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 82D be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 82D be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 82D be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 82E.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 82E be read a second time. This is the last clause on that 82, so it's similar to the others, and that I beg to move.
I propose a question that the new clause 82E be now read a second time. Yes, Honorable Nikal.
Chair, once again, I could see those who are deputy. This is totally different. And I would just plead that even with the majority and the ease of voting, let's explain new clauses.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, explain 82E. The Honorable Nikal will be attentive this time round. Go ahead.
Honorable Chair, if you look at what we are doing on clause 82, and that is why it is clause 82, A, B, and C, we are amending the Retirement Benefits Act to take care of, for example, the retired speakers, the retired deputy speakers, and also to allow, say, for example, a speaker moves to another state office, and, for example, there were benefits that they would have enjoyed if they were speaker, when they were speaker, but if they move to become, say, to a different office, say a cabinet secretary or something, and then they retire, then this particular clause now tightens that up that it doesn't deny them the benefits that they were supposed to enjoy from the first position that they did actually.
I hope you get it. I now propose, I put the question that the new clause 82E be now read a second time. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 82E be part of the bill. Don't Nikal.
This explanation.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, I'm following your explanation. You see, what is expected, and you will agree with me, is here you are saying in paragraph B, by inserting the words of one chief liaison officer immediately after the words one personal assistant. If you don't go into the details, at least you are including another person. All we want to know is before, what was the status? The one you are doing now, what is the status? Honestly, just simple explanation.
But Honorable Nyikal, these order papers are published in advance, and we are supposed to interact with them before debate. And so I find the chair's explanation sufficient, and move to put the question that the new clause 82E be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 85.
Chairperson, move on.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 85 be read a second time, and I'd like to give a brief explanation to 86 and 87, so that when you get to them, I don't need to explain again. So, Honorable Chair, I want to give an example. So this amendment is on Special Economic Zones Act, and I want to give this example. If we have a special economic zone, say in Molo, that is doing value addition of potatoes, with the current law as it is, those SEZ cannot buy those potatoes from that neighboring place. Why? Because if they buy from that particular market, when they sell back the market, they'll have to pay import duty. Because special economic zones are seen in the minds of the law as being an outside country. So, however, if the same developer, if the same processor of that project at that SEZ, special economic zone, imports potatoes from Uganda, those potatoes are going to come without import duty of 35%. So these particular proposals are supposed to incentivize our special economic zones to buy their raw materials from the local areas and not necessarily import from COMESA countries, because if they imported, then they will not pay import duty. And with that, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I now propose the question that the new clause 85 be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 85 be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 85 be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 85 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 86.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 86 be read a second time as explained in clause 85.
I now propose the question that the new clause 86 be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 86 be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 86 be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 86 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 87.
Mover.
And now, lastly, I beg to move that a new clause 87 be read a second time as explained in clause 85.
The question that the new clause 87 be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 87 be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 87 be part of the bill. Honorable Nyikal.
Chair, I stand to support, because this explanation, at least now you know that the concept is when you have a zone, it equates with the foreign one. At least that is now known. So this is good, we support.
Thank you.
Chair, that is how it should be done.
Thank you,
Chair.
Honorable Nyikal. I now put the question that the new clause 87 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Go ahead.
Title. Just to say title be the title of the bill.
New proposal. I propose, order members, order. Order members. I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Clause 1, I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The order members, Honorable Chairperson, mover, you remove for reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Finance Bill, National Bill number 14 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Thank you. I now put the question, members, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, order, honorable members. Chairperson. Ocheng.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover. Kimani.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and as I ask the Honorable Leader of Majority Kimani Ichung'wah to seconds, I would really like to thank the Honorable Members of Parliament for supporting the amendments. I can say that even those that oppose particular clauses, we really benefited, and especially speaking on my behalf, on the reasoning. And this being the first finance bill that this administration is processing, we look forward to an even improved process. improved judgment, improved debate, and improved provisions so that we can make sure we grow this country forward. With that, I ask the Leader of Majority to second.
Honorable Speaker, allow me also, as I second, to thank all these members who have sat through this 2 days to the wee hours of the morning and late at night, Honorable Speaker, debating issues that have concern to the Kenyan people from both sides of the coalition. And as the chair of the Finance Committee says, this has enriched the debate of this assembly, enriched the value that we give back to the people who elected us to this house. And just in the words of the chair of the Finance Committee, let me also take this opportunity to thank even those of our colleagues on the minority side who had their say, as the majority had their way, because that is what pertains a democracy. And it is testament now to the world, not just Kenyans, that we are a true democracy. We can come into this debating chamber, debate without having acrimony, without having chaos. And I must commend the decorum that we have conducted ourselves with over these 2 days, even under very strenuous circumstances, when it's very late and members are tired. Many of these members from across the board have really behaved well. I do not want to say it may have anything to do with those who have not been there, but let me also use this opportunity to ask all of us, just as we have allowed each other to be heard and put our points across always during the debate, to allow each other to speak and be heard. When you have an opinion different from mine, it doesn't add any value shouting at me from your seat or me shouting at you from my seat. It only adds value me listening to you, and when I get an opportunity or any of my colleagues gets an opportunity, to answer you back. But overall, Honorable Speaker, I must say that for the first time, we have indeed tried to do our best and articulated issues that have concern to the Kenyan people. And to the Kenyan people, Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, let me say, as I said during the second reading of this bill, that we had a robust public participation on this bill. It is one of the bills where Kenyans from all walks of life had something to say about. A lot of it, Honorable Speaker, based on information that was being peddled in the media that was untrue, and they will now bear as witness when this bill comes to be assented to by His Excellency the President, whenever he assents to it, that many of the things that Kenyans were being scared about, especially by our media houses, Honorable Speaker, may not be necessarily what they were being told. And with time will prove us right. And Honorable Speaker, it is a huge sacrifice, not just for members of Parliament, but even for the people of Kenya, that we have got to take a painful walk for a short time to get back our economy to where it ought to be. We are in this economy in the situation it is in together, and together as Kenyans, we will get out of it and be on a path of renewal, a path of economic recovery, and a path of unmatched prosperity with the sacrifices that people of Kenya and all of us will make. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I now pull the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Finance Bill, National Bill number 14 of 2023, be now read at that time. And Honorable Speaker, before I do that, I would really like to, in a very special way, thank our people, our team, that's our secretariat team. This dedicated parliamentary staff spent hours, when you're doing the reports, they actually translated, making sure that everything is done. And perhaps I feel we do not appreciate enough the work that is done by the staff of Parliament. And this is proof that the thousands of documents they process, the great sacrifice they did make, some of them are still seated with us here, and even after this, they'll go to work again. Tomorrow morning, we start vetting of the chairperson for the Commission on Revenue Allocation, and expect that they will have prepared, and that before now we start on that. And so I really want to thank the dedicated parliamentary staff that really did their work to make this a success. And lastly, I want to thank the members of the public that sent us more than 1,500 memoranda, the more than 200 stakeholders that took their time to come and share their views with us. We tried as much as we can to carry as many views of the members of the public as we could, and it's good that this particular debate has demystified the fact that there were no any amendments, that the public participation was an exercise in futility. We have all seen proposals that came through from members of the public, and we really want to thank them. They should not tire. The next time there is any bill of parliament, let them come and give their views, because they have been able to see that their views actually do count. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the committee be led, that the finance bill be read a third time. And lastly, Honorable Chair, it would be very wrong if I don't appreciate the members of the committee. We never struggled to get quorum. In fact, most of the time we were full house or really near full. Out of 15 members, we are 13, 14, or 15. And our members are from across the political divide. They really sat with us, they gave us ideas, and they are still with us here to make sure that this particular exercise is what those. This was really a demonstration of what teamwork can possibly achieve. And in fact, I really want to thank them and ask Honorable Makilap to second.
Thank you. Honourable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2023 be now read a third time. 1 minute. I'll give you 1 minute.
Yeah, please. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank the honorable members for the way we have aggressively participated in the debate and passage of this bill. And I also want to thank our members on this side who have stood firm against all odds to make sure that they oppose all draconian and offensive clauses in the bill. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that we did think we were allowed to debate freely in the House. We gave our opinion. We were allowed free debate on this bill, as much as controversial as we were. But one factor that has remained constant, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber, in the history, is that all controversial bills, I don't know for strange reasons, and surprisingly, are passed at night. From the political parties bill, the BBI bill, and now this controversial one is, all of them are passing at night, Mr. Speaker, for strange reasons. I don't know why. I don't know why they're not passing during the day. I think it is, they like darkness for strange reasons. So, Mr. Speaker, we will try as much as possible next time. Controversial bills, we pass them during the day. We will try our best. But I want to say that, members, this bill, as we said it in the second reading, was very controversial. I pray and hope that this bill is going to unite the country than divide the country.
Thank you.
Some of the clauses that are inside this bill are very emotive. And I pray that for the government side, I will pray for you. For the opposition side, we will do our watchful eye out there to make sure that you don't transgress in any way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Junet. It's important to know that many great things happen at night. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2023 be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Thank you. Honorable members, allow me also. Oh, sorry. Clerk.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the laws relating to various taxes and duties and for matters incidental thereto.
Thank you. Honorable members, allow me as your speaker to also commend the House for the tremendous industry that you have put in this debate, in the passage of this bill. Since I came to this House in 1993, I have never witnessed a more contested finance bill than this one. It has been contested, but with sense, with decorum, with great debate, and I want to salute even those who provided comic relief in the course of the debate. They did it to enlighten the House. In Shakespeare's Tempest, there's a character called Desdemona, whose duty was to cause light moments when people were low. And I could see some of Desdemonas in this House. For the new members, you now appreciate that the power of the wallet of the state lies in this House. And that power of the wallet is in your hands. And that's why we have taken this long time, yesterday until this morning, and today until now, to scrutinize this bill with a tooth comb. I'm sure out there, very many Kenyans who don't participate in legislation now know what the finance bill is all about because of what we have done here. For young Kimani, you have done beyond anybody's imagination. You are probably the youngest member in this House to chair a committee of this great importance and significance, and you have discharged your honors sensibly, reasonably, and admirably. We laud you. And members on my left, I want to thank you for putting the members on my right on their tenterhooks and pointing out what you have pointed out, and never losing your cool, never boycotting the sittings, because it's only by speaking that we get to arrive at reasoned judgments. In the community where I come from, a hyena told a stone that even if you don't answer me, you have heard me. And that can be applicable in many situations. So we want to live today very proud that you have passed a bill that's going to deal with many things, play your oversight, play your responsible spending of public resources. And that is what is expected of all of us. So we live here tonight very happy, on my part, that what looked like the most divisive piece of legislation has in fact united you even more. Because sitting in my chamber, I saw many times your leadership and many of you crossing over to whisper to each other across the dispatch table, and generally having a lot of camaraderie that has been very, very encouraging. So this, honorable members, brings us to the end of the proceedings of today. Tomorrow morning, we shall sit from 9:30, and we shall deal with the following bills: Supplemental Appropriation Bill, Count Allocation of Revenue Bill, Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, and the Appropriation Bill itself. There will also be the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill and any other business that may be there. Remember that all these finance-related bills must be concluded by the 30th of this month. For members of the Speaker's panel and my able deputy, Gladys Boss, I want to salute you for your patience, for your tenacity, and for your great performance at the table in the committee stage. And I want to thank the whole House for giving the chairs who sat in this committee the ability to discharge the responsibility without any missiles flying around, as has happened before, without any water being splashed around, as has happened before. And this is the maturity of our democracy. As we finish this evening, I can tell you, members of this House, that I can see, I can feel a better tomorrow for this country. Honorable members, we can now be upstanding. The House will now stand adjourned to tomorrow, Thursday, the 22nd of June, 2023, at 9:30 a.m. for the morning sitting.